deny, yeah. Cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come on, do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees. I cannot deny, you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh, you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh, so baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh, yeah. What kind of magic got control of me? Oh, what kind of magic you got over me? Yeah. Ooh, cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come on, do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees, yeah. I cannot deny, you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Oh, you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Oh, so baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh, yeah. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Tasty. You're looking so tasty. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh. So baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh. Give it to me now.
I don't know why we parted. I don't know what went wrong. I just know that I want your body here with me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night.
This is summer love affair, putting flowers in your hair. Windows down in the Jeep as we pull up to the beach. Got this feeling like a crush. I don't wanna say too much, so I'm leaning in real close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, make a move. Oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart, feel you touching on mine. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. 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 Like a diamond in the sun, baby, now we're having fun. Turn the music up real loud. Come and find me in the crowd. It's so sweet like cherry rose. Close your eyes and start to fall. Got me leaning into close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, make a move. Oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart, feel you touching on mine. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation. It's a hot, hot, hot episode. Ooh, yeah.
Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. I can't swim. I'm a run from the life that I'm living, like a ghost fading into oblivion. Big win, big win. I'm a joke from a rope I'm swinging, just a bloke made of smoke and some thick skin, cauterized by the wound of a vision. A prison, a prison. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I'll have your word. Don't wanna be good for something if my life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead when, even when I have a heart attack. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. Idolize, idolize, that's a word game. I am sick, get a grip of my pen frame. You can.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectating UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, The stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the players' items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
That's real magic.
Sun and rain, sleet, snow, any weather. Just know if you can do it, I can probably do it better. Wow.
拿下下一个第一，
There's the gold violet.
要比你们都闪耀。
Team mình chỉ cần bé mèo này thôi là đủ quẩy team bạn rồi.
给点新颜色，笑笑。
Let KT.RY。
提起他的打野挥发，历经2个赛季的沉浮，终于是完成了自己的归。
我说过我会回来的。
任凭浪起。
Final 7 days in the regular season. We're coming close towards the end. Again, we are shoutcasters Kyung and Autolus, and we welcome you to the Wild Rift League Asia 2023 season number 1, day number 41 as well. We have another batch of APAC matches and CN matches in store for you guys. It's going to be a very exciting day.
Yeah, happy weekend, everybody. This is definitely going to be a banger of a day, since we have intense matches, starting it off with, you know, a rivalry that has been told many times now, Giyang, right? Like even during SEA Games, it has been NGX and Cerberus Esports that really fought for the gold medal. Up next will be Trace Esports, which kind of run into a small slump going against FPX, and our last match will be APAC's #1 team going against APAC's, I would say, number 7 or number 8 team right now in Team Clash.
Oh yeah, I kind of feel sad here a little bit for FPX, because this is going to be, I mean, this match is not going to allow them to qualify anymore for the top 8 in the CN conference, but hopefully they do have a strong finish in the remainder of their games. Here are the standings on the WRL as well. In the APAC standing, because we have KT.RY has been always sitting at the very top, and now one of the other APAC teams are going to challenge them once again. Team Flash sitting at the 7th spot right now still has a chance to qualify if they do win all of the games that they have left. I believe they have 3 more games, including this one against KT.RY, but again, this team is just unbeatable right now in the APAC standing.
Yeah, like the chances of Team Flash qualifying for the playoffs is very slim, as well as the other teams. But yeah, that has been the case, right, Giyang? But we move over to the Chinese conference or to the CN conference, and it is quite clear that we already have 8 teams that will qualify themselves to the playoffs. 8 very remarkable teams that, if you actually ask me if Thunder Talk or Trace Esports, EDG, WBG deserves to be part of the lower bracket run, I would 100% tell you no, because those 4 teams are also very formidable.
Oh, I mean, Trace Esports is just doing so well right now. Thunder Talk as well. I'm happy that EDG has been starting to, you know, climb back and prevented themselves from fully going down to the lower echelon in the CN bracket, right? Because they had a really big struggle. I believe they had like 4-5 game lose streak after their first defeat against KT.RY, and then it kind of was really difficult for them. But with Langui in the team right now, in the support line, the team has just been flourishing. And right now we go towards our first matchup, right? We have Cerberus Esports versus Nigma Galaxy. They battled twice in the 32nd Southeast Asia Games, one in the upper bracket and one in the grand finals. It was a victory by NGX, but Cerberus Esports has been improving so much in the past few days that they have battled.
Yeah, and again, talking about Nigma Galaxy, yeah, they ended up as the winners, as the gold medalists, but we have to remember that one of their key players, Chami, or their Baron laner, is not able to play, and so they will have to field in a different different strategy overall, with Hyde being there for them. Again, we are still on patch 4.1c, so anything can happen, really. So, if anything, yeah, we just have to set the storyline for this matchup that this is definitely a must-win for Cerberus Esports if they actually want to qualify for the playoffs. Because, again, if they end up winning against NGX, they will have the tiebreaker over them. And, by a little stroke of luck, then maybe we will see Cerberus Esports into the playoffs.
I mean, you need everything right now, right? If you're Cerberus Esports, if you really want to qualify for the playoffs, you need every single factor that can be considered into your wins. May it be your strengths, may it be the enemy team making a big mistake, may it be just some mere luck that you're gonna be having into your games. You need every single bit. And if you look at the stats, right, it's very competitive between both of these teams. But we actually look at Cerberus Esports more investing towards the first Herald into a first tower. Enigma Galaxy tends to prioritize Herald at time, but we do see them having a higher chance of getting the first dragon as well. And if we look at the blue side and red side priority, we can safely anticipate that maybe Cerberus Esports is gonna be comfortable having to be on red side, while Enigma Galaxy kind of prefers lately to be on blue side, especially with their ADC comp.
Yeah, of course. Like, that will only get unlocked if they get the first pick Gragas, a flexible champion that they can rotate over to high. We go over to the head-to-head, and this is definitely like the matchup that we have been anticipating for every single time. Yeah, I do know that Y1 is in place of Meliodas. Yeah, I do know that Cerberus Esports really is a different team now with Y1 trying the jungle role. But Just Chi, on the other hand, you look at his stats all across the board, is just so dominant. And the main reason being is because NGX plays around the guy.
Oh yeah, I mean, Just Chi is just phenomenal in both enabler champs or crowd control based champions, and also killer champions and assassins and whatnot. So it's really hard to take this player down on Enigma Galaxy. But Y1 has been improving a lot ever since he replaced Meliodas as a jungler. Right now, I think he has a similar playstyle towards Trevor if we compare him to a different player. With the Wukong and the Vi, CC champions suit better here for Y1 right now, because the other allies that is here on the side of Cerberus Esports are very aggressive, in which we go down towards Taco now, which is a phenomenal Baron laner here for Cerberus Esports. His Riven, his Renekton, he even tried out the Gwen at time and has played phenomenally with that champion.
Yeah, it's not to say that Y1 is not able to play carry champions. We have to remember that Y1's Fiora is also sick. So the flexibility will really come into play in helping Cerberus Esports at least try to upset Enigma Galaxy. On paper, Enigma Galaxy is the favorite team, right? In their previous matches, it has been like a long ongoing win streak in favor of Enigma Galaxy. We look into the other side of the top lane jungle synergy duo that we do have. It will be the battle between Taco and Hyde. And if anything, yeah, I really feel comfortable that Hyde would be okay facing against Taku, because this is not the first time that he will be facing Taku. Even, back in the day when Hyde was donning a different uniform, he has already been playing against the APAC teams, against the, Southeast Asian teams, and he has been doing okay.
Now we will hear our host just introduce our team.
现场以及屏幕前的召唤师们，大家晚上好！欢迎大家来到2023英雄联盟手游亚洲联赛的比赛现场，我是主持人维嘉。今天是常规赛第9周的第4个比赛日，第一场比赛将由西贡 CES 对阵帕赛 NGX。目前为止，在今天的比赛过后，两支队伍在常规赛都仅剩下2场比赛，而这几场比赛的结果也将直接决定他们的命运。那究竟谁能赢下今天这场命运之战？让我们到比赛中一探究竟。接下来，让我们欢迎 Saigon CES Esports 以及 Pasay NGX Galaxy。Hello everyone, welcome to the stage of 2023 Wild Rift League Asia 1. I'm Alora. Today is the 4th match day of Week 9, with the first match being played by CES versus NGX. So far, both teams have only 2 games left in the regular season, and the results of those games will directly affect their fate. So, who will win the battle of destiny? Let's find out in the game. And now it's time to welcome Saigon CES Esports and Pasay NGX Galaxy.
Hãy xem chúng tôi sẽ ghi điểm cụ thể như thế nào cho các bạn ngày hôm nay.
Are you guys too relaxed? Why I can't see you in the ranking?
Spicy exchange of words from both our players. Let's see if Cerberus Esports can land an easy score on Enigma Galaxy.
I'm trying to understand what Just Chi did try to say. Is it the ladder? Is it like the... Because I can see them in the rankings, but not in the playoff rankings, right? Like, you understand what I mean, right? Like,
yeah.
They are at the bottom 4, but they're still part of the rankings. I guess, Just Chi's, what he's trying to say is that are you guys too relaxed that we are not seeing in the playoffs race? Well, we'll see. There still is a very small chance that Cerberus would be able to qualify themselves. But if they end up losing against NGX, they lose their tiebreaker against NGX and against now Esports, which basically cements their status of not being able to qualify for the playoffs. So this is definitely a do or die for Cerberus. Meanwhile, for Enigma Galaxy, this win would really cement their spot into the playoffs.
It's important for both teams. Enigma Galaxy wanting to be more comfortable in their attempt to secure their spot or maintain their securing of spot in the playoffs, right? Because they have a total of 3 wins right now. And our other lower 4 teams like Cerberus Esports, Fennel are trying to climb up and reach towards their scoreline so that they can contest for that spot as well. Even Team Flash, I believe, still has a chance if they win all of the games that they still have remaining for the last 2 weeks, including today. And it's going to be a tough battle. But again, we have to take into consideration every single bit of the match right now, even the side selection priority, even the fight for side, in which we are going to be seeing Taco and Aaron actually participating here in the fight for side. Just a small note, Aaron played twice, hasn't won just yet, but is looking to finish strong right now. It's in matches against Taco.
Okay, well, that's not a good sign, right? If Aaron hasn't won a 1v1 match as of yet. We go over to the draft, and just to wrap things up about the playoffs race, to the viewers out there, you just have to remember that there are teams that are in full control of their destiny. Meanwhile, there are teams that needs to be helped by the teams that are above the standings. What I mean to say is that if the top teams end up winning all their remaining matches, then the bottom tier teams won't really have the opportunity to get that tiebreaker against them. And that's the reason why APAC versus APAC teams really has more weight than APAC versus CN teams. And yeah, there you go. Now that has already been set in stone, and we are looking into the bans. Yeah, so Riven, Zed, and Fiora has been banned away. And so we are now into a duel between the Draven and the Zoe, and this is actually a little bit scary for the Zoe, because you know how squishy the Zoe is. But if you're able to maximize your range and your pokes, which is not that hard to do, especially if you're at level 5 already, then chances are then Aaron might be able to squeak out a victory.
Draven, one of the strongest, if not the strongest ADC to be used in a 1v1, especially because of the spinning axis, is gonna challenge Aaron on his Zoe. A nurse Zoe right now, but like what you said, if you can just playfully execute your paddle stars, your sleepy trouble bubbles, and consistently poke out Raven, then you can somehow, some way win the matchup. But you also have to create some space, preventing Taco from poking you out as well, because I believe Draven has a higher range than the Zoe, 550 compared to 500.
Not sure.
I'm not so sure on the technicality of that, but the damage is just so pure on the Draven.
Of course.
With the spinning axe, it hurts so much.
Yeah, pre-level 5 should be favored to the Draven, just as long as he avoids all those skill shots coming from Aaron. And if Aaron does not land a very good item from, of course, the Spell Thief or the second skill, because that can definitely turn things around in a 1v1 scenario, right? Imagine if you get a free ignite or a free a free item that would really help you out in the 1v1 scenario, free exhaust. Those are the things that we have to consider as well. Now, this 1v1, I still think it's really favored to the Draven. That if Draven would just itemize correctly, like for example, first item, Bloodthirster, it will be a lot harder for Aaron to really penetrate through the defenses of Taco here. So this 1v1 is going to be an uphill battle, but we'll see.
I mean, we still have 100% win rate on the Draven, right? Against other matchups. Even yesterday, we have seen Trevor win and Scott type on a Draven Riven matchup. And in this case, Taco is just wanting to maximize his win percentage or win condition against Aaron. Try to give him a 0-3 on Aaron's standing.
A bubble as his first skill for Aaron, and again, this is what we are so worried about in this particular matchup, right? One spinning axe really dealt a respectable or sizable amount of HP against Aaron. Now, if Taku goes to level 3, then he will have access to all skills. And you look at his aggression.
Oh, Aaron actually getting the better trades on it. Just one more auto attack to do the trick. But unfortunately, he was zoned out a little bit by the spinning axis of Taku, so it isn't even trade-off, but I'd give that to Aaron.
Yeah, it is indeed a lot harder though if you are to look at this. Like if Taku just finds the angle, he can flash in and then have that whirling axe into the face of Aaron, and that should be it, right? Like you look into the summoners, Aaron does not have a flash, and Taku is just waiting for that perfect opportunity to flash in and deal the final blow.
And Taku always keeping his distance, keeping him behind a minion so that he can negate the damage from the Battle Star as well. Fortunately, Aaron still has a couple of mana left, but he has to be cautious, still having enough mana to burst out Taku if ever he does contest him while clearing up the wave. They should have some healing now to sustain themselves in the lane. Aaron, good damage, good poke. That's the exhaust coming through, and the auto attack. Aaron does it. First blood.
The winning champion in this 1v1, at least for the first blood, is Aaron, and that's big. Now it will be a lot easier for her on this champion because he will have access to level 5, and now that he has access to skill 2, he now has an extra item that he can choose to use if ever the Taku goes over aggressive to have that very big outplay. And now that Luden Cycle has been completed, now you can definitely say that Taku is on the back foot because the Bloodthirster hasn't been completed yet.
But the burst is real from Aaron, right? Also, we haven't really seen the max range Battle Star yet with the flash, and I'm looking forward to see that here from Aaron. If he lands the Sleepy Throw bubble, that's going to be huge here. Taku took so much damage from just one Battle Star. Now I'm worried about Draven.
Yeah, now he definitely cannot play. But Taku is trying to go over aggressive. Knows that he's not really going to win if he plays the waiting game. Tries to go for the gamble all in. Ended up losing, and there you go. 5 first side. The first win for Aaron in a 1v1 scenario.
That's the redemption that we have been looking forward to seeing Aaron on the 5 first side. Now, Nigma Galaxy will have first pick priority. I'm excited to see them on both blue side and red side, because when we see them on red side, we see an aggressive lineup looking for a lot of ganks. When we see them on blue side, there's a high tendency that they're gonna be going with the ADC composition. I think they're still looking for that redemption again for the vein of Demon Kite, for that really interesting composition that no other team actually tries.
Yeah, I don't think that it will show up today. Like, if anything, they would try to fight for blue side just because of the prominence of the Varus as a pick. As of as of the current meta in patch 4.1c, we saw yesterday Cold and Pete just destroying now Esports on the champion, right? Like dealing 42% of the damage of BRU is definitely going to, how should I call this? It is definitely going to entice this Dragon Laners to fight for that particular champion, because if we remember, right, if we go back to some history, during the Southeast Asian Games, Varus was also a very good pick for Demon Kite in where he was playing the Trinity Force route, right? So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if NGX ever decides to go on blue, just to get that priority on the on that very scary champion.
Yeah, Varus still very strong right now in the meta. We have seen a couple of responses now from other other Dragon Laners, right? The Corki doing so well even in yesterday's games. We have seen that as a possible counter towards the Varus. We have seen Thundertalk as well try and Ash against Rare Atom's Varus, and it did work, especially with the pressure of Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Nigma Galaxy is one of the teams that is highly comfortable using the Ash as well. So there's a lot of ways that NGX can actually approach this game. And as they do pick blue side, I'm just extra excited, because again, even if there's this a slim chance of them getting the ADC composition, it always fascinates me whenever they try it out. But also, having the first pick priority enables them to have the prio on the Varus. So if Cerberus Esports doesn't want them to get that, then they should ban it away.
The one noted counter to the Varus is the Vayne as well, right? Back into the League of Legends PC days, Vayne is going to get picked into the Varus because Varus can just do nothing whenever the
Easy
vein
dodge.
goes in with the tumble. Yeah. And plus the condemn, it's just an easy assassination on towards the Varus. But again, that is in League of Legends PC. In Wild Rift, it's a totally different game, different stats, different itemizations. Not really different itemizations, but different stats on the items. So it is really going to be interesting as to how Enigma Galaxy and Cerberus plan this out. Again, the trend has always been, at least since yesterday, that if you pick the blue side, you basically secure yourself the Varus as your Dragon Laner.
Will Cerberus Esports try to take something like a Yone in this game? Because that's something that I have been looking forward to see them, especially for Y1, but also Joshi can just fully utilize his champion as well. And I think it suits really well for their aggressive playstyle. Yeah, it soaks up a lot of resources, but Joshi, when he gets the resources that he needs, he can just fully utilize it and translate it into lane pressure, into kills, into more advantages for Enigma Galaxy.
I mean, he's the heart and soul of Enigma Galaxy. Like, if there's a player that I really think is the poster boy for Enigma Galaxy, it has to be Joshi, their jungler, right? Like, Joshi being one of the only few APAC players to be offered by contracts by a CN team, namely JDG, right? There was a stint by Joshi. He was part of the team B. He wasn't able to fly over to China, and that I think is the reason why he was not able to participate as their starting jungler. But you get what I mean, right? This player really is a beast, and rightfully so. Well, you give him the priority and he will do wonders. Anyway, going back into the draft, first pick priority on the Varus. Meanwhile, on Cerberus side, they just want to cancel out the duo of Varus and Nautilus.
Yeah, Enigma Galaxy also having a dual purpose with getting the Riven, right? Putting it to hide because he's just phenomenal with his champion, and also denies it towards Taku. But still, the Renekton is available so far. Enigma Galaxy can ban it out in the second banning phase and try to neutralize Taku. But Cerberus Esports says, okay, we anticipate that they're going to be doing that. Let's pick up the Renekton right now. Let's have a strong matchup for our solo laners. We have an answer towards the Gragas anyway. And we have an answer a little bit towards the Varus. We can take our time to determine what Dragon Laner we are going to be getting, because there's still a lot of choices for the APC and also the Corki, and even the Lucian can be picked up here by Cerberus Esports if ever they want it.
They will now be targeting Joshi because it does look like that NGX is still on the flexible route, right? This Riven can actually go to the 3 players that we do have for Enigma Galaxy. Hyde can play it, Aaron can play it, even Joshi can play the Riven. And so now Enigma Galaxy is targeting the Dragon Lane. And again, for Cerberus, I won't be surprised if they ban away the Lee Sin, just because it's Joshi that they are facing against.
Oh man, Garen removed. They are targeting Aaron, yeah. Enigma Galaxy has to remove some of the APCs that is a big threat towards teamfight. I think they might need to ban away the Yone has to be taken away in this case. Cerberus Esports can still pick this champion up if ever, but they can now pick up something like a Corki, because it is effective against the Varus, plus you are negating some of the champions that can be used in the mid lane by Aaron to go up against BMM. So again, dual purpose, dual benefit for Cerberus Esports. I'm loving the adaptation as well. Now they have late game scaling. The only thing they're lacking right now is maybe some supplementary crowd control here for their side. They banned away the Wukong. Enigma Galaxy picks up the Lee Sin, that ups the aggressiveness here of Enigma Galaxy, and looks like, wow, very aggressive lineup here for Enigma Galaxy. They pick up the Zen.
Very NGXX though, right? Like they do have the option to either go for the Zed or the Lucian as their last pick, right? It is kind of expected that they need some form of, supplementary damage to really augment further this Lee Sin. We all know that when it comes to the early game, Lee Sin is basically the king of the jungle. Now, on the other side, Cerberus round up their draft with a very easy to execute point and collect stun from the Vi. And you ask me if what I think about this mid-jungle duo between Aaron, Joshi, and Y1 BMM. I really favor Joshi and Aaron's lineup here because one, Zed is a very good counter against the Corki.
Yeah, And I just love the confidence that we're seeing right now from Nigma Galaxy, right? It's very showing off their playstyle. Aggression, look for kills, look for pickoffs early into the game. The Lee Sin and the Zed combination is just some of the things that I fell in love for Nigma Galaxy, because not a whole lot of teams actually picks up those champions, especially that kind of combination. And Cerberus Esports, yeah, they have the single target pickoff, they have the Jace for the pokes and the engages as well, but they always have to be really careful in the laning phase. Nigma Galaxy can also easily rotate across the map with the Lee Sin and the Zed, so even the side lanes are going to be very difficult here, or at least Cerberus Esports has to keep watch of all the lanes all at once, all the time.
Yeah, one way to really control it is by putting your vulnerable laners onto the mid lane, just to make sure that they will be a-okay when it comes to this rotations by the support and the jungle. But it's kind of hard to do. We saw it yesterday from BRU. The way they, maximize their laning phase was an absolute genius. And Naos really could not do a thing. But Cerberus Esports and NGX would be playing standard here, sending over their Dragon Lane duo, and then immediately would be transitioning their support to the mid lane, just to get that, early rotation, because that's been the meta here. Like, you send over the supports to the mid lane, and then afterwards they go over to the top lane, just trying to make sure that if ever there will be a skirmish, they will be there to help their team.
Sometimes they battle that's like this on Akeno and Draw, but sometimes they actually just walk up. But now BMM actually dealing a lot of damage here onto the Zed. First blood here picked up by Cerberus Esports. That was a bit of an oopsie here for Nigma Galaxy.
We all know that Nautilus is one of the strongest level 2 champions in the game, right? Even level 1, even at level 1, that second skill really gives you a huge amount of shield, plus those, small amount of magic damage does stack up, and that is a very good start for Cerberus Esports. It kind of slows down Aaron. And again, the goal here by Aaron is to be ahead of BMM, to be that threat against this marksman. It's kind of hard to do now after surrendering the first blood.
Yeah, BMM is more comfortable now into the mid lane, Akeno as well, having so much confidence with this champion. Hyde might need some assistance now, so naturally, Nigma Galaxy is going to be sending off a couple of their members into the top lane, try to alleviate the pressure from Taku, but also Cerberus Esports is going to have some room to pressure mid lane and even bottom lane at times. We have seen now the Jace adaptation here by Cerberus Esports. Genza doing really well with this champion against Demon Kite is a good sign by Cerberus Esports. But Nigma Galaxy still has some kill threat. If they can get the burst onto BMM, especially with Draw, again, just very talented on this Gragas, maybe they can shut down this core kit, try to translate it into top lane, and also influence the laning phase. Now, Taku is being threatened, forced to flash away, just been a mere pressure of Joshi, but on the other side, Demon Kite got killed.
Yeah, Y1, again, rotating so well. Overall, Cerberus Esports is really ahead of the tempo right now. Like, you are now seeing a 2-0 kill lead. Y1 being the one responsible and getting the kill. Bot side, meanwhile, on the top side, Just She failed to do so in return. And yeah, you cannot ask for a better start for Cerberus Esports. I do know that this is just the start of the game, and things could still pretty much change from here on moving forward, but this is why you love seeing Vi, right? It's so easy to execute. You tap in the flash, and just an easy point and click stun. Oh, Just She.
Yeah, catching out Genza. Here comes Aaron as well. The kick is a little off. Just She might actually be in trouble, but Death Mark's still going to be enough in terms of damage. They pick up the Jace, and now they have to defend Just She in this invade. Y1 not getting the punch there onto the Lee Sin is a good sign for Nigma Galaxy. Now they're able to pick up some gold, especially for Aaron. Can now start to accelerate as he matches against BMM.
Yeah, at least some sense of life, right? And also, BMM is not going to build, those very pesky hull breakers that gives you infinite amount of stats whenever you're isolated, right? Like those are the items that can really throw off a Zed, and so Aaron would have the opportunity to really get that killing blow against BMM. You look at his first item buy here, he's planning to go for Black Cleaver just to have that extra ability haste plus some HP as well and decent damage.
Wow! They actually go in. Aaron might actually get taken down. One more auto attack to do the trick, but Jussie is here. Can actually deal enough damage? The answer is no. One more is burning to death. Y1 almost got taken out, but a piercing arrow should let through. Just one more. Oh, misses the shot. And now Chain of Corruption there to alleviate the pressure from Genza. They couldn't get any kills.
This is no longer a micro or a macro thing, right? Some of it has something to do with NGX just being unlucky with their rotations. They're just a little bit behind. Y1 is now 2-0-0 and again is out jungling a Lee Sin very hard in this first few minutes, right? Again, we did emphasize that, Lee Sin is one of the best junglers to start the game for you, but looks like that Y1 was able to read the rotations of Jussie so well and is able to counter gank almost every single one of them.
We also talked about every single factor needed to qualify for the top 4, right? Including the luck, and Cerberus Esports is having an abundance of that right now. Able to survive so much near-death experiences. Enigma Galaxy trying to, shake things up with an RH takedown. No contest just yet, as Aaron is trying to do some damage here on BMM, but might need to be very careful because the dive is going to be happening. That charge is going to be used under a ward. Y1 is here, lock him down, put him to bed, and that's going to be killed here again by BMM.
Cerberus Esports, after getting the dragon, is now poised to take down the tower and the bot lane. So overall, again, a massive tempo advantage for them. Profit all over. And again, this is because Cerberus Esports was able to own the bot lane. How many kills have they done in the bot lane alone? First, it was against Demon Kite. Then it was against Aaron. Then it was against Jussie. Almost all plays by Cerberus Esports has been targeting this weak side of NGX. It was really very beneficial for Cerberus Esports, and this is really what I think is so scary about Cerberus Esports. You may say that NGX is the favorite team, but Cerberus Esports is still a very formidable and a very experienced team.
And after we see Cerberus Esports investing a lot on bot side, right, we have to look at top lane, but NGX wasn't really able to get anything in the top lane with Hyde, just because of the prowess here of Taku. Again, we go back into the bot lane. Another pick off gonna be initiated. They can just lock him down. This time it's Y1 that gets a kill, but again, it's still a kill.
Yeah, what has that been? That has been like the 4th time that Y1 did try to go to the bot lane and was able to net a kill for his team, right? Those are the things that you have to be wary of now. I understand that you kind of have to at least provide some pressure for your team and you have to walk up. But at this point, you kind of have to respect that the vibe would always be there, because that's 4 times in a row now that we've seen Cerberus Esports really gank that lane.
Almost like 1 kill per minute, right? Aaron even is going to get threatened off proactive play by Taco and even Akeno. They will flash in. Deathmark going to be used to try and dodge away, but Ignite is sticking. And still a kill will come through. 1 kill per minute. Cerberus Esports keeps on stepping on the gas pedal.
Yeah, after getting a pressure cove or a treasure chest on the bot lane, now they decide to follow Aaron on the top lane. Was able to get another kill. And again, Cerberus Esports, what a way to start the game. They're not yet done. They want to really put the pressure against Jussie and company. And, NGX, if you're NGX, you basically want to slow things down. And in order for you to be able to do so, you have to maximize your pick composition to its full effect, right? But we haven't seen Demon Kite connecting onto his Chain of Corruption, and we haven't really seen a very good Dragon's Rage from Jussie.
Oh man,
maybe we're just waiting.
I feel bad for Aaron. He's only 400 gold up, above draw, second to the last place in the gold department, and also has a 2,000 gold deficit against BMM. That's how big of a gap they have right now, and we're talking about a late game scaling Corki as well. So this guy, BMM, is just gonna deal so much damage as the game goes on. And Enigma Galaxy, their damage is also going to fall off. Especially coming from the Zed, from the Lee Sin. I'm starting to get worried for this team.
Cerberus Esports, their win condition right now is to just get all the dragons, because at the moment, NGX cannot do a thing, right? They don't have any answers, and at 4,000 gold behind, NGX is scrambling for whatever scraps is being left in the map, because Akeno and of course Y1 is just invading their jungle every single time. Now you look at BMM, he now has the package available, and they just want to secure another objectives for themselves. This is going to be the second Rift Herald that is most likely going to get used to open up the mid lane tower. So this is another big blow against NGX if Cerberus Esports does get their hands onto this objective.
Even the Dragon, right? Cerberus Esports has it in the bag. I don't think Enigma Galaxy is capable of contesting this unless they find the perfect opportunity to kill BMM immediately before the fight even starts. That's the only way they can win it. Negate the maximum damage dealer here on the side of Cerberus Esports. But it's so hard to do that right now. Cerberus Esports is just taking their time. Y1 is taking some damage from the piercing arrow. Actually negligible in terms of damage. Taku pops into dominance. That's a depth charge as well. They do get the RH, and they are just gonna get away without any pressure from NGX.
They're just gonna do a thing, right? Like at this point, what Cerberus Esports did was to just have their front line be the bodyguard that they need, just so that they can secure this Red Herald without contest. The good thing is that NGX was still able to defend the tower in the mid lane. It still has 401 health. But the struggle continues, right? The story continues. Will NGX be finally able to challenge for an objective here? The second dragon is a very juicy target for Cerberus Esports. Although, if anything, we know that Mountain Dragon is the healthiest dragon in the game. So, it will allow NGX to find some angle to get that, good flank or good assassination to primary targets that could turn around this team fight.
NGX needs to channel the steel energy here against Cerberus Esports. They need to be able to take this dragon up for themselves, prevent the scaling of Cerberus Esports from increasing time and time again, because if they do get the second dragon, it's going to be so hard for them to take them down. Draw goes for the isolation play, misses the target, as Cerberus Esports now responding with some pressure. Genza took a bit of damage, so that can be concerning for Cerberus Esports, but they're still fine.
Yeah, now that they don't have the explosive cast, there's really no way for them to disengage unless if they are to use the Dragon's Rage as a disengage tool. Cerberus Esports knows what's up, goes in.
Oh, cease and desist. Now they take Demon Kite down. There's no damage now coming from Enigma Galaxy. Aaron is trying to get a good angle, but he's prevented to do so. Gets the death mark here onto BMM, but good dodge from the Corki. Now they have better control, better position as well. Joshi is just trying to get some angle here, but he's being prevented from accessing this Dragon Pit. Enigma Galaxy already lost 2.
Yeah, and I think Joshi has to surrender this Mountain Dragon with the amount of crowd control available to Cerberus Esports, Akeno and Taku. Oh man, you cannot just do a thing, right? Even if you have like the best mobility in the world, even if you have like, the safeguard, the flash, what can you do if you get locked down by a Nautilus? What can you do if you get locked down by the Ruthless Predator? We look into that replay, and again, very decisive by Y1 to really go over the wall with the Vault Breaker into the flash, getting the head of the primary target in Demon Kite, and at that point, the formation has already been broken by Cerberus Esports, and everything was just so easy picking one by one. It does look like that this is a go next angle already, unless there's like a very big mistake that Cerberus Esports would do in this game.
And we kind of predicted this would happen, or this strategy would come from Cerberus Esports. The double scaling, well, it's not really double scaling, but very aggressive composition with BMM also with the Corki, right? And Y1 as well, getting a crowd control based champion like a Vi to it to set things and accelerate the game in favor of Cerberus Esports. Is now manifesting so much, leverage against Enigma Galaxy. 6,000 gold lead, double dragons, and almost all outer turrets. All outer turrets already secured. So that is again translated into jungle pressure here for Enigma Galaxy. It's just so difficult now to turn the tides around.
Yeah, this is not to say that we're questioning the draft, right? Like, we look into the draft and we did say that there is like a specific win condition for both sides.
Yes.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I mean, even if you flip the teams, like Cerberus Esports would be happy to play the lineup that NGX currently has right now. It just so happened that if you look at how the early game really happened, right? Cerberus Esports was so good in punishing NGX multiple times on the bot lane, really opening up the game for themselves.
And there were a lot of deaths that they managed to escape as well, right? That could have been leverage for Enigma Galaxy. So those small things just cemented more leads here for Cerberus Esports now. And I just want to look at the items and the gold differences chart right now again, because Cerberus Esports, after getting so much resources, is so hard to take down. Even if they send 2-3 people to try and take down Tak, I don't think they are going to be successful in doing so. Or even if they do get the kill, I think the time bought there by Tak would be enough to send the other members as well.
I mean, you look at Y1, he's so ahead, he's so rich right now that he is allowed to invest a very expensive item in Guardian Angel. You look at him, he's trying to go in, goes into draw, which is not really the primary target, and so yeah, Cerberus Esports kinda just wants to secure this blue buff.
I think what Y1 wants to do is bait out the cast here for draw so that they can just have a all-in dive just like this onto Demon Kai. Jussie gonna be backing away. Good kick here onto the back line, but it's not yet enough. The damage coming through looks like they pop in a GA here from the Vi, but Y1 still stays alive. Draw almost got taken out. Luckily for Nigma Galaxy, everyone stays alive, but again, it's Cerberus Esports taking full control.
Yeah, that's the best possible outcome that you can ask for if you're NGX. No one dying in that particular interaction, and you being able to pop the Guardian Angel. Remember that Guardian Angel is one of the most expensive item in the game. If I'm not mistaken, it's 3,400. Used to be 3,000 gold, and that's the reason why it was prioritized by almost all junglers. But you get what I mean, right? If you actually try to buy the Guardian Angel as an item, effective gold of this item is so low, because it just gives you an extra life, and once it's on cooldown, it basically is nothing, right? To the gold that you have spent on it. In fact, there is actually a specific Reddit post that I saw from yesterday night in where someone computed the gold efficiency of all items in the Wild Rift game, and that is definitely something that I really want to study, because he just did a table of what items really would maximize your gold turnout.
I'd love to see that, if ever, as well. And it makes me like, look back at the days in the PC version. I believe the lowest cost of GA was 2.6 before, with like the old item of Guardian Angel, and right now it's just so high value. And we even saw it on Y1, right? Being able to stay alive. He has a lot of tank items as well, Warmog, so it's again so much resources that Nigma Galaxy has to put just to take this Vi down, just to prevent him from accessing Demon Kite from the back line. And it provides so much safety and space for the rest of the members for Cerberus Esports to just continue attacking.
Yeah, but this is basically the win condition of Cerberus Esports now. If they get to claim this third dragon, I don't see a comeback for NGX. Some may say that this is more important than an Elder Dragon, because this just basically multiplies your stats by 3.
Oh yeah, best win condition. I just love the scaling kit, and Cerberus Esports is banking on it. Dominus gonna be popped, Draw gonna be backing away. That's a big damage from the Shock Blast, and Cerberus Esports going back into the Dragon. Nigma Galaxy, they want to stay, but they're being forced away.
This dragon has reset though, so the fight continues. Draw does not have enough mana to really do much. Meanwhile, Akeno is now going in.
Oh, the Aaron as well took so much damage there. Draw gonna get taken down immediately. That's a tank member, that's isolation, that's a front line for Nigma Galaxy. Gone. Next target gonna be, is this Riven? Oh man, this is so bad here for Hyde, and now Cerberus Esports just wrecking on them. Good kick by Judgy to alleviate the pressure, but again, Cerberus Esports can just go back into the Dragon, rinse and repeat, keep NGX away, and just keep on getting kills while they get this Dragon.
Yeah, this is the third Dragon in the game. Very decisive by Cerberus Esports to just go all in. This is all Akeno. We have really, praised Akeno for his playmaking skills ever since his days with his former team, and even with his new team, Cerberus Esports. They are very formidable whenever Akeno is on a playmaking champion. And so now with a massive lead that Cerberus Esports has, 9.2k in gold, 3 dragons for themselves. We are just waiting for formalities here, right? The only way for NGX to really come back into this is if they are able to steal not just an Elder Dragon, but like an Elder Dragon and 2 Barons, and that's and like asking for plus an ace, and that's like asking for a lottery number to pop up in a paper or in a piece of paper or something, because that's just going to be a far that's just going to be too much to ask, I guess, in the Wild Rift game.
A big stretch. Cerberus Esports has been playing this game so efficiently, and there's no counterplay to it. Look at it. They're just getting this ban for absolutely free because they established so much vision control in the top side river. Now they have full confidence to just engage onto anyone, just like the entirety of this game. Enigma Galaxy has been trying. It's not for the lack of try that they're losing right now. It's just because of how efficient Cerberus Esports has been in the counter plays and the responses. Look at them splitting up as well. Push into the top lane while the rest is in the mid lane. It's just so hard to deal.
Yeah, and now, you get to ask yourself, if you're NGX, how do you answer this one-way ticket that Cerberus Esports is currently good at? Wait, last clash?
Yeah, Kendo got kicked, but I don't think it's enough pressure here for Cerberus Esports. They bashed the tower already into the top lane. Now Stasis is going to be used by Justin. Able to escape, but Taku is taking too much. Stasis in as well, but Genza actually goes in with the into the skies. I think they can just take this inhibitor tower and just go with the Nexus. Cerberus Esports, what a clean game.
Yeah, this indeed a very clean game. Cerberus Esports clinging to that small hope that they are able to qualify to the playoffs, and I believe that they are only able to do so if they end up having a tie with NGX, because if they end up winning this 1v1 or this duel against NGX, they would be getting the tiebreaker. So again, this is definitely a massive game for Cerberus Esports. There's this small chance for them to qualify to the playoffs, and they are actually one win away from securing themselves just that.
And that win was so good. I mean, I can't help but recall the statements that they have exchanged during the Trash Talk session, right? And I remember Cerberus Esports saying that it is going to be an easy game, and in this game number 1, they made it seem like it's so easy, especially because of how they were very aggressive in the early game. A kill per minute in the first 10 minutes of the game. It kind of slowed down in the mid to late stages of the game, but it's because Cerberus Esports were taking objectives now, taking all the dragons, the RH, the towers, and even the Baron at the very end, and Enigma Galaxy just can't do anything.
This is the most snowbally lineup that you can ever ask for, right? You have a Nautilus, you have a Vi, and then you have the Beast and the Renekton that should be able to help you out, lock down a specific champion. The reason why I called it a one-way ticket is because when they go in, that basically means the end of whoever they go into, right? Or go in against. And, one would say that they have drafted like a Lucian in place of the Zed. Will it be better? Possibly, right? Like in hindsight, it's always 2020, Giyang. And the reality here is that Cerberus Esports was just able to get the early game. And I do know that NGX knows this. Coach TG, Coach Fansu do know this. That the main reason why the game was so hard was because the early game was a disaster from minute number 1.
I mean, there are a set of win conditions to be met here by both teams, right? And it's just very fortunate here for Cerberus Esports to meet with theirs and deny the opportunity for Enigma Galaxy to get their own. Y1 has been the key to those engagements as well. No deaths, and just an incredible performance overall with an engager champion, an enabler champion for Y1. And I'm going to be looking forward to seeing more of it from him.
True, indeed, and this is definitely not the version of Cerberus Esports that we saw from SEA Games, because back during SEA Games, Y1 was asked to carry. He will be playing Fiora, he will be playing all those carry champions, but now that he is starting to play for the team more, Cerberus Esports is really on the up and up.
Oh yeah. They are evolving right now, a new and evolved version of Cerberus Esports, and let's see if Enigma Galaxy can stand strong in game number 2 as they try to resist and push to game number 3. We are your casters, Giyang and Nautilus. We'll see you we'll see you again after this short break.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information.
Cerberus Esports landed the first blow against Nigma Galaxy. Let's see if they will finish strong with a 2-0 as Nigma Galaxy tries to push this to a game number 3. Again, we are your casters, Gamma Nautilus. We are excited for game number 2 after seeing an evolved version of Cerberus Esports.
Ooh. Cerberus then decides to go on the red side. Why fix what's not broken? And so now Nigma Galaxy is being forced to make a decision. Are they really going back to prioritize the Varus, or are they going to switch things up, make things a lot easier for them? Because if anything, Cerberus Esports went for the full crowd control, easy to execute, -1 composition. Meanwhile, Nigma Galaxy, kind of want to flash it down, or kind of want to be flashy with the Zeb, with the Lee Sin. But, if anything, we all know that Nigma Galaxy is actually very capable in doing so. This is a very good ban, in my opinion. Taking away the Nautilus kind of takes away 1/2 of the Nautilus plus Varus duo. Why not take away both?
Yeah.
That is so interesting.
And that's the luxury of being on blue side, right? Now Cerberus Esports is forced to decide. Do they ban the Wukong? Do they ban the Jace? Do they ban the Gragas? Looks like it's going to be a Jace ban here for them. And that provides Nigma Galaxy to now pick up the Gragas for absolutely free. Isolation play is now here.
Yeah, not really the best performance by Draw during game number 1 on this champion, but we do know that, Draw is very capable in playing this champion, right? We have this term for him, or we do have this coined verb for him, the quick draw moment, in where he would go and engage using his flash body slam to really its full effect. And so I do understand, by banning away the Varus, this could also mean that Nigma Galaxy is targeting the Senna.
Ooh, yeah. This is an interesting pick from BMM. He is very strong on this
Oh.
champion. I believe he got an MVP performance with this during one of their PH matches. Yeah, they had BMM had an MVP performance during the second game against Fennel, and he was phenomenal on this champion. Threatened the Varus pick even, and now with the Mega Inferno Bomb of the Ziggs, this is just so explosive from Cerberus.
That's okay. Nigma Galaxy though has the option to go for the Ashe. One of the champions that has started to become relevant, at least in recent weeks. It is also a very good soft counter to the Akali just because of the Hawkshot's ability to detect stealthed units. And so now Nigma Galaxy prioritizes the champion of Just She. Also, one thing to note, we also have to remember that Hyde may play the Gragas. So this is still up in the open. Nigma Galaxy could still go for a double, could still go for a marksman composition, putting Demon Kite onto it, with the Lulu. So I won't be surprised if Cerberus does respect, that particular option. But this is interesting. This is
new.
Yeah. Okay. So this is Demon Kite. Most likely is going to play utility for Just Cheat. But the question is, who are you going to augment? Because normally you see a Karma as a boost to an Aatrox, to an Olaf, to a Yone. Yone is open.
It is. But Cerberus Esports has first pick priority after this second banning phase, so it's going to take a lot. This is a big risk that they are taking right now. If Cerberus Esports doesn't get it, if they get something like a Renekton or a Riven into top lane, which they need as well to have the best kind of synergy with the Ziggs, then it should be fine. But Nigma Galaxy, I think they will have a really good engager if ever the Yone gets picked up for Aaron.
Yeah, massive respect to the Vi Ziggs Galio combo that can easily terrorize one of the members of Nigma Galaxy easily. Yeah, you ban away the Karen. This is one of the champions that I think is a very safe option for Nigma Galaxy if they ever choose to put Gragas onto draw. Again, this is still a very open draft for Nigma Galaxy. We still haven't had a final glimpse as to what they are planning to do with their champions. Wukong for Cerberus Esports will most likely mean that Y1 gets his engager, and this is like the same problem that haunted Nigma Galaxy during game number 1. Those engages by Y1, especially during the early game, was so good.
I actually thought that the Wukong would be banned away by Nigma Galaxy instead of the Xin Zhao, especially the high priority on the Wukong, right? This is just a massive team fighting base composition by Cerberus Esports. It's going to be very difficult for Nigma Galaxy to penetrate through, even if they have a lot of damage, even if they do have the isolation with the cast. It's still so formidable here for Cerberus Esports to just regroup and just run them over. Now the Riven gets denied from Taku once again, but still nothing to be afraid of.
Oh, okay. For melee composition, it will be Demon Kite that would be playing the Karma. So it is, the heavy on the bruiser side. At least now, it's becoming clear what the identity of Demon Kite is. It is to help all these bruisers to really get the advantage. Remember, as a Karma, you have that Transcendent Embrace. And I do understand where you're coming from because I have the same reaction. No way indeed. This Rengar is definitely not going to have the best of times, right? Like Y1 going into all this tanky champions that has a very good crowd control, plus the fact that the other side does have the Predator. Was that Predator, right? Or Alien?
Yeah.
No, that you get what I mean, right? Thrill of the hunt. The rivalry between Kha'Zix and the Rengar. I just hope we will be seeing the small quest that will happen at level 13 mark for both the junglers if it is ever present in the tournament realm.
Are we going to see Y1 try to do a dough against Joshi here? Because KT.RY won a game number 3 with a Rengar pick against Nigma Galaxy during day number 15. It was way back, and still it is something that maybe Cerberus Esports is wanting to mimic here in this game number 2. It shows confidence, it shows so much aggressiveness on their side, but we can worry a little bit. I mean, actually a lot I would have preferred to see maybe a Yone here on Cerberus Esports side, because again, it has a better kit, especially with the layering of 3C. But we do get the intention here, Cerberus Esports. Maybe they want to just have, you know, a good rivalry here as well. Kha'Zix and the Rengar.
This is definitely going to be a very explosive one, right? Like, the composition by Cerberus Esports earlier was just the one-way ticket thing. Meanwhile, this lineup of all bruisers, all long drawn-out teamfight champions, I expect this is going to be a bloodfest between these two teams, because you look at the lineup of both teams, there are only 2 ranged champions, and that's the Ziggs and the Karma. So, yeah, everyone goes in. Everyone wants to be in the face of the opponent, and if anything, in a brawl of all melee champions, I really favor the Karma, because it kind of gives you a lot of AoE skills, shields, and plus the Transcendent Embrace can just turn around fights, right? You can make a case that Ziggs is also a very good option, but I just value Karma more whenever she's paired up with all this beefy frontline to help her out.
I mean, it's similar to how the Lux interacts against the Ziggs, right? You have the shield for everyone to negate most of the damage coming in from the Mega Inferno Bomb, and also it provides movement speed. So in terms of chasing, it's going to be good here for Enigma Galaxy, especially with all those engaged champions that they have, the Riven, the Renekton, even the Gragas. Just going to have a better way of closing the distance. Down to the mid lane, Roman actually be in trouble, took so much damage here from a Canon BMMN.
The level 3 spike, but luckily for NGX is that Just Chi is now here to try to help out this suffering lane. Hyde did get the priority on the top side, which means that this Scuttle Crab would go over to Just Chi, and this is basic concept of Wild Rift, right? Like, if you basically win your lane, you help out your jungler even more by allowing yourself to be present if ever there will be a skirmish. This 1v1 between Demon Kite and Genza, I don't think there will be anyone dying anytime soon, right? So this is just, you know, some pokes here and there, and all about wave clear.
Unless Demon Kite tries to be extra aggressive, right? It does poke out a lot onto Genza.
Please don't.
But it's so risky to happen, especially with the Rengar on Cerberus Esports. If you overextend, even for a small bit, it's going to be
Let's talk about Rengar by a bit, and we have to remember that his passive is like the most noble passive in the game. The more unique takedowns that you have, the more damage that you have. So that is basically what we call bone tooth necklace. You're right. Yeah, it's bone tooth necklace. And so Y1 really needs to find those heads soon and fast. It's going to be a very big bonus if it's against the jungler of the opponent, because if Just Chi ever slows down against the Rengar, then, you know, Rengar would have tempo advantage overall, and it will be a lot easier for Cerberus Esports to pull off their combo. Not to mention that Y1 can actually build, you know, the Bruiser build, the Super Sustain.
Divine Sunder.
Divine Sunder, Renekton. Sorry, Rengar. Divine Sunder Rengar. To really just boost his sustainability, and being that annoying frontline is also something that Cerberus Esports could bank on in this game.
And that build path is specifically what Y1 did during their match against FPX as well. Game 1, he didn't really get a couple of kills, but he was just there to supplement the rest of the team. And it was an incredible, interesting game as well. I was dumbfounded when I witnessed that game. But BMM had actually been in trouble, able to still escape. Keno just helping him out despite the presence of Just Chi.
You're all missing out his body slam. It could have been a kill. I think, you know, there was an angle for Just Chi to come in. The Galio was isolated by a bit, but again, no kills. And this is not the NGX that we expect, right? Every single time that we cast NGX, pre-5 minutes, there should have already been a first blood. But Cerberus Esports and NGX is playing it safe, feeling the pressure. This is a very important game for both squads, and they kind of want to be risk averse, at least in this particular game number 2.
A lot of respect being shown here by both teams. Yeah, Enigma Galaxy has been looking for picks, but they're not overextending themselves. Good steal out by Aaron. They got this Scepter Crab for him. BMM says, "Aw, that is kind of sad here for the Akali." So again, just some minor resources taken here by Enigma Galaxy. As long as they keep the pressure going, they should be fine as well. Come 5 minutes on the objective, they actually have a better standing chance, I would say, because they have the single target lockdown, the CC as well. It's going to be very difficult for Y1 to go in.
Yeah, that's true, and that's this is like the worry that I do have. Same can be said for Joshi, though. There's a lot of tanky members that he has to be mindful of with his assassination plays. But if anything, this 5v5 is now finally going to start to happen here in the Infernal Dragon. This is the explosive fight that we are waiting for, unless there's going to be a handshake, and it does look like the Joshi is already on the other side of the map.
And I believe Cerberus Esports saw him going there as well, so now they're starting the Dragon. But that doesn't mean that Enigma Galaxy won't contest. Dominus has been popped up. That's the perfect execution here by BMM, doing some damage here onto Aaron. Wind Slash going to be available. Gets a burst out, gets a kill onto the Galio, but the Dragon is still going to get taken down here by Cerberus Esports. But a flank by Joshi prevented BMM from going into the mid lane. I think they're going to be happy with a handshake. RH used into the mid lane as well to get some goal for Joshi.
True, but I still like, you know, Cerberus Esports being able to get the Infernal Dragon, because again, that 3 dragon win condition would always be very beneficial. I do understand the notion though of NGX denying the Rift Herald, especially against a Ziggs lineup, because 1 Rift Herald could just mean 1 satchel charge, and that would be the first tower, right? We'll look into the replay, see how it all happened. They first targeted down BMM, but more importantly, Draw with Explosive Task was able to isolate 1 member, and this is why we love Gragas in the current meta, or the support players really love the Gragas, right? With just 1 skill, he can make a play that will be very beneficial for your team, and it's a very flexible skill as well. You can use it as a disengage tool, or you can use it as an engage one.
Might be the best one as well if ever Joshi was with the rest of the members of Enigma Galaxy, right? Because the isolated member means more damage for the Kazakhs, means that this champion of Joshi can just pop off in a fight. Now they have 2,000 gold lead. That is already good. They have damaged a little bit this mid-tier 1 tower of Cerberus Esports, and if you look at the gold, a lot of members of Enigma Galaxy are actually slightly ahead of Cerberus Esports. So that's an important mark. Y1 has yet to find the opening, but might actually find it in top lane, as Hyde is just going to hide away.
Yeah, Slice and Dice to safety. 4v2. Akeno doesn't have flash. That's a very good assassination. That's a very good assassination indeed. And now Aaron could actually get ahead of BMM, or maybe not.
Managed to still back away, and Aaron could have died as well under tower, so he just wanted to play safe. Needs to be extra careful. The rest is being very proactive. Now this is the Enigma Galaxy we know. Applying pressure, getting objectives, getting a couple of kills, and translating it into more gold.
Yeah, you know, they translated a kill against Akeno into a tower topside. Y1 though was still able to get something out of nothing, being able to bag away or grab away the red buff, which is, you know, a very good thing to have, especially if you are already at the state in where you can share your buffs. You're taking it away from 2 members. So yeah, a good takeaway by Y1. But more importantly, NGX was finally able to destroy the tower on the top side. Mid lane tower also on the verge of breaking down, and here in the bot lane, it's the same thing.
Oh man, Draw getting too deep though is a little troublesome. Fortunately, Akeno didn't actually go in alongside with BMM, so that's no pressure here for Cerberus Esports. I think they're taking their time. They're waiting for the next objective, because again, Cerberus Esports has translated from being very aggressive into the early game to prioritizing scaling at all costs, getting the dragons and just trying to maintain a good standing all throughout the game. But BMM is just gonna fall to a big victim. Oh, Cask as well. Ken would actually get taken down. Good throw. Send the embrace for the knockup. Now Y1's gonna be dead. Looks like he stays alive, just a little bit late into the fight. But Enigma Galaxy getting the picks.
Oh no! Hello there, my old friend.
Hello.
Joshi gets the head. Joshi gets the head of the jungler, and now is pincering down Akeno and Genza.
Wow, flash as well. Gonna be used. Looks like the feather is gonna work here against Genza as well. But Demon Kai took so much damage. The tower damage is starting to hurt. Aaron still gets one before he gets taken down. And that's a massive lead now for Enigma Galaxy.
Exactly. Looking at the kills, was that an execute? Because I don't see a kill count towards Cerberus Esports. It's still 6-0. It was indeed an execute. So everything is now pointing towards an NGX win. What a massive fight here in the bot lane. We look into the replay once again. It all started with BMM being tethered. And again, one way to control an Akali is to find, a champion that is able to detect BMM even under the Twilight Shroud. You look right away, you would see the tether connects onto her. And that's just easy picking by NGX. Akeno and Y1 did try to respond, but NGX is already 4-man strong here in the bot lane.
Now RA is going to be contested. That is a big transcendent blaze, but a Mega Inferno Bomb deals more as Aaron looks to execute them into the back line. Gets Taku as well. Genza going to be left alone. And he tries to escape, but a slow won't allow him to do so. Now that's an ace. That's a big win by Enigma Galaxy.
11-2. This is the explosive team fights that we were waiting for, and all this crappy champions that has been drafted into this game. Even the Ref Herald was did head over to Justshi. Turns out, in the battle of the rivals, Kha'Zix versus Rengar, Justshi does have a very sizable lead. Now he opted not to use the Ref Herald as of yet to make sure that he can use it as a distraction play heading over to the next objective 5, which is going to be the Ocean Dragon. So yeah, eyes on Justshi as to how he's going to use this Red Herald to really take away some pressure from Cerberus Esports.
Most likely it's going to be a spawn into the mid lane and then set some pressure on the bottom side. River, Hyde, and Aaron as well are doing a really good job shoving them away. But Taku needs to be extra careful still. Has some escape tool as they try to do some damage here onto Drone. Justshi. They're temping down. Aaron took so much damage, but so does BMM. Now Mega Inferno Bomb. Y1 gets obliterated in an instant.
No more jungler.
As Taku looks to go with a Cyclone. There is no steal capacity now for Cerberus Esports. But no! It's the Ziggs that actually gets it. So now double objective here for Cerberus Esports, but they're at the cost of their members. Again, just perfect fights here for Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, so Justshi was forced to leap away from the pit. And I know that there should not be a 50-50, but because Justshi was so away, BMM still being engaged on by Aaron. By the way, Aaron has been doing a very good work in controlling BMM. I just don't see him winning any of the skirmish ever since, minute number 5. Yeah, again, just going back, that still is a good thing to have if you're Cerberus Esports, but make no mistake, like NGX is still in firm control of this game with the amount of gold lead that they have.
They invest everything to get the dragon for themselves. That is, again, heroic, I would say, for Genza. But again, the gold lead is just so huge here for Enigma Galaxy. 12,000 in 12 minutes.
Yeah, it's returning the favor, and I think, this Rengar pickup is now struggling mightily. And again, Rengar is one of those champions that really wants to be ahead. Y1 is going to detect draw, but draw is so tanky. We just flash away, body slam away, and we'll be very safe.
And oh man, this Rengar pick, it's not just doing.
It's not it.
It's not it. It worked before against FPX, but it's not working against Enigma Galaxy. That's the line I was looking.
The reality is, it's really just hard to enter into all these champions that can just be in your face and deal a good amount of damage. And add to the fact that Aaron was able to win his lane mightily and steadily against BMM. That is a very big pressure alleviated from NGX's side, because imagine if BMM was on the winning side and Aaron is the one on the back foot, then maybe you can make a case that Cerberus Esports would have a better chance. But this 1v1, again, you look at the 1v1s, level 13 to level 11. Night and day indeed.
Oh man, and it makes you it makes me kind of think like Cerberus Esports might have disrespected Enigma Galaxy in this game number 2, because I love the other 4 picks. It shows so much aggression, it shows so much scaling as well, and it's so hard to deal with them. But the Rengar pick kind of neutralized it right now. I do get their intention, in which the Rengar has so much reach and has so much ways to just close the distance. The fighter build as well, or the bruiser build, allows the Rengar to stay alive longer in fights as well, but it's not having the impact that Cerberus Esports intended to have in this game, and Enigma Galaxy is just punishing every bit of that.
there is a 4K gap between Y1 and Just She. So if ever there will be a battle of the rivals here, or the Predator Hunt, I don't remember what it's called. Maybe chat can help me out, but that will definitely be on the side of Just She. He's 2 levels ahead of Y1.
Oh man, BMM gonna be in trouble as well. He's trying to hide under the shroud. Here's Ender is gonna be used to buy some time and help him out, but okay, he gets to escape. Aaron taking a bit of damage, still going in. They have the shield from the Karma from Demon Kite. That's the Meteor Ancient as well. Mega Inferno Bomb for the damage, but Joshi is just so mad right now. And he jumps in alongside with Aaron. Y1 forced to use the stasis. He is gonna be staying alive. Aaron goes in, got the stasis as well.
No way.
Finishes up. Y1 gonna be getting an he stays alive, gets killed in the end, but still got the kill for himself. That is just massive for Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, lots of space created by Just She going in, getting that double kill. Even Hyde was able to get this tower down to 832 health. And NGX just is firing on all cylinders in game number 2. Stark contrast from their game number 1 performance, in where we saw them really struggle against the members of Cerberus Esports. Let's look at that replay once again. We see that BMM got backed up by Akeno immediately, but again, with the amount of lead that NGX currently has right now, it's just so easy for them to just dive you under the tower. Just She going in, already level 14. This is a mess up by Aaron. Yeah, there you go. I kind of saw it, that stun. He wanted to combine it with a flash to really surprise the member of Cerberus Esports, but that's just, you know, a small thing that really did not turn disastrous for the members of Just She, of NGX. But we're not yet done here, and looks like someone is going down. The cat is dead.
Yeah, he just wanted to get his blue buff, man, but he wasn't even allowed to do so. Now NGX again turn onto the members of Cerberus Esports. They get the Wukong, they get the Galio as well, and they're just not stopping. Transcendent Embrace with a knockup. Draw goes in. That's a reset for Just She. The Stasis play is just so wrecking here on Cerberus Esports side. Enigma Galaxy gets 4 in exchange for 1.
8 towers to 0, 22 kills to 4. More importantly, like a gold lead that we have never seen before, or at least in recent times. 15k gold lead already at 17 minutes. Furthering it further, or just expanding the gold lead, is NGX by taking down this tower in the bot lane. Genza could not do a thing. He is the Ziggs. He is able to defend the towers, but not against 3 members. NGX is just, I think this is a GG go next angle, and we have a game number 3.
And the thing that Cerberus Esports has been investing a lot, alright, the dragon scaling, is now denied by Enigma Galaxy as they take the 3rd one for themselves with a massive gold lead. Yeah, we're just waiting for formalities. At most, it's just Genza that is ahead on his matchup with 1,000, but it doesn't even matter because all the threat from Enigma Galaxy is just always there.
2-0 and 17 for the Karma. And then you have... Actually, there is a very big problem that we have right now, Kiam. Or our production team has right now.
What?
And that is... who do you choose as your MVP? Because every single one of them is very deserving. Like, you look at Demon Kite. Demon Kite, perfect ADA so far. We know that Just She was so instrumental in this game as well. Aaron was able to knock down BMM multiple times and was able to get that 1v1 duel against him. Yeah, it is just so hard now to really decide as to who gets the MVP.
I mean, even if you ask me who the MVP is gonna be, I cannot answer it because every single one just popped off. Aaron might be in trouble, but looks like Y1 is going to be hesitating for a little bit. Looks on the other side, jumps in onto Just She, but is regretting every bit of it. That's now Enigma Galaxy going to be turning on to them. The damage is just so pure here from the Karma, the shields as well. Mega Inferno Bomb not going to hurt them at all as they continue on the onslaught. Onslaught after onslaught, jumps after jumps as this Kha'Zix, it just continues to fly.
Okay. Alright, I see you, Just She. Just She just wants to end this, and this is the formality that we've been waiting for like 10 minutes now. This is NGX securing game number 2 and extending this series into a game number 3. Now, Giyang, the problem could just have been solved with that last team fight, right? That
yeah.
jumping mechanics.
I just
this
love
part
that
to the last part. exactly. Like, what mechanics?
Can you use the stasis while airborne, like while
I think
mid jump
soon as no, I think soon as you are landed, that's when you can cast your stasis as a Kha'Zix. But more importantly, you know, those are the slick moves.
Slick moves.
That we have in the game. You look at the total damage dealt to the champions, it's a balanced effort. Hyde, Just Chi, Aaron, and Demon Kite all within like just 10k, right? Demon Kite being able to dish out like 28k damage. It's not too far from the damage that was dealt by Aaron and Just Chi. So it is really going to be tough to tell as to who backs the MVP. You know what? I'm going to give the MVP to the coaching staff of NGX because it's kind of hard to regroup your team in a with after that very big loss during game number 1 and being able to draft so well, drafting the Karma, having that Tether as well, and planning a 4 Bruiser lineup or 4 melee lineup to really help your Karma shine. I think this is an MVP that you have to give to the coaching staff.
Yeah, give the MVP to Coach Vanso and TG. I mean, they managed to just make this big adjustment for Enigma Galaxy in terms of composition. Also, keep the momentum in them relatively high, swing it towards this game, and even Hyde, despite his not so good performance in game number 1 because he got really bullied by the members of Cerberus Esports, managed to bounce back heavily in this game number. I believe he had like 5,000 to 6,000 gold lead against Taku in this particular game. Every single member was ahead, and Enigma Galaxy is just under full form right now.
Yeah, this is what we expected, right? Like on paper, we have been saying that NGX is considered the better team, although there's like a very big revision on the top side. Same can be said for Cerberus Esports, right? Their jungler is also not their original jungler. So these are teams that really went through the rough patches of being able to adjust their playstyle to accustom their current team. And so now it comes down to game number 3. I'm not 100% sure if Cerberus Esports will still be able to qualify because aside from the tiebreaker, Giyang, we also have to consider the amount of game wins that you were able to do, right? I believe that, Cerberus Esports, how many game 3s were they able to force in their losses? And how many 2-0s were they able to get? Because that's also one thing to consider, right? When it comes to tiebreakers. So yeah, I believe, Cerberus Esports wanted that 2-0 for sure, but is now on the verge of, going to settle for that 2-1 victory instead.
It's going to be tough here for Cerberus Esports. Yeah, if they win this, I believe they would have more total wins than Enigma Galaxy in terms of games, but the total losses that they have is just higher as well. So it's going to be really tough for them. I think the main win condition still here for Cerberus Esports is to win every single series that they have till the very end. Joshi gonna be getting the MVP as well. Style points at the very end is a nice touch.
Yeah, true. Like I really think that last team fight decided who won the MVP because it's so hard to really choose from the 5 members that performed so well. But Joshi, very well deserved MVP. And heading into game number 3, the question is now on NGX's coaching staff. Are they going to be content to still be on the blue side? Are they going to flip things over and go onto the red side? We have to remember that them being on blue side, they decided to ban away the Nautilus and Varus, and it threw off Cerberus Esports play.
Yeah. And what will Cerberus Esports do as well? Everything will be known after we come after this short break. We are your casters, Giyang and Nautilus. See you in just a bit.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration,
the decider match. Who will win in this game number 3? Will it be Cerberus Esports or Enigma Galaxy? Cerberus Esports had a dominating game in game number 1, but then Enigma Galaxy proved themselves that it was just a fluke and dominated them in game number 2. Now, we see Cerberus Esports be on blue side here as Enigma Galaxy takes red.
Forcing Cerberus Esports' hand right now. This is more of a mind game by the coaches. They are now pressuring Cerberus Esports. And, just want to make sure that come game number 3, it will be a total different preparation, right? Because if you flip over to from one side to another after 2 games of being accustomed on one side, it is basically a test for the coaches, right? Immediately, Cerberus Esports is banning away the Wukongify, the Jace of Aaron, and also, of course, the Akali.
So that leaves the Varus, that leaves the Gragas open here, but Enigma Galaxy can take 1 out of 2. Now it's Cerberus Esports that has the position of Enigma Galaxy in game number 1, in which Enigma Galaxy can just get the Gragas, maybe get something like a Corki as well to respond towards the Varus pick and just use it in the Dragon lane.
Kha'Zix. Encore! Repeat performance for NGX's Just Chi. And this is also an open draft for NGX because they can still go for the Ashe or Corki or even the Ziggs or Zoe. There's a lot of options in the Dragon lane. We all know that, Varus is already the top 1 choice for every single team out there. This is a very good denial from Cerberus Esports because if we remember, come game number 2, BMM really struggled mightily against the Riven of Aaron. So kind of want to take it away from him.
you have to take away the ribbon. It was just so good with this champion in game number
Yeah.
2. Also, the Galio gonna be coming through for Akeno once again. He was really protecting his members a while ago, giving everything that he can. I think it's going to be required in this game as well.
Yeah, one would wonder if NGX would prioritize the Garen that has been banned multiple times by Cerberus Esports. That is a champion that Hyde could opt back to if ever that they, plan to put him on the weak side. It is also a very good answer to the all ends of a Riven, because one good silence can just do massive work against this champion. But NGX is deciding against that and is wanting to secure their very own dragon laner in the Ziggs. I have mixed opinions of Ziggs now, right? Like this champion, even after the buff on his bouncing bomb damage, the main reason why I think he is kind of being relegated right now to a second tier dragon laner is because the satchel charge explosion threshold on towers is no longer at 15% at level 1. It is now at 10%. So that is kind of throwing off the tempo of teams that wants to secure the Ref Herald.
It's just I would say a massive nerf on the kit of the Ziggs, on why Ziggs should be picked up, because in terms of damage, there's a lot of champions that you can actually use, and we have seen even Demon Kite earlier deal a lot of damage and just provide so much protection with the Karma as well. And Demon Kite, I actually was looking forward to seeing him pick up the Corki as well, so that's kind of a bummer for me.
They're now forcing Y1's hands, right? Like Y1, you have to carry from the jungle. No utility champions for you. No Camille, no Vi, no Shenjiao, and no Wukong, right? So NGX is wanting that 1v1 between Just She and Y1 to be between carries and carries, not carry versus utility. Because come game number 1, if we remember right, Just She was on an okay champion, a carry champion in the Lee Sin. Meanwhile, Y1 was on the Vi. So yeah, they don't want that to happen again, unless if Cerberus Esports would go for Lee Sin for Y1, which is okay, actually okay in their lineup.
You tried that a lot of times already, had not really the best success initially, but over time he polished his movements, and I think it's going to be very comfortable with this champion this time around against Nigma Galaxy. I'm looking forward to seeing him make the proactive plays, and wow, they're going to NGX. Nigma Galaxy.
Oh, draw going back to the Rakan, the wings of the Philippines last SEA Games, and one of the main reasons why they were able to bag the gold medal. He wants to continue his winning ways, and he's wanting to help this squad of NGX. If you look at the lineup of NGX, Aaron is very squishy, Demon Cat also very squishy. So BMM and Y1 would have a lot of targets to go to, right? So Draw would have a very big task to make sure that this Zed and this Lee Sin will second guess themselves.
And I just want to comment a little bit on how Nigma Galaxy drafted as well, because they basically just picked up what champion per player wants to pick in this particular game. No swaps happened as well.
Let's see. Yeah, this game number 3 will really decide if Cerberus Esports still has a chance, right, for the playoffs. And this is where teams are very scary, because backs against the wall with everything to lose, they will just come out. And those animes, those animes that if someone is being pressured back against the wall, they just go on a different level. So they have to be mindful. And GX, this is definitely going to be a hard game for them, because if anything, in a series, closeout games are really the harder ones to play, because it gives you more pressure and all that. But we go back into this game number 3. We analyzed the draft already. We did say that NGX does have a lot of damage innate to their lineup. But when it comes to being tanky enough to sustain against the damage of Cerberus Esports, that's what I'm worried about. Will they be able to really outplay by being very mobile this lineup of Cerberus Esports, or will Cerberus Esports find the necessary peaks to snowball this game again?
And we recall game number 1, right, in which NGX struggled against Cerberus Esports. The main reason they did is because of really many unfortunate events, but this time around, Aaron is having a bit of a hard time, especially after that interaction with Akeno. Is again this time a good sign for Cerberus Esports, because now they have kill pressure in mid.
Yeah, this is the difference between a Rakan and a Galio and a Gragas, right? Rakan isn't really going to help you with the wave clear. And so Akeno was first to enter possession to help out his mid laner. Aaron did suffer a respectable chunk of damage here in the mid lane. But on the top side, this is, what, 4th time, 5th time maybe that Hyde is asked to play the Gragas?
Ooh, damage coming through from Demon Kai though. Genza just gonna be forced to go back a little bit and respect Demon Kai for the meantime. But Y1 lingering in the bot side is gonna be huge here. If he gets the timing on Demon Kai, oh, that's gonna be huge.
Okay.
First blood. Good combo as well from Y1.
Yeah, that Sonic Wave into a flash. So just respecting of Demon Kite's prowess. This is very similar of what happened during game number 1, where Y1 was able to deal the first blood against Demon Kite. And you know, if you're NGX, you have to be careful, because now the rampage is on for Cerberus Esports. You look at their movements, they are so crisp and they are so forceful as well.
And Enigma Galaxy is now being forced to be reactive towards their movements. They're gonna be going in just for a slight poke here onto BMM, but Aaron, since he's very low, he cannot really respond and follow up.
Yeah, that Scouter Grab on the top lane and in the bot lane was eaten by Y1, so that is definitely an advantage. He's already level 5, dude. And you know what's up. Whenever you see a level 5 Lee Sin, he can just combo anyone to death. But Just G, trying to find some camps for himself, is going to camp in this very sneaky bush and will most likely get Genza.
Oh, no flash anymore for Genza as well. That's going to be huge. Megan Firmao does have the flash, but still, it's not enough to save his life. Perfect timing for Just G. Now Draw is going to be going towards him as well, able to escape BMM and Akeno.
Yeah, Just G was able to return the favor, right? Like, you gank my dragon lane, I gank your dragon lane, and the best thing about that is Just G did not even use his flash. The flash was held off. The Mega Inferno Bomb forced the flash off the Varus, and yeah, he was still in range by the empowered claws by Just G. And now we are in a very even game. And this is what we expect, right? In this game number 3. This is anyone's game, and NGX is now trying to find some tempo for themselves, especially because their lineup is very scaling focused, right? Like, they do have the Corki and the Zig, so they kind of just have to slow things down.
Oh, Y1 gonna get caught. That's a kick here from Draw, but still has the quickness to escape. I do like this Rakan pick, especially for a Ziggs composition, because you have so much synergy and combo for the Mega Inferno Bomb, but Draw still gonna get low. Here's Entrance gonna be cast out. The Demon Kite flashes away.
Genza?
Well! Ooh, almost got taken out, but Aaron's here to do some damage. Again, the Justice Punch is hitting him back. One more! And Demon Kite gets a kill.
Demon Kite is a beast, man. Like, being able to land 3 skill shots in a row onto the flashless Genza just remembered, you know, some bitter memories exactly of what happened to him, you know, in most recent times of playing against the Ziggs. We look at that replay once again. Y1 really wanted to get that kill against Draw, and that little shield from the passive of Rakan was actually enough to dissuade that assassination coming from Genza. 1, 2, 3 skill shots connecting from Demon Kite was what they needed to really get that counter punch in. And don't look now, Gyeong, it may look like it's a very even game, but NGX does have full control on the tempo.
I mean, the scaling, the gold funnel is so good here for Enigma Galaxy. Just she pick up a kill already. I believe Demon Kite as well, so that's so good in terms of damage translation. Now into objective pressure, the composition is designed as well to have the biggest burst possible with the quickness to Mega Inferno Bomb combo, and that's just so pure here for Enigma Galaxy.
I think the package will expire soon, and that I think is a very Chains of Corruption not connecting onto Draw. Had it connected, that would have been a very big blow against NGX. Package is going to be used to say, Hi and hello to this Mountain Dragon, and this is going to be our first 5v5 because even the Baron laners are already here to contest this dragon.
I love how Draw managed to dodge everything there without using any flash, any skills. He did use a grand exit away after wards, but now he has the quickness to burst into the set. Immediately gets taken down. Now the cast for the isolation play. There's the kick from Y1, but it's not really doing anything. Justy picks up. Justy got taken out by Y1, but still massive win here for Nigma Galaxy. 2 versus 2 trade. They still have good HP, except now that Aaron got hit by an arrow.
Yeah, it is actually an even trade game because we look at how Y1 played that out. The first punch was from NGX. They were able to get ahead of BMM right away with Draw's ability to lock down a target, right? Quickness into the Grand Entrance is just so good. But Akena was still able to cast his Grand Hero's Entrance to really provide some resistances onto his teammate Y1. And that is like the biggest difference maker. You look at Y1 being able to survive that all-in.
And now they go in once again. Chain of Corruption has already been used. And now there's no utility from Cerberus Esports. I think they have to give this objective away now.
They're not done yet. They still want to contest this Mountain Dragon. Has been 2 minutes now.
Yeah, BMM exposing. There is Y1. There's the death mark going to be used. The steal comes through here from Y1. But what will be the cost? As now Nigma Galaxy going for the Mega Inferno. They already got 2 people down. Hyde just trying to tank in all the damage, but it's not going to be enough. BMM has the burst, has the backline as well. Demon Guy got obliterated there by the Zed, and BMM is just popping off.
A 4-4-1, and plus the fact that they were able to secure the Dragon off of a very good Dragon's Rage. Just she was kicked out of the pit, and it wasn't easy to secure. He was able to leap inside, but with the amount of damage that Cerberus Esports was able to possess, the first 5v5 team fight was a 2-4-2, but this time around, Cerberus Esports cleans house and gets a very good advantage.
Yeah, especially with BMM's prowess, he was patiently waiting by the pit or near the pit and managed to just time his engage perfectly towards NGX. And now, force a little bit back, they managed to get them item as well. 3 Yomu's Ghost plays there on the Cerberus Esports side, and NGX, they recognize the damage.
Definitely, like this is their power spike, right? This is where they're strongest. Whenever you have an armor penetration item, it's so cheap, it's so good when it comes to dealing early game damage, and so NGX would feel the arrows, the shurikens, and even the kicks coming from Y1.
Oh man, this is going to be tough. Y1 is gonna get infiltrated here. Mega Inferno Bomb has been invested already. Justy picks up the RH, but Nigma Galaxy is going in the front. Akena might actually get taken down. This is a good sign now by Nigma Galaxy. 1 kill, 1 RH after the massive team fight from the bottom side River. Now they're getting this tower absolutely free.
True, and now Justy and company is not yet content. They want to escort this Rift Herald onto the second tower, and they would be able to do so.
Oh, Hyde almost got
BMM dead.
hit there. Oh, that's a kill on the BMM. Massive burst.
Even Aaron is trying to sniff an angle to get a kill against Y1, and you know that Cerberus Esports is in the back foot because that's like 2 kills that they surrendered. 1 Rift Herald, 1 tower as well, and so NGX just had the pleasure of going back and shopping for more items to further augment their lead right now. And this is definitely a very scrappy game, right? Cerberus Esports was able to win the Dragon fight, but this time around, NGX returns the favor in the Rift Herald fight.
Yeah, reduce the gold lead now of Cerberus Esports to only 1,000 gold, going towards 2,000. But see this again.
Yeah, this is Y1 trying to get that angle, right? At BMM, he was pushed over by the Herald.
That's sad.
That is a Rift Herald donning a jersey of Nigma Galaxy. Call him NGX Rift Herald from now on.
NGX Shelly is the key now for this game. So unfortunate for BMM. Quick Blitz was used by Draw already, but nothing to be worried about here.
Yeah, those are the small interactions that it's not every day that you see, but if it ever happens, it's a very satisfying interaction. And again, kudos to our replay team, our highlights team, even slowing down the highlight for everyone to see what happened in that exchange.
They have good eyes, really good eyes, and really good coordination as well in And the back-end team having the perfect replay to show us what happened specifically in that fight. Oh, did they still get it?
Yeah, they did.
Oh, okay.
They did. I was talking about NGX. They were able to steal away the blue buff. And this is now starting to become a problem. Now it's a 2.6k gold lead for NGX. They were able to destroy the tower mid lane, and on the top lane, if you look at the bottom lane tower, it's also just a few autos away from going down.
Look at Joshi's gold lead against Y1 as well. It's
He's
massively
so good.
2,000. Oh my god, the damage!
Boom!
For the bomb! Almost
Okay.
chunking down Y1 to 0, but still able to back away.
The dude is so good with his Kha'Zix play, right? Does not hesitate to use the Void Assault to surprise the opponent. And even Genza is, even with the Edge of Night, it's not really helping him out. 0, 3, and 4. So a Varus that was prioritized. I guess there are just a few teams that can really first pick the Varus. And Cerberus Esports might need to really assess if it's first pick worthy moving forward, because you look at how it happened in this particular game, and it doesn't look like first pick worthy for CES.
Enigma Galaxy just being able to counter the champion so much, especially with Joshi, with Demon Kite, as well as Hyde just perfectly isolating the members of Cerberus Esports. They're well coordinated in this game.
Yeah. Also, Hyde on the Gragas, right? This Gragas was used as a flex pick, but here comes the 5v5.
Joshi attacking the dragon right now. BMM getting spotted out, forced to disengage.
Genza
sitting under a ward. Valkyrie gonna be used. That's a quickness onto the back line, into the cast as well. The isolation damage got Y1 already, as BMM is just lost. It couldn't enter now. Akeno gonna get sniped away by Joshi too. And now they turn on to BMM. Hyde is getting low, but still able to dodge 3 shurikens. Flashed in by the Zed. But on the other side, Genza is getting taken down by Aaron. One more fast bomb. They do get the kill onto the Zed at the very end. Oh man, Enigma Galaxy is just so clean now.
Yeah, Demon Kite. One blind bomb.
Almost.
Yeah. He did not have vision. He tried to guess where his opponent was, and Genza was just one team away from dying. But this is NGX, man.
NGX.
They were able to really take down the dragon off of a very good team fight. It started with the package being used as a starter to a fight, right? We have seen this numerous times before, in where the package will be used to wake up the dragon. But more importantly, the explosive cask did isolate the members of Cerberus Esports. You look at Hyde and how he utilized this champion to its perfect capability. Man, oh man, now you start the team fight with that huge amount of advantage. It will just be easy pickings. Even BMM was not able to do a thing. He was exhausted. Stasis play was used. And in the end, he was even awarded to just cheese Kha'Zix. And so now Cerberus Esports not being able to find a kill in that team fight. What can they do to slow things down? They're now 7k behind.
Now they're feeling the pressure that Enigma Galaxy had in game number 1, and this Lee Sin Zed combination is now being shut down completely by Enigma Galaxy's prowess, especially after that team fight. Similar to game number 1, Enigma Galaxy this time around is getting a free Baron without any contest from Cerberus Esports.
This is a 2-man Baron that is not often seen in patch 4.1. See, in patch 4.2 though, it's a different story because Baron is going to be a lot squishier, and you can do it with way less members. But here in patch 4.1, see, just the fact that they were able to sneak away Baron just tells the story of how far ahead NGX is in game number 3.
And Cerberus Esports, they have been trying a lot of ways to come back into this game. Orchestrate a good team fight with good positions, but they keep getting denied by Enigma Galaxy, especially with the crowd control that they do have. I'm loving this Rakan pick. I'm loving this top lane Gragas pick. It's perfect synergy and perfect place here by Enigma Galaxy.
Like, what do you do if you're Cerberus Esports? You have to rely on mistakes from NGX to even crawl back into this game, because if NGX will just play this systematically, methodically, and do not really engage on, onto the members of Cerberus Esports, they will be able to destroy towers, further augment or further expand their lead. And if you look at Just Chi, he doesn't mind going in.
He doesn't care. He goes in. Doesn't stop even if Kenzo was there. Now good outplay. Dodging the arrow with the stasis. They got a tower as well into the top lane as BMM took so much damage from Demon Knight. Had to Shuriken out, had to Shadow out. But 1v1 into bot lane is interesting. As now Ken is desperately trying to defend this top lane inhibitor tower with Y1 and Genza. But the Baron powered minions is just doing the trick.
Yeah, they still have the Ziggs. The Demolition King will most likely get another tower for themselves. And never mind not going in. Just She is so hungry for kills, right? Bloodthirsty jungler from NGX, really doing God's work for their squad, and this is most likely going to cement them a very good finish here in the WRLA, because their next games will also be against APAC teams. The remaining matches for NGX after this game is against Invade and against Fennel. Both very winnable games, and so you have to ask, after winning against Cerberus Esports 2-1, is this like the clincher that NGX is wanting to have to get that playoff seed?
Enigma Galaxy as well, this is a big improvement coming in from them, especially the adaptation. That's why we really just commend the coaches, right? They managed to alleviate the situation from game number 1, make the best momentum swing in game number 2, and now in game number 3, it's just so beautiful to see here for Enigma Galaxy. They drag us into the top lane, but this time it's not an ADC comp. They have the Corki still in this game, but into the mid lane, and Demon Kai just performing so well on this Ziggs with the Rakan of draw. Is just such prowess here by Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, NGX, whenever they play draw, or whenever they pick Rakan for draw, good things happen, right? Like, this is the 3rd dragon, not even the Elder Dragon, but it feels like this is the Elder Dragon now for Cerberus Esports. They kind of want to contest this, but no, they cannot. They won't be able to do so. NGX furthers their lead, getting another objective for themselves. Now, Giyang, I present you a thesis, right? I present you something. NGX is going to be happy to get this win, and this is easy. This is not even their final form, because I feel that combat patch 4.2 would just be a lot better.
I'm just so excited for patch 4.2, but the game is not done. Looks like Y1 wants to get a miracle play onto Justy, but still being denied. Again, the quickness into the grand entrance hide as well, doing so much slows with his item as well. The slows is here. The Valkyrie is here. Aaron is just comfortable going in with Habu hide as well with the double body slam. Taco has to run. Y1 has to run. NGX is on a train. The death train right now by NGX, and they just go ramming onto the members of Cerberus Esports. Gets 4 kills without any trades.
Yeah, doubling the kills, 16-8 and 7 towers to 1 with one objective in mind. NGX wants to end this game, finish down the Nexus, and eliminate Cerberus Esports from playoff contention.
Perfectly executed as well. A proper reverse sweep is just amazing. Again, Cerberus Esports defeated 2 teams of two PH teams in a reverse sweep manner, and what a better way to do it and get the revenge with a reverse sweep as well against Cerberus Esports. Enigma Galaxy just showing such a good performance right now in this game.
Yeah, we haven't done the math yet, right? But if anything, like, Cerberus Esports might just be mathematically eliminated from playoff contention. They do have the tiebreaker against Naos, is that right? Did I hear that correctly? Did you say that Cerberus Esports won against Naos?
They won against Naos and won against Fennel. They have 2 more matches after this, Invade Esports and Team Flash. But after this win, I mean, they have a chance to climb up, try to contest against Naos Esports.
Against Naos. Against Naos and against Fennel. So having that tiebreaker against those 2 Filipino teams does actually have, does actually give Cerberus Esports a slim chance to get into the playoffs. They are behind the standings right now as we speak, because their current record right now is going to push them to 6th spot or to 5th spot still. Meanwhile, Pasay NGX will be climbing the standings and is now the top 3 team from APAC.
It's just a beautiful execution here by Enigma Galaxy. A big improvement. Props to the players, props to the coaching staff as well, making sure they get this perfect reverse sweep against Cerberus Esports, especially after that game number 1, right? That big stomp by Cerberus Esports. Most of the time, if we see that kind of situation happening towards a team, right, we get a little bit worried on how they would be feeling. But Enigma Galaxy, they stayed strong. They managed to keep themselves at bay and into this game as well, focus on what is important, and managed to pull through this amazing sweep against Cerberus Esports. Now Cerberus Esports, I think, yeah, there's still a chance. It's a lot slimmer now. Hopefully they get back into a better form. They have been improving a lot, but it's still not enough to contend the likes of Enigma Galaxy. But maybe after, you know, re-strategizing again, maybe they can have a better scoreline in their next fights.
In order for Cerberus Esports to at least get a chance against Naos and against Fennel, Naos Esports and Fennel has to drop games, right? Like, this is no longer within their control. This is more of, okay, so we are going to win our remainder of games and then hope that those 2 teams will be dropping games as well. Because again, we're looking at tiebreakers head to head. And the MVP, by the way, goes over to Mr. Draw himself with a recon once again showing off against Cerberus Esports. I feel, you know, Cerberus Esports is kind of annoyed now by Draw's recon, because it's been like multiple tournaments now, multiple games now that Draw was able to win by using this champion.
And this time around, right, coming from the Clash of Session, Enigma Galaxy just puts Cerberus Esports now in the invisible part of the standings, the bottom side of the standing, preventing them from having a chance to, or limiting their chances from climbing up towards top 4. And it is going to be a long run for Cerberus Esports. Really crucial. It would take them winning all of the remaining games and maybe Naos Esports losing 1 or 2 of their games just for them to also qualify. And also, the other teams should also lose their games, particularly Fennel, because Fennel as well is just looking for, looking to climb up too in this bracket and try to reach the top 4 as well.
Yeah, to say that Cerberus Esports won't be able to perfect or sweep their remaining matches is actually not true, because if you look at their remaining matches are against the reinvigorated Team Flash and against Invade Esports, which we know is on the bottom tier or bottom of the standings of APAC. So it is very doable for Cerberus Esports to improve their record to 4-9. But the question is, will 4-9 record be safe? Because I think the magic number right now is like 5 wins. If you get 5 wins, that is most likely going to secure you a spot in the playoffs. And we also have to consider the amount of games that has been played in the series, right? How many 2-0s were they able to do? How many 1-2s did they lose to a team, especially those against Chinese teams? Because, you know, backing or getting 1 win against the Chinese teams might actually improve your record by a lot.
Yeah. Also, Naos Esports, if they win both of their games against Invade Esports and Fennel, then they will just secure the spot and deny Cerberus Esports as well. Yeah. If Fennel wins the last 3 games that they have against BRU, against Naos, against an NGX, then they would also climb the ranks and join Enigma Galaxy. So it's just a lot of things to be considered here by the teams, and it really puts a lot of pressure towards the coaching staff, towards the players as well, and towards the fans, because again, just want them to see on the them on the top 4, but it's just a difficult road.
So I guess it's safe to say that when it comes to difficulty of difficulty of the remainder of the matches, right, like Enigma Galaxy and Naos does have the same, although, you know, so sorry, not Enigma Galaxy, Naos and Fennel. But for Fennel, they actually have to face against 2 of the best teams for APAC, right? And they could play spoiler against, against Fennel. So things are really shaping up to be more interesting now. We know that we are already on week number 9. We are on the last days of this group stages, and up next we do have a CN team versus a CN team, and yeah, we're just waiting for the formalities here. By the way, we're just waiting for the interview, and that's the reason why we're not throwing it to a break. But what will be your prediction, Kiam? Who do you think will be the last team to qualify? Because it does feel like, the top 3 team is already cemented, right? We do have KT.RY as the number 1 team, BRU steady at second, and then the number 3 team will most likely be Enigma Galaxy from Pasay. But before that, we go over to the interview first.
欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是主持人维佳。让我们再次恭喜帕赛 NGX 赢得了这场比赛的胜利。我们也是请到了打野选手 Just 来到我们的采访间。接下来我会邀请他和大家打一个小招呼。Welcome to the interview, and now we have Just from Enigma Galaxy with us. Hello, Just. Congratulations on taking them down.
Hello.
And would you mind greeting to our audience up here?
Hi guys.
对，真的是非常简单的打了一个招呼，很可爱。第一个问题是想问一下，今天这场比赛对于他们来说其实非常的重要，因为赢下这场比赛，相当于他们距离季后赛又更近了一步嘛。所以想问一下，赢下了这么重要的一场比赛，他现在的心情如何？I know today's game is really important for you guys, and winning it will help you to step in the playoffs. So, how do you feel at this moment?
We're really happy because we win, and I think we have a higher chance to secure playoffs.
对，然后他说他非常的高兴可以赢下今天这场比赛，然后也是相当于距离季后赛又更近了一步嘛。第二个问题是他们在第1局的时候其实是输掉了比赛，但在第2局打了一个非常漂亮的翻盘战，也想问一下他们如何调整自己的状态，然后在那个时间段输下了第1场比赛之后，他们队里的沟通大概是什么样的？You lose game 1, but you did a really good comeback in game 2. So how do you adjust your form, and what's your team communication after your first lose?
On game 2, we're confident because we beat them in past tournaments. That's why we're really confident to play against them. And we adjust about our drafting because we know that the Nautilus pick of Akeno is really his comfort pick, and if we ban them, he will not perform very well.
明白。Jessie 选手说，其实他今天是非常自信的，就算他们输掉了第1局比赛，因为他们曾经在这个赛季之前的赛季打败过他们，然后他们调整了一些是关于他们的阵容选择，然后以及 BP 环节，然后他会觉得说，针对对面的因为他们的诺提勒斯非常强，如果说针对他们的诺提勒斯做一些BP 上的一些调整，比如说搬掉他们的话，会对他们造成很大的影响。然后第3个问题是想问一下，就是今天在第2局的时候，他的卡兹克表现得非常的亮眼，而且有一波团战的时候，他当时是顶着高地塔、主水晶以及吉格斯的伤害，杀掉了对面的 Y1 选手。也想问一下，当时他有几成的把握可以杀掉他？So back to the game in game 2, your Kha'Zix is very eye-catching today, and you were able to kill Y1 under the fire of the Nexus, the inhibitors, and the damage of Ziggs. So how much confidence do you have at that time to kill the Y1?
I feel hype. Like I want to kill all of them, something like that. That's why I jump.
明白 ，Jessie 选手说，当时他想的就是杀掉他们所有人，所以他越级向前了，就真的确实是非常有自信，而且也做到了。最后一个问题是想问一下，因为今天解说老师说2支队伍的状态也都很好嘛，相信大家对于这个季后赛的名额也是非常渴望的。在下一场比赛，他们将会面临到 INV， 也想问一下他有什么话想要对 INV 说的吗？Our caster side, you played with 100 energy today, and it seems like you have a strong desire to reach the playoffs. So you will meet INV in the next matchup. Is there any words you want to say to INV?
I think we will beat them. Get ready.
明白，他说他一定会击败他们的，然后让他们做好准备。非常可爱的选手。That's all for the interview. Thanks for joining me. 然后我们的赛后采访到这里就先结束了，让我们稍事休息。接下来请收看本周的1家电竞实验室。
That was an interesting interview by Joshi. But again, the confidence of this guy on the Kazakh is just out of this world. He jumped. He just wanted to kill them all. He just wanted to get everyone taken down.
Yeah,
And,
but go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, but we will have to go into a break right now. We have our second series, Race Esports and FPX after this one. We are your casters, Giang and Nautilus. We will see you guys after this short break.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectating UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the players' items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO3 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's item items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL-CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, The stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode. A combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRLA1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The two teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1.
Hopefully you had a good meal, a good break, because that was a long break. Again, we are back for our second series. Rather, we have Trace Esports going up against Fun plus Phoenix in our second series. It is going to be an interesting one because Trace Esports had a fantastic run. FPX, on the other hand, I don't think they have a chance anymore to qualify for the playoffs, but hopefully they do give us a good show in this matchup.
Yeah, this is what we call curtain call, right? Last hurrah. Being able to play spoilers as well in trying to manipulate the standings. Again, these are two teams that are in opposite direction. We know that Trace Esports has been on a tear recently, although they got slowed down, suffering 2 losses in a row. It still is a very formidable team led by their superstar jungler Weiba. We already know that, his synergy with Dak is just one of the reasons why Trace Esports is a very scary team. And against, their counterpart here, I feel that they are going to, ride on the same thing. The jungle support synergy will be their calling card in getting a 2-0 once again.
FPX, on the other hand, has been maintaining their aggressive playstyle. They recently won against Cerberus Esports last Thursday that ended their 4-game lose streak. It reached a game number 3 though, when Cerberus Esports was able to pull off a win against them, so it can still be a little down on FPX side. They are still aggressive. They have been trying to adapt into controlling it at times to not be as reckless as they initially have been. And I think their best form has been when Sky uses an assassin champion and KF16 has a carry champion like the Aatrox, and that's when they actually just landslided the victory against Cerberus for that time. It's going to be very difficult to do that, especially right now we do see Trace Esports having to beat them in every single stat here that we're seeing on the screen, and especially the blue side priority of Trace Esports has always been there.
Yeah, it's because they can prioritize the Yone. That has been a very good pickup for Weiba. It easily gets unlocked, right? Like, they're not the type of team that would put Weiba on Asian, but rather would go for Aatrox, right? Even Lee Sin is also always an option for the superstar jungler, the original jungler to watch out for, right? Like during the Horizon Cup, Weiba really introduced himself to everyone. Meanwhile, on FPX side, we also see familiar names like Fado. Has been in the scene for quite some time now, and is also a very good Baron laner. Like, we reviewed FPX, how do they win games? We know that QF16 will definitely be there to him out, but we have to look into the top side of the map because Fado, there are games where he was the sole responsible in getting that win for them.
I mean, I am always gonna remember his Corki Baron lane, and in which it carried the game all throughout as well. The Fiora as well. Oh man, that was a key a game for FPX that they really needed, and Fado just really stepped up for the team. And I think being matched now to Lisa is going to still be tough. Both of them actually likes picking up the Jax, the Riven, and the Renekton as well. They're both very explosive and aggressive as well. But we have seen some responses towards the Jax as well, like the Gwen, like we have seen yesterday and the other day as well, having to be a good counter towards the Jax. So that might be something that they're going to be looking towards seeing as well in our 3-game series.
Indeed, and this is going to really determine as to who will end up on top, because most of the games that I saw FPX winning, it is because of this guy. It is because of Fado. Although Sky is also a very formidable player in the mid lane, QF16, you kind of will understand that if he ever is on the back foot, that is not because of him. That is because he is against one of the best right now in the jungle role. And so Lisa, and so Lisa and Vado will be a very interesting matchup to look out for, right? Like, you look at the damage, it's not too far from each other. The damage taken percentage as well, it's just, a couple of percentage away from each other. So you kind of understand that, they both have the same playstyle. They kind of want to own the side lane, and they will be further augmented by not just the jungler, but also their support.
I mean, we also have to take into consideration the jungle support synergy of Esports, right? And QF16 generally likes to scale up towards the game as well. He is very aggressive, always likes to gank Fado, and always likes to gank the lane of Sky as well, and sometimes onto A13 and wherever Chow is. But it's not really as potent as the Weiba and Tax synergy that we usually see on the side of Trace Esports. We even see them sometimes invading the jungle camps of their enemy team early into the game. That's how deadly the combination can be, and the team fights always is well orchestrated here by Trace Esports. So those are the things that FPX has to really watch out for, especially that they're also a team that is very, very aggressive. So maybe they can, surprise Trace Esports at times, especially with the Pekos. If they can find a way for QF16 to get this champion like the Aatrox, then that's going to be so good for them.
One way to counter invades is by properly placing your level 1 vision, right? And that is where Chow from FPX comes in. He has to make sure that he will be able to read the map so well to prevent Tak and the Weiba to invade, and really just make sure that the jungle will go over to Weiba's side. Although we expect this is going to be a 70-30 jungle matchup, 70% favored to Weiba, there is still an opportunity for QF16 to make an upset here, to do an upset here. And Giang, we have to remember that QF16 is one of the recent additions of FPX. He was supposed to be the saving factor for FPX, because once he was added, there were some glimpses of hope for FPX. Unfortunately for them, it did not really pan out, and FPX just lost a lot of games as well.
They tried out a couple of champions for the jungle. I believe he tried out the Nautilus, he tried out the Shinzhou as well. We are going to be having our host introduce our team, so we'll be back.
Hello， 各位现场以及屏幕前的召唤师们，大家晚上好！欢迎大家来到2023英雄联盟手游亚洲联赛的比赛现场，我是主持人维嘉。今天的第2场比赛将由 TE 对阵 FunPlus。一边是这赛季状态火热，不断给我们制造惊喜的新秀 TE， 另一边是不论结果如何，全力打好每一场比赛的 FunPlus。究竟谁会更胜一筹？让我们拭目以待。接下来，让我们欢迎 Trace Esports 以及 FunPlus Phoenix。Hello everyone, welcome to the stage of 2023 Wild Rift League Asian 1. I'm Alora. Today's second game will be TE versus FunPlus. On one side is the rookie TE, who's in a hot form and constantly creating surprises. And on the other side is FunPlus, who's playing every game to the best of its ability, regardless of the result. So which team will be better? Let's wait and see. And now it's time to welcome Trace Esports and FunPlus Phoenix.
看灰吧也就图一乐，真正的野核还得看我清风16。
别灰吧了，今天导盲送你们回家。
I just wish we understand what they're saying.
I understood the Weiba.
Yeah, that's the only word I understood as well. It was talking to as well, so I guess it was. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess. If I'm guessing correctly, like you guys are getting carried by Weiba in a way, because that's what I want to say. Nah. It's just me making up things, but to add a little bit of spice. But that is basically true, right? Like this guy has been the face and front man for Trace Esports. And we have to remember that Trace Esports is a recently qualified team to WRL. WRL Season 2 and Season 1 Trace Esports was not part of this tournament, and it was just because of the challengers that just happened recently that they got promoted into this big tournament. So
16.
To see them in the playoffs as well is very exciting, and this is that guy that we are talking about.
下面有
Weva.
请双方中路
Weva
选
is
手登
just
场。
like a
In the
very
mid
very
lane,
dominant
KT.RY,
beast in the
Rose,
jungle.
FunPlus, Skyfall.
The guy that has so many achievements as well under his name, main carry, the main star of Trace Esports, making it happen
下
for
面有
this
请双
team.
方射手登场。
They gotta
In the
give
dueling,
so much respect
TE,
towards
Jia
this
Jia,
guy, and
FunPlus,
I mean,
A13.
it's so hard to take Trace Esports down, especially because of the synergy that they have. Not only with the jungle support synergy, but the rest of the team as well. Always
最
there
后有请
following
双
up
方辅助登
whenever
场
they make a
And the
single
support,
play.
TE,
And FPX
FunPlus,
have been known
Chao.
to be reckless at times. They need to be more disciplined this time around because the counter punches are going to be so deadly from Trace Esports. Just one small mistake can lead
两支队伍
to
现已集
already
结
the
完
game
毕，让
being
我们
handled
即刻
by
进入
Trace
召唤
Esports.
师峡谷。
And
All
what
the
the
players
fall
are
from
getting ready.
Grace
Let's start into the well.
when talking about FPX. By the way, Chao is no longer Blondie, which is a new thing. But anyway, so FPX has really just fallen from grace, right? Like we know FPX as the team that won the very first WRL. They qualified themselves into the Icons Global as the #1 seed. They had problems in sending players, and that I think was the reason why they were not able to perform too well in that very good tournament, Icons Global. But after their very good run during WRL Season 1, WRL Season 2, they also slowed down. And you look at what's happening right now, they are out of the playoff picture. And so it's a story that is not something that you want, especially if you are following and supporting FPX.
Yeah, and we can't help but feel a little bit sad. I was always fascinated of how aggressive they were starting in the regular season. I love their playstyle, I love their confidence. But as the teams grew on and found a way to counter them, especially in their aggressive nature, this is just now like the end of FPX, at least in this regular season, being denied of the playoffs. And we just hope that we see one last really good hurrah from them, especially in this match against Trace Esports, because I believe they only have one more match after this, and it's going to be against Boohoo Gaming next week.
Oh yeah, against Woohoo Gaming, it is also going to be a very good battle, right? Like, well, we go into the 1v1. Weba would be the one playing, and he kind of wants to warm up, and this is definitely going to be a treat. What would be his preferred choice if it will ever be the Camille? Then yeah, we have seen Camille win games in this 1v1, but Draven, as you said, the once 100% win rate was dented by Aaron's performance just a while back through his Zoe. So no longer the 100% win rate champion in the 1v1. Facing against the Camille, I feel, that the Camille would have enough resistances and enough gap close to really present some threat against the marksman that is very immobile, right? Like, we often see this in the Baron lane, that if a marksman gets picked, a safer option is to go for Camille because of the Hextech ultimatum, also because of the tactical sweep that can poke those squishy members out of the lane. So we'll 100% we will monitor the situation as to how Weba would be playing this Camille, and I kind of reckon that the main reason why he played Camille in this game is because it's being banned most of the time. Like, it is one of the champions that I think has reached like 90% ban rate in this tournament.
This is the highest or the most banned champion right now in the regular season, and might just retain to be the most banned unless patch 4.2 just totally shakes things up as it should be, and it will. And in this game, the Camille, I mean, most of the time when we see a melee matchup, we see a Divine Thunder being picked up and a Blade of the Ruin King, right? But in this matchup against the Draven of A13, I think Trinity Force is just going to be the standard build here of Weibo. Maximize the burst potential of the Camille and just survive the early game, try to go with the tactical sweep, which will give him trade advantage as well, especially because of the adaptive defenses. It's so easy to close in the gap. So come level 5, oh man, this is going to be very tough for A13.
Possible. Yeah, it is very much possible that it could be a Trinity Force build for Weibo. But we will definitely figure things out as the 1v1 progresses. By the way, if you have just joined us, the 1v1 is the determining factor as to who gets side selection for games 1 and potentially game number 3. Weibo is on Fleet Footwork, which is a very standard rune to use whenever you are on a Camille, because you kind of want to be mobile, and having that one hit is going to be very important. And there you go, right away, tactical sweep to not just damage A13 but also do enough against the minions.
You can also use it as some sort of wave clear, so in terms of laning phase, it's not going to be so disastrous unless, you know, it misses, just like what happened now. A13 is just going to time it all the time against Weibo and try to pressure him as well with some of the pokes. As long as he gets those adoration stacks as well, it's going to be so good here for the Draven if ever he does get a kill onto Weibo.
Indeed, we are going to monitor closely as to how A13 will maximize his potential to really bully out and poke out Weibo out of this lane. Oh, we have to remember that, you know, Draven is very scary pre-level 5 because of the amount of damage that he can do. In fact, you know, there's like this theory that I have in me that, you know, Draven that does have armor penetration items is actually the scariest version if you want early game damage.
It was popular as well before, right? In the easy version, building so much armor penetration, lethality as well to just maximize your damage. And come, you know, patch 4.2, a popular item in the PC version will be here as well. The collector, that it's so good on the Draven as well. So it's just a lot of things to expect, just like this one. First blood, A13.
Weibo was not even able to use as a flash, or rightfully so, because Ignite was used, A13 all in. There you go. Even a Weibo is all smiles. This all in, it was the thing that I expected from the Draven from Taku just a while back. Because if we remember, like Taku could have been on the aggressor side, but yeah, he went passive, so passive that Aaron was still able to scale well in that 1v1. But here, it's not gonna happen. Weibo was forced to play defensive. Like he now has the Joram's Fist and another Ruby Crystal. Meanwhile, on the other side, you know, the standard Draven build of like triple BF sword, just because you have a very good AD scaling on your
my god. Yeah, double BF sword. It looks like Weibo is picking up the Divine Thunder instead is, you know, gonna be minimizing his damage burst onto A13, and well, it will help his sustain, but how, I mean, if he does try to close the distance with a hook shot and the Hexic Ultimatum, A13 can still poke him before he does that, and just like what he's doing right now. Tactical sweep gonna be coming through. Adaptive defense is doing some work as well, but again, when he gets the chance, it's just there.
He wanted to dodge the whirling axis, the return of the whirling axis, through the use of the Hexic Ultimatum, you know, that split second mirror in where you will be invulnerable. But it was timed incorrectly, and plus the fact that, you know, A13 really had the advantage because of that first blood. We have to remember, you know, the Draven that gets a first blood also gets some gold boost through his adoration stack, so it was definitely a very hard battle for Weibo. But that is just the 1v1. Trace Esports, of course, knows that the primary objective is to win the 5v5.
And that is where Trace Esports is strong as well. Blue side and red side, they have a relatively positive win rate. Well, FPX does have 50% win rate on the blue side, so maybe they can just handshake into picking red side for Trace Esports and blue side for FPX. That will provide first pick priority for FPX as well to maybe try to pick up the Aatrox for KF16. I think it's going to be more practical for them and wise to pick up blue side, to not be the ones banning out the Camille and, you know, wait for or lose the first pick priority.
On the blue side, it has been so Varus centric from yesterday up until today, right? Like But if Trace Esports ever goes to the blue side, I just don't think that they will prioritize the Varus, but rather prioritize a champion for their superstar laner. We still don't have any information as to which side FPX decide to go to. But if it ever becomes the red side, then Trace Esports would have like plenty of opportunity to play around. You know, plenty of options. Yone being one of them. I want to see Yone again picked by Weva because he's an absolute beast on the champion. And by the way, there was a game in where Weva was just forced out of his comfort when he was playing the Wukong. I do understand that, you know, there was 1 week in where he was the play of the week getter, right? The top 1 play of the week getter using the Wukong. But there was a game in where he was forced to be so uncomfortable on the champion. I feel, you know, Trace Esports would want to avoid that as much as possible. Now we go into the drafting phase. Shen will be banned away as expected because Trace Esports kind of wants to prioritize a champion that can deal damage through the jungle role. And Shen is definitely not that.
Aatrox gonna be respected by Trace Esports. They know that TF16 wants this champion and they're not gonna be banning it. Weba doesn't want to pick up this champion as well, so they just handshake on it. You're only gonna be denied of Weba as well, so that's a good response by FPX. They are respecting a lot on the carry champions, and what's left is possibly the Sen if ever they want to go on the sustain, though it's not really hold popular here in the WRL. The Varus is more prominent, and why FPX is just gonna be taking it away.
Gragas for attack immediately is the response here by Trace Esports for sure, right? Surely. And then on the other side, Nautilus could get picked, maybe even the Galio as a possible combo with a Vi pickup, because if there is one way to control a very aggressive jungler, it is to simplify everything with a point and click ultimate, right? Like, we'll see. There you go. A Galio gets locked in here, so the option for a Senna Galio Vi combo for FPX is very much in the open.
So
Yora?
They are going for sustain. They are going for late game scaling in this case. Trace Esports does have the isolation, does have the burst capability with the Zig. So still, everything is going in place here for Trace Esports. I'm waiting to whatever Weba is going to be picking up later on. Because again, this guy just likes to make highlight reels here in this game for Trace Esports.
If Trace Esports ever picks this up, this is a good denial from Sky, which we know is a very good Jace player, and this is a very solid pick as well. It gives you, you know, lane dominance if it ever goes to the mid lane. However, FPX could decide not to ban away the Fiora and give Fiora over to Fado first rotation, or they could just lock it in now if they ever decide to, you know, give a comfort pick and deny the pick from Weba. Because again, Weba, we talk about Weba. Weba is all about carrying Trace Esports from the damage department. And FPX, I'm actually liking this. Xin Zhao is that one champion that's similar to Vi, can negate the carry potential of other junglers as well.
It's also one of the champions that FPX, that TF16 actually picked up during their match against JDG. They had the Galio, they had the Sen as well. What's lacking is just the ADC into the mid lane and the Riven for the top lane. And it is going to be very much possible for them to pick up the Riven as well, because they have the first pick prio after the second banning phase. So they're making things work by trying out what worked already before. So that's a good sign by FPX, taking notes of the history in terms of what they actually tried out, what worked, what's going to work against Trace Esports, and just maximizing the win chances here in this game.
By banning away the Corki, it is to take away something from Sky. Although there is still that big Garen that can get picked by the solo laners of FPX. We all know that Garen kind of supplements their lineup as well. Fiora going to be respect banned. So you look at the second rotation of bans here by FPX, it is to target down and slow down Weba. Now that Jax was also a carry jungler that we are seeing in the past few weeks, right? But that is not an option for Trace Esports. Do you ever see an angle of Olaf getting picked by Trace Esports just so they can have a carry jungler for Weibo.
Actually, that can be the case because FPX, they have a lot of crowd control right now. And Olaf can just pierce through every single one. Looks like FPX is going to be changing things up from a Riven towards a Renekton this time to add in more aggression, especially with a supplementary Galio pick or the Senna into the laning phase, right? But, okay. They're going for crowd control instead. Maybe they want to help out the damage capability of the Jace and the Ziggs by adding in an additional crowd control.
Oh, I mean, Wukong plus Gragas, when combined with each other, just makes a lot of, flashy plays for your squad. It does a lot of wonders, right? Like a composition that can isolate and also do a lot of AoE damage. Oftentimes, it will really be very beneficial to your squad. If it ever gets locked in, if this Amuma ever gets locked in, then that will be fun times. Oh, finally. Okay. Ooh. Is this going to be the Weibo champion that we were waiting for? Because again, just looking at the identity of the Trace Esports, they work well whenever Weibo is on a carry champion. And Gwen is a perfect fit to that role.
4 out of 5 champions going to be locked in here. Or never mind. I thought it was going to be the Lucian pick here. Looks like it's the Zed instead. Unless they want to go with what they did against JDG. So it's that going to be that path as well. 4 out of 5. Ooh. With FPX actually showing a positive viewer support rating. Looks like the viewers as well has noticed the pattern here of FPX. And looks like they want to back on the underdog here in this game.
Yeah, well, you have to remember that FPX as an org has been a very storied franchise as well. Going back to League of Legends PC days. So the following might just have supported FPX through that. And plus, they were successful during WRL Season 1. So you kind of understand that, the newcomers, Trace Esports, won't be the clear-cut favorite. But we have to call a spade a spade. Guillaume, we all know that Trace Esports is very much favored in this 5v5.
Oh yeah, I mean, Trace Esports, they have defeated like a lot of really strong teams already. This team is just outstanding. And the FPX, I believe they have defeated a lot of teams that defeated FPX as well. That's how strong they are coming in towards today's game. So FPX, I mean, they are very aggressive, but they still need to be very, very careful all the time. They need to watch out for Weibo, for Tak, for every single member of Trace Esports while trying to look for their own windows of opportunity. The Gwen is going to be a nice touch here for Trace Esports. I'm looking forward to how this Renekton Gwen is gonna go because we don't really see a lot of that kind of matchup. Trace Esports just shaking things up.
Yeah, if you were to ask me as to who won the draft, just by forcing Weibo onto the Wukong, I think is a positive, net positive already for FPX. And yeah, this Gwen. This is not the ordinary laning phase that we often see, but Trace Esports is trying to mix things up, sending over Lisa out here to tag team with Rose in the mid lane, and there is an open lane in the bot lane. We all know that pre 4 minutes or pre 3 minutes, the Dragon Lane tower is a lot more squishier than the Baron Lane and mid lane towers. So yeah, if you are FPX, they could be very much content in just building up the wave and getting some tower plates here in the bot lane. Possibly even do a very sneaky dive because QF16 will spot out Lisa.
Oh, a nice ward placed by A13 as well onto the red side jungle of Weibo. So they know exactly when he's gonna be there. QF16 as well invaded, but Rose is here. Weibo as well. That's a big damage already, forcing the disengage here of QF16. Just a sponge by Chow just to allow him to escape. But they have alleviated the situation already. Looks like Sky wants a piece of Weibo and Rose. That's a big damage from the Lucian. As they're forcing them under the tower. Fado will get killed. Face to face satchel charge.
Yeah, that's a kamikaze satchel play. But if we look into the bot lane, that was FPX recognizing that they have the man advantage. Trace Esports had 2 members on the top side, was able to get some platings for themselves at the top lane. And if you're Trace Esports, you'd be happy with what happened, because not only were you able to get a kill topside, you might be able to get a kill here.
A13 force a flash.
Oh,
still gonna be saying alive, but Weiba took so much damage. Fortunately, he was able to back away as well, burning to death but not really dying.
Lisa doesn't have damage pre-level 5, right? Like
yeah.
And the main reason why they were not able to at least do a thing in challenging the 4 members is because Lisa was on the Gwen. Had it been a different champion, something that can offer something pre-level 5, could have been a very different invade overall for FPX. But again, just going back to my point, Trace Esports should be happy. They were able to defend the red buff. They were also able to deny some tower plates to be taken here in the bot lane. So overall, it's a net positive for Trace Esports, just showing that their macro, at least in the first few minutes of this game, is a lot better than FPX's.
Yeah, I mean, they only have secured 1 kill, but the gold lead is just massive, especially because of the plates, right? And FPX, they haven't really been able to do any ganks just yet. Well, Pack is just unstoppable with his Gragas. 10-0. And only have suffered a few, you know, casualties or deaths with this champion. Oh my god, the stats are unreal.
The guy is on a 10 game win streak on the champion. Yeah, if you do that, or if you have that record on your ranked games, feel free to flex, man. That's a very good record on the champion, and they will try to add on to that. An 11-0 record is very much possible, especially with the way things started for Trace Esports. Look at this. There's another potential dive. Weiba is on the backside. Oh no.
No way to escape. Chow and the A13 are stuck. That's a body slam. That's the kill for sure.
Ignited,
Chow actually staying alive for so long, but still died at the very end. Jaja took a tower shot. Is okay as well. 3-0 now for Trace Esports, especially with the folks that were coming in from this team.
Yeah.
Oh man.
And the biggest difference here is that FPX did not send someone over immediately on the top side. Now they send someone over. There is some cheeky play that FPX could do here in the bot lane.
Yeah, turning now onto the Jays as Rose throws in the hammer. Lisa doing a lot of damage, snipping away, but simply not enough as well. Dawning Shadow coming through with FPX. They don't get a kill, but nobody died as well.
Yeah. Like Fado was full rage, and that I think is the reason why they were confident. But look who's here. It is Tak. Tak was, responsible in winning the top lane, and now wants to do the same here in the bot lane. We look into that play once again. Chow cannot do a thing, right? Like, he has the hero's entrance, but can easily be cancelled by Weiba, can easily be cancelled by Tak. And so he cannot cast it in front of them, right? So now that's another tower plate on the top side. And that is potentially a tower that can easily be broken down by Trace.
Flash in by Sky, trying to help out KT.RY secure this kill onto Rose. Good knock up, and that's going to be the first kill by FPX mid lane as well. Now still just having a bit of a hard time. That was a good cast, by the way. Almost got a kill onto Chow as well with a Mega Inferno Bomb. Man, this guy, Tak, is just so clean with the Gragas.
It's not just him, it also is his synergy with Jaja. Jaja on the Ziggs has been connecting onto all his skill shots. And this is like the explosive duo that we have seen since ever since they joined Wild Rift, right? Like the Gragas and the Ziggs is a very explosive duo. Can wave clear so fast, but looks like that the first tower will go over to FPX, and that's a huge amount of momentum that they were able to gift themselves, because on the top lane, it's already on the verge of breaking down without even the use of the Rift Herald.
TF16 gonna get countered here. It looks like they are reinforcements. That's the ulti being used here by TF16 Flash as well, and calling just used for defensively, but they actually turn. Rose might actually be in trouble as Tak is just helping him escape. 3 versus 4, they remain standing without casualties, and Trace Esports defend top as well.
Rose was a little bit lucky that he did not die. Infesting his to the skies was a very scary moment for sure, right? Like, my hate with to the skies, but he had no choice. Like QF16 had a crescent guard, another connecting ultimate from Jaja.
Oh, body slam into the cast. The deliberate system for Jaja. Tak was like, hey Jaja, here's the kill.
Yeah, all you play. Jaja and Tak, how many kills have they done? Tag team, holding our hands with each other, tag with each other. That's already 4 kills. And I believe, you know, of all of the 4 kills that Trace Esports have right now, like both of them has 100% kill participation. We'll look at that play once again. Jada satcheling back QF16 immediately clears out the wave. And you know, once you have a clear path to your target as a Gragas, you have just one choice, and that is to go in.
The synergy is unreal, man.
Yeah.
Trace Esports. We talked about the Weiba and Pack synergy so many times already, but now they're just showcasing that the synergy is just on the team itself. And just was demonstrated by Tak and Jaja and also Rose and the rest of the team, preventing anything from happening, any harm from happening to them.
It was supposed to be Weiba carrying the show for Trace Esports, but it looks like that we have to wait for game 2 even for that to happen, because Trace Esports is just fine with what's happening right now. Weiba does have like 2 assists, but the main story of everything right now is the very fed 3-0-1 Jaja. 3 kills, 1 assist on a 6, 2 completed item already. Ready yourselves for some explosives.
Let's compare the goal. Jaja 7.7. Meanwhile, well, everyone is so far away. So even the Lucian will take some time to actually deal damage, and this guy is just on fire.
He is on top of the food chain right now. Like, as a dragon laner, it's not supposed to be that way because you are sharing some resources with your support, right? But well, Jaja getting that 3 kills will most likely get another objective here.
Ooh. This time around, the cast
wasn't
able to hit Sai, but was forced to disengage.
Finally!
That's the Crescent Guard onto the Dazzling Shadow as well. Finally, they do get the kill. And now they're chasing down Trace Esports. Only got 1. Is happy with that already.
Yeah, they were so over aggressive, right? And Weiba might die to Fado. If he has flash, he can go all in.
Oh, he goes in. The minions help him out. Unfortunate for Weiba. And this guy, we can't help but feel sad a little bit for him because he's not on a carry champion.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about, right? Like, Trace Esports being forced to play the Wukong for Weiba. We know that he's very much capable in doing so, but I feel, you know, the comfortability level of Weiba on a carry champion is very much different. Sky being very tricky is going to cancel out the recall here about Lisa. Lisa was spotted on a ward, so yeah, on the top side though, he was already able to destroy the tower. So this second Red Herald's value is basically negated with the current situation.
Now FPX starting it up. They want to get this, but Pack says no. It's ours. Now Dawning Shadow for the damage. They got the kill on the Weiba. Begging for the bomb, not really doing a whole lot. But Risao just holding the door here. QF16 bashing it though with help of Sky. They have to disengage. As Trace Esports, they got the objective already. They should be happy with that.
And plus gets the blue buff as well. Weiba has to thank Tak. Thank you, Tak, because that was a 6 steal. Very reminiscent of how Rave does it, right? Like, this explosive cast, someone has to check it because it does feel, you know, that this Gragas has an execute mat already embedded onto the champion for some reason. They have been stealing objectives left and right here in WRLA in the past few weeks. Kidding aside, that is still a massive win for Trace Esports, although they surrendered some deaths. That still is a Rift Arrow that they can use to prepare for this next dragon. And 2 dragons to Trace Esports is a very good thing to have.
FPX looks like they are letting the RH push into the mid lane. They have sent out Xiao to defend the tower, but they want to focus on getting this dragon for themselves. But Trace Esports, they're doing a really good job in the macro play, pushing mid, they're pushing bot as well. They got the tower in the mid lane, which is again something in the back for Trace Esports.
Yeah, and now Weiba is like in the perfect flanking position, and so QF16 has to respect this.
Ouch! Oh, in the middle. They got hit, and now they go for the body step again. And actually be in trouble. QF16 trying to hold the door here for FPX. Rose is going to be in trouble. Still stays alive for so long before it gets taken down. But now FPX has the better angle. The needles are not doing the work. The Sky just raining down with the bullets. Trace Esports running for the high heels but not being allowed to escape. That's triple kill already for a Shinzao. Can I get a Squadron looks like he won't. But that's still 4 kills, plus the dragon is theirs now.
Battle was massive, dealing 4,000 damage in just that one team fight. And it started so well for Trace Esports. Like, Weiba had a perfect angle. He was flanking against the double marksman, but he did not have enough tankiness to withstand the damage coming from the, you know, the couple, Senna and Lucian attack. Okay, I thought there will be another steal, but that is definitely a prize that FPX would have to enjoy, because that's the Infernal Dragon. Let's look at that replay once again. They don't have the Mega Inferno Bomb, and Weiba went straight towards A13. But the amount of shielding, amount of sustain, it was enough. And again, like, if it was a different champion, I believe, you know, that could have been a very different game.
Yeah.
That could have been a very different clash, but because it was on a Wukong that does not really possess a huge amount of damage, even with the perfect position to flank into, you know, the threats of FPX, he was just not able to do a thing.
Yeah, 4,000, 3,700 for KF16. They just layered every single bit of the damage towards Trace Esports, and sustain was massive as well. Now they have 3,000 already. They have a scaling objective as well. The damage was high from a while ago, but now it's going to be increased further because of this Infernal Dragon as well. So things are looking a little dim here for Trace Esports.
Yeah, QF16 out jungling Weiba so hard in this game. 5-1 and 2 to 0-3 and 2. Did we expect this to happen in the very beginning? Absolutely not.
But now they are just forcing Trace Esports on the back end. Fado still remaining alive after so much damage being dealt onto him. Crescent Guard preventing Weiba from escaping. Oh man, this is just so sad for Weiba.
And this is, again, a very different form of Weiba that we are witnessing. And this is kind of the same thing that happened the last time that I watched him play the Wukong. Like, his comfortability on the champion is really being challenged by a lot of teams. And kudos to FPX in recognizing the fact that Weiba is not really comfortable in playing this champion, and they really force the draft to go that way. They ban away all the carry champions that is possible, and the Baron being started is too ambitious for FPX. We have to remember that, you know, at this point in the game, Baron really could hurt the chances of the winning team, because there could be a potential steal at any moment.
I mean, the steal is the only option here. Trace Esports has to find a way to regain control in this game. I think one of the ways that they can actually turn the tides around is for Lee Sao to scale up, because a while ago, the damage isn't really high coming from this Gwen, but as long as this game goes on, the higher the damage that can be dealt by this Gwen. Later on, the Renekton or Fado, Sky, KF16 will feel every bit of snip that this Gwen deals just because of the items being built up.
And this is also a better build overall for a Senna, right? This is what I love to see. That is the Muramana.
Not the Black Cleaver.
Not the Black Cleaver, exactly. Plus the fact that you also have some armor penetration and grievous wounds as well with the Mortal Reminder. Another fight.
Oh, they are turning. FPX does have better position, I would say, even though the push is warded. So now they're just going to be able to steal out one more camp here from Weiba, just deny resources away from him and just be able to kite away. Trace Esports is just so good from FPX. I mean, we have known them to be so aggressive, but now they're showing so much restraint, so much control, while maintaining that same aggressive playstyle.
Weiba just used the Cyclone to try to get a pick against Chao. It netted them a small win by getting the flash from the Galio. But this is so different from what we kind of anticipated to happen here. Like Trace Esports, during the early parts of this game, at the backs of Tak, at the backs of Jaja, they were really doing wonders all across the map. Their damage was so severe that, you know, even the tanky members were feeling it. But if there is like that one champion that can withstand all the pokes from the Ziggs and the Gragas, it would be the Xin Zhao, because of one Crescent Sweep, one Crescent Guard, you can negate like half the damage already of the Ziggs.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it turns out so well for FPX, drafting the Xin Zhao for QF15, and again, negating the impact overall by the Superstar Jungler from Chase.
I mean, they tried this against JDG. It's working against Trace Esports now. And we can't help but commend FPX for this kind of, I mean, for thinking about this right now, or think about it during the drafting phase and executing it so perfectly against Trace Esports. It started off a little bad for them, but as the game goes on, they're taking really good control of this game. Now, with the third dragon in play, if FPX get this, it's disaster for Trace Esports.
Yeah, it will double the amount of damage that they have, or they were able to get from the Infernal Dragon, from 4% to 8% AP. In the mid lane, there's like a small skirmish where Lee Sao is finding the head of Chao. Remember, he doesn't have flash.
And now, no heroes enters as well, but FPX does punish the overextension now with Trace Esports and the lack of damage because their Gwen is not there. Dawning Shadow gonna be thrown out, but not really healing a lot of members of Trace Esports. Sky is just so comfortable with the kitings that he does with the solution, and now they're turning to the dragon.
No one can reach the double marksman, and you look at Rose, he's now in peril.
And stays this up. I don't think he can escape anymore. He just gets obliterated right now. That's gonna be the next target, as FPX just knows when to go in and out.
Totally feeling the pressure from FPX side. Where is the scaling from Gwen? It has to come sooner than later, because the dude will most likely be the lone saving, the lone saving grace from Chase Esports. He is the bastion of hope.
Oh no,
The
hero getting denied though. There's no way he can escape there. Mega Inferno Bomb deals a bit of damage, but not enough to shove them away from the tower.
Yeah. You look at the goal lead now, it has ballooned to 7k. 2 dragons to the side of FPX. Just a minute before the Elder Dragon respawn, just before the Elder Dragon spawns up. And you look at the current state of the game, like, even Lee Sao is behind his opponent, right? 0-1 and 0 was farming so well, but facing against a Renekton that has 3 items of Blackly Race, the Rax Gauge, plus the Blade of the Ruined King, you would second guess yourself and going in. Now, Weiba has to recognize that he's not the carry of the team, right? Like, he has to create space for Lee Sao to really be able to reach the backline and kill the double marksman. Because in a battle of attrition, if the double marksman, basically ends up living in all the engages of Trace Esports, I don't see a way for Trace Esports to upset this huge amount of lead of FPX.
He has to buy some time for the rest of Trace Esports to, push in front. Maybe a Guardian Angel is just gonna be so important here. Lee Sao pushing top lane as the rest of FPX focuses on Elder Dragon. This is such a nervous situation now.
Yeah, now Fado has to go back. Someone has to be sent on the top side. And I think the tower has already been destroyed. Macro death overall by Trace.
Wow. Now 1v1 into the top lane. The rest of FPX is trying to go there. Hero's Enter is going to be cast out, but Trace Esports now has control of the Elder. They have shoved FPX away from this.
FPX tunnel vision and really wanted to secure that Elder Dragon, but even if you secure it, there is that threat of your base going down. The main reason being is because it does not really give you empowered recall. So if it ever happens that FPX would be able to secure the Elder Dragon, I guarantee you that Lee Sao would threaten to end. And so sending Fado over was actually the right choice. However, it was a little too late.
And now bottom lane is going to be the path to go here of Lee Sao. Rose starting the Elder Dragon, looks like want to draw the members of FPX in, but they actually go with a misplay. Should have drawn, catching only the clone of Weiba, but Culling is being thrown out here by Sky. Not really dealing a whole lot of damage. Lee Sao is here, so FPX is already a good execution coming from them, because the main objective is to draw them in.
Now they have perfect position to try and secure this Elder Dragon. FPX is scrambling. They have no vision that this is now being started by Trace Esports, but they can go in and fight right away.
Yeah, they're forcing it. That's the dominance going to be used. Cast for the isolation play, but Crescent Guard as a disengaged tool. Lee Sao is being torn to pieces. Oh, big turn here by FPX. Can they actually get the kill? They do. The Gwen is down. And now no damage here for Trace Esports. They have to fall back. They have to flash away. That's going to be the next target. Wave as well. Just getting obliterated. And even A13 so comfortable killing the Jace. Oh my god, everything is just so good here for FPX. The perfect moment, the perfect synergy, and the perfect execution.
Shadow MVP, man, he was able to find Lisa by himself. And again, this is what we were saying, right? Like, Gwen is a very scary champion come late game, but can easily be targeted down by a Renekton dashing in. Now, is there a miraculous steal? Weiba is still alive, and so there still is a very good 50-50. There is a ward inside the pit. Reset will happen. Skya fell in front of Jaja.
Oh, the credit guard!
No,
the reset! The heal with Elder Dragon! Oh my god, Weiba, that is just so sad! He tried all he can! So unfortunate! Was that the plan of FPX? That's why they're pulling it?
Yeah, possible.
Big brain.
They didn't have to gamble a 50-50, and now with the Elder Dragon buff joining FPX, things are looking grim for Tracy Sports. Let's look at that replay once again. This is how Fado found Lee Sao by himself. There is that flash, slice, and then just with that Ruthless Predator, it's so easy to have that follow-up of Chao coming in, and with Lee Sao gone, so are the chances of Trace Esports. He's like the late game insurance for Trace Esports. No one else does offer a good amount of damage except for Jaja, of course. Like, this Ziggs is also a late game champion, but you understand what I mean, right? Lee Sao was definitely tasked to carry the late game for Trace Esports, and him being eliminated from the get-go basically cemented a win overall for FPX.
Now it's a massive, more secured, cemented win by FPX. Look at the damage, just obnoxious now. Dak gonna be trying to flee, but just one gust there from Chao would take him down. Fortunately, he was still able to escape.
Did you see what happened to Weiba? Weiba challenged Chao into a 1v1, a support versus a jungler, and he got killed.
Oh man, it's just inevitable now. It's just a landslide victory by FPX. 15,000 gold lead at 24 minutes. Man, oh man, FPX just having a strong start in the series.
Yeah, and although it was although we know that FPX is mathematically eliminated from playoff contention, the dudes are not willing to go out without a fight here, Giang, and they just show Trace Esports how it's done. This draft overall is kind of reminiscent of what we see from now as esports, right? The double marksman with Senna, with the Xin Zhao being the engager, and then you also have a Jason. You also have a very solid Baron laner in the top lane. But FPX played it to perfection, right? And the only way for you to be able to make this work is by having a very good performance from your jungler. And QF16 did just outperform one of the best junglers that we have in the game. A head scratcher, really, for the side of Trace Esports.
Like, literal outperformed in every single way, objective-wise, impact-wise, in the ganks, in execution, and even in the damage department. Weiba wasn't allowed to perform the way he wanted it to be. He wasn't allowed to play the game here against FPX in game number 1. And we can't help but just commend FPX for the way that they were just able to force him into this kind of situation. Lee Sao tried to be the hero, but he didn't come out the way he wanted to be, especially because of Fado in that really good timed engage. And the sad thing as well that happened to Weiba as he tried to get the steal was just perfectly executed by FPX.
At 0-6, Wukong, a 0-5 Jace. Not the best game for Trace Esports. And I know that, Trace Esports would not go out without a fight, and we could be looking at a potential game number 3 between these two CN teams. The reality is, Giang, I feel that if you are Trace Esports, you need to prioritize something for your superstar jungler, because Wukong is not it, right? Like, there was one big play by Weiba on the Wukong, but there are champions and where you give Weiba an access to your backline, he would do wonders, like the Fiora, right? Like, imagine if it was the Fiora flanking against a double marksman of FPX, that would have been a one team fight. But because it was a Wukong, he did not have enough damage, and that was, I think, the biggest biggest blunder or biggest difference maker in that game?
I'm trying to think of a way to describe what just happened here to Weiba and have him having a Wukong instead of like a carry champion. I finally thought of one. It's like giving Andran 9 a Garen in the mid lane.
They will still win though.
I mean,
but
they will still win. But like, it's not. He can't do his usual mechanical skills thing.
You have to change it over to something else. Like you give Andran 9 a Sona or a Seraphim.
Or a Sona or
Yeah, that's that I think is what is a better analogy with what's happening. Although Wukong could be played as a carry champion in this particular meta, you kind of have to play for your team and be be that starter of team fights and be that wall to make sure that Lisa would remain alive. And we saw a game-winning pick by Fado against Lisa. That is indeed our head-to-head matchup, right? The Baron lane matchup between Fado and Lisa. Fado gets round number 1, and our MVP, of course, very deservingly so, after out-jungling Weiba, QF16 gets the prize.
He was just so good with his Xin Zhao. The way he was able to go in, separate the members as well of Trace Esports and even negate some of the damage because of his Crescent Guard. He was camping bot lane as well, camping top lane, everywhere. Everyone was fearing him, everyone at once as well. And this is going to put Trace Esports on the back end as well. It is match point already for FPX. To think that this is a team that is mathematically eliminated already, but now they're giving Trace Esports a beatdown in game number 1. Let's see what Trace Esports is gonna do. We're just going into a very short break. But come game number 2, we are hoping for a better fight for Trace Esports.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great...
Alright, game number 2 of Trace Esports versus FPX. That was a beatdown that FPX has made against Trace Esports. Let's see if Trace Esports has the better momentum now. We had our comments on Weiba a while ago. Hopefully the adjustments are gonna be made, because that game was just so sad for him. He had no kills, no impact, nothing that he can do in that game.
You know who was the biggest loser of all? It was Dak. He was... The win streak got snapped.
No,
he was so bad.
The 10-0 is gone. Oh no!
It's now 10-1, and Tak wouldn't feel impressed. Might even be tilted with what happened there, because they were definitely not the reason why they lost, right? Like, they started the game so well, was able to get like a 4-0 advantage, 4 kill participation for Jaja right away on the Ziggs, and it just didn't translate well. The Ziggs pickup was easily negated by the Shinjao. One crescent sweep is a lot. Well, you know, there was also a point in where the Shinjao or QF16 was able to assassinate the Ziggs, right? Like in the bot lane. When they were rampaging, they got slowed down by that pickoff by QF16. So
we had seen more of a Jaja and Tak synergy as well in that particular game, because Weiba wasn't really, online in that game as well. And yeah, the first loss, another streak has ended. I remember the time I was casting with Dash as well. I believe that in that one day, we have seen 3 streaks ended on a champion. It was so sad. And Dash was calling it as well. It was like, oh, that will be the last time that this will be a win streak, and then it happened.
Yeah,
now
that guy is an embodiment of unlucky. And he's a very unfortunate person. He knows it. But anyway, Trace Esports is on the blue side. Would give them the opportunity to prioritize something for their superstar jungler. Hopefully. Because on the blue side... okay, let me guess. FPX will be targeting the Aatrox, the Yone, the Camille, just to make sure that Trace Esports has decided to ban away the Aatrox.
Huh. Alright, it's still the same bans so far. As of now, relatively same to game number 1. Even the Akali was banned away by Trace Esports.
So it was Trace Esports that banned away Aatrox? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, even same.
Why do you do that though? I mean, that's one of the champs that I think, Weiba could easily perform well on. But I guess they are expecting that they won't be able to get it, because Gragas will definitely be their priority pick. Surely.
Oh, for sure. Tak wants to redeem his Gragas performance. It's scratch now, but still. Mint condition.
10-2 incoming.
No.
Alright, well, FPX will be getting and snacking away the Ziggs for themselves, which means that Trace Esports would be asked of the more important question: are they going to play Senna into the Ziggs? Because that's going to be a very scary sight, especially now that Sky has found his champion once again. Jace with Sky has been like a perfect pair, right? Now they have a double poke combination of the Ziggs and the Jace, and could elect to go for their support come third pick as well. Maybe go with the same champion like Xin Zhao, or maybe if Trace Esports wants it, they can deny the Xin Zhao as early as now.
I like the Corki pick though. I think they can. This is a proper response now, and a lot of respect by Trace Esports towards FPX, especially on the Jace matchup. Hopefully this is not Weiba's champion again, please. I'm praying. I'm praying right now that this champion doesn't go to Weiba. Give him a different champion, even just a Riven jungle. I would be happy. Oh man, two incoming.
And this is not really a knock against Weiba's ability to play the champion. Absolutely, he can play the champion, but it just is a very different Weiba whenever we see him on utility, right? Oftentimes we see the Void, the Wukong on champions like wants to outsmart the other jungler, but on Weiba's case, he's the guy that you want to outperform, out-micro the opponent, right? And that's not something that you can do easily on the Wukong because it's very one-dimensional. You go in with the Cyclone and you basically are the engager for your team. On the other side, you see FPX securing the support for themselves and is banning away one of the champions that synergizes well with not just the Gragas, but also the Wukong, and that's the Yasuo.
Interesting. Looks like they have snuffed out one of the possible picks here of Trace Esports, the Yasuo, especially with the Corki that can be used into the Dragon lane instead of the mid lane, and just have the Yasuo into the mid lane would be so good for Rose. Especially that right now it doesn't have the Jace to work around, so that would pressure him to pick up this Corki instead into the mid lane.
What will be your last ban here, Trace Esports? Will Fiora be open here? Do you see an angle of FPX just locking the Fiora right away if it ever gets left open?
I haven't seen QF16 use the Fiora just yet, so it may be a 50-50 for him on that case, but maybe.
But you could go for yeah. There you go. You have a Vi or maybe even a Lee Sin option to provide utility for FPX here, and so now Renekton. Okay, anyway, so now the question is, will this finally be a Fiora pickup for Trace Esports? Because we know that Weiba can carry on the champion. He has enough utility guys to really help him out. Wukong on Lisa, Wukong on Rose is also a potential possibility. But this is also another this is another carry jungler that we have seen in the past 3 games. Tell you what. This is a champion I'm not fully convinced on yet. Like, I know that there is a potential for Jax to carry from the jungle role, yeah, true. But it's not the way it was not the same way as it was before, and where it was really the very scary Jax. But if it ever would work with a particular player, I feel that Weiba would be able to make it work. So we'll see if Trace Esports finally decides to give the Jax over to Weiba.
I mean, I just want to see the Jax instead of the Wukong.
Yeah, that's a lot better option for sure.
That's so much better. Hopefully that is the case. I want to see it there, just above Weiba's name. Not the Wukong, not any other champion. But right now, we are going to be seeing a Zed being picked up. So it looks like it is going to be QF16 on the Jace. Sky with his signature Zed as well. This is huge for FPX.
Weiba Wukong!
Wow. No! Oh, no!
No, okay, so KT.RY is trying to play something different from what we are accustomed in seeing, right? Well, he has been playing a lot of champions recently, right? Whatever his coach asks him to play, he would be happy to play it, right? He played the Aatrox, he played the Xin Zhao, and now is playing the Jace. This is a good draft overall still for FPX, because now you have a Zed that is able to threaten the squishy members of Trace Esports. And I feel, again, just going back to what happened during game number 1 and what I said even before the game started, right? I feel like it's already an advantage of forcing Weiba on a champion that I don't think is a very comfortable champion for him, and that's the Wukong. So yeah, now that you have a Zed, you can go in and assassinate the Zoe. You can go in and assassinate the Corki. So I feel that FPX has the better draft again in game number 2.
I just feel for Weiba, man. I feel sad for Weiba. I feel sad for Tak. What is happening? If we see Jaja and Tak being just together again without Weiba, it's already the start of the end, I would say. And FPX will just snowball in this game. That already took so much damage just because Chow was the shield. That's all something that is always needed to be respected.
Yeah, I mean, the level 2 Nautilus, level 1 Nautilus will always have the upper hand.
No, they're on a
Where's the
plane,
flash?
but it's not really flat. Not really fast, and
Yeah.
just die. Save the summoner spell as well.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Well, at least he did save his flash, but you have to at least respect right away, right? At least burn something from FPX. I mean, if you are to die, you cannot just die without a fight. Rose surrendering your first blood against the Nautilus in the Z duo is going to be very problematic. Mainly because we know that Zed is a very good counter against the squishy champions, and as a Corki, you're not going to build any defensive items, right? Like, we know that Jace can build the Hall Breaker to give him some armor when isolated, give him some HP as well. But as a Corki, you won't have that luxury.
Let me inspect the strength of each. I don't understand the context.
I understand the word free, right? Because Trace Esports was definitely free. a free game for FPX in game number 1.
But
what?
With the stuff from our back end though, it was
definitely a free game. But yeah, now FPX is turning things around. And the FPX is the one now getting the plate. Remember, Trace Esports was the one getting the plate on the top side during game number 1. But because of the way the game has started for FPX, they're now getting some plates for themselves. This is starting to become a little bit dicey for Trace Esports, because if Sky ever gets comfortable, you look at that hook.
Oh, it's so good. And damage is, I mean, Sky wasn't even following up yet due to that fact. Okay, we look at another unscratched record,
but
and I'm
Giyang, this is way lesser than 10-0, right? Like, that's the bigger prize. Oh, Fado.
Good damage. Lee Sao has to fall back. Chow is here. The flash. Oh, still connected. Counter strike though is gonna be there, but no follow up from Fado.
BO16 could actually play the sniper role here, or maybe just help out in taking down Tak.
Oh no, Tak gonna be in trouble.
Oh, double
tap went back. No, why? No.
Oh,
stay alive. 1 HP. Now on the other side,
okay.
Like the Zed is gonna be in trouble.
Okay.
Sky just looking to back away, trying to go sneaky there with the shadows, but still, he's taking over.
But that still is a 2-for-1. How about a 3-for-1?
Oh,
Airy for the win. That's the cat.
It's
there you go. 3K goal lead for FPX. Game number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, this is FPX doing things against Trace Esports that we did not imagine was possible, at least in the first few weeks of this tournament. You look at this all-in engage, it's just so easy to execute. Nautilus would get the aggro, and then afterwards, Lee Sao, again, questionable decision to go back and feed some more kills onto the already ravaging team of FPX. Now, if you are Lee Sao, you will not lose this lane anymore, right? Because Jax's way to win against a Renekton is if it ever becomes a stalemate between the two of you, or if he ever gets the advantage. If the Renekton ever gets to sniff a lead on the top side, the lane is over. That's how the Renekton lanes work, especially against Jax.
And Fado's just gonna be having such a comfortable time now into the top lane. No one can actually stop it. Even if Tak goes there, I think he's still gonna be able to escape. What more if Chow is there again? And we saw the interaction a while ago. We saw how confident FPX is diving under the tower, especially with the questionable play of Trace Esports. And man, I think I think we might have just cursed Trace Esports.
Well, it's half on us and half on them. Half on the coaching staff on putting Weiba on the
second time.
Oh, Weiba, perfect position.
Oh, alright, he wants to go in this time. He wants to be a hero. Puts Fado in harm's way.
Oh, to my knockup!
So much damage. Oh, that knockup is so good! Gets a kill on the Corki already. A13 is here. Everyone is here. Lisa gonna be in trouble, but looks like they are still trying to fight back.
Here comes
FPX
Sky.
though has Sky from the back. The backline damage. This is the Shadow Assassin gets the kill on both.
Lisa.
And Lisa just trying to carry the team. Gets one. But
Good
is
counterplay.
trying to flee this time.
FPX is on the chase. Sky being the one to chase. Where's the death mark? Not even used.
Like, take me.
There you go. But FPX still ultimately won that team fight. Like, by getting like 5 kills. And plus, the Rift Herald went over to their side. We'll look into that replay once again, Giang. And this is like Weba trying to assassinate KF16. But because he has the flash available, he was able to flash away to safety. And again, good play from Chow. Knocking 2 people, using his ultimate was what was needed by FPX to really deal the necessary damage to primary targets. Kudos to Lisao though. Lisao did as much as he can in this team fight. He was able to leap into A13 with his flash and assassinate this Ziggs pickup. But that's not enough. Like, FPX is still well ahead right now. Like, they are now enjoying a 5k goal lead without even using their Rift Herald. Another kill for them, Jaja. Almost dead.
God. Had it been one shock blast thrown out by the Jays, could have been a kill. But they did unlock mid lane tier 1. 7,000. That's pre-7 minutes is just obnoxious to see now.
Yeah.
From FPX against Trace Esports. This team is just struggling right now. Weba gonna be trying to be a hero once again. But let's see if he gets it. Looks like KT.RY says no hero play this time around. You're just done.
KT.RY. I don't know what to feel, Giang, because we kind of telegraphed this. We study teams and their tendencies numerous times before games started, or before games even start. But Weba trying to do some cheeky play here, will not be able to catch anyone. Okay, so just going back to our point, we definitely study the tendencies and strengths of each team. Even on the top side, we see you know, a solo kill by Sky. And we all know that Trace Esports performs best whenever Weba is on the carry champion, not on the Wukong. Them doing this is, I think, you know, them preparing for the playoffs, and I think, you know, trying to throw off their opponents. I'm not trying to reach here with my analysis, but that is the only thing that I can think of, right?
Yeah.
Why are you giving Wukong to your carry jungler? It just doesn't make sense.
Maybe they're trying to experiment something. Maybe try to have Weba adapt into this type of role as well, so that they would have more strategies in the future. But this definitely is not working at all for a second time in a single series.
8 minutes and 20 with this amount of goal lead, it takes talent to really throw this off, right? it's just close to insurmountable, dude. Yeah, all across the board, they are in the lead. 4 members of FPX is on top of the food chain. Oh!
Good escape. Still has to flash.
Very mobile,
Sky
though.
will just live. Nothing that Trace Esports can do to catch him right now. But the rest of FPX is looking for a pick.
If you look at the bot lane, like, the pressure is on already.
So,
like, it's already a free lane for Fado. Yeah,
nobody can contest him.
Dude, the word free is not just for
there.
game number 1. Also
for game 2 as well.
I told you, man, it's 10-2 incoming, and this is attack on the Gragas has been so impressive all throughout the tournament. 10 wins and 0 losses on the champion. But FPX found the necessary composition, found the necessary play to really make TAC struggle with this champion. Well, on game number 1, he wasn't really struggling on the Gragas, right? Like, he was hard carrying Trace Esports here in the first part, but there was no follow-up.
And right now, it's more worse than ever. Mega Inferno Bomb gonna be thrown out here to Rose. Battle holding strong as Weba. No, not like this.
Okay.
Not like this, my friend. Rose gonna be the next star. Fortunately, there's still the Sleepy Trouble Bubble that slowed him down. Stack is also here, but the flash by Chow just easily close in the distance. Fado though gets interrupted, gets isolated as well. The damage coming from Rose and Jaja working in tandem. TAC as well leading the charge. Looks like the Zoe's gonna be falling down, but still get a trade onto the Astronaut, as now A13 I think is still gonna be able to stay alive. But on the other side, FPX just gets another massive win. Oh, the trap play there by A13. That's just genius.
Yeah, rubber ducky moments, right? Like, teleport? Where? Oh!
Alright.
Never mind.
He's alive.
Wait!
But he's being chased.
Okay, Sky is really reluctant in using his death mark for some reason, right? Like,
yeah. It says,
Yeah.
okay, 1 HP. That's. I miss seeing the Seraph attack, but in this series, there's no way he can use even one.
Yeah, you are bad to do so. You cannot do it when you are this far behind. And although Trace Esports was able to get an advantage when it comes to kills here in the bot lane, it still does not hide the fact that they are so behind that FPX was even able to open up the base on the top side.
1,000 gold per minute still maintained here by FPX. It's just out of this world. And Trace Esports, they're just being handled so well by FPX. Look at the confidence of this team invading now in the jungle camps of Weibo because they know that Weibo can't do anything.
Black hair era of Chao has finally joined us. It's a little too late, but yeah, and you look at the current state of the game, like all across the board, it's just a win. 3k ahead is the Zed, 2.5k ahead is the jungler. Even the Dragon lane and top lane is also ahead. This is what happens when you are 11k ahead, right? Like, what do you do as Trace Esports? Oh no!
Oh, Pado might actually be in trouble, but it's actually staying so strong, stay alive for so long. Weibo took so much damage trying to deal the CCs there, and immediately the Corgi gets blown up. Now FPX has the opportunity to just pile onto them. Tak gonna be chased out. Lisa as well taking so much damage from Sky as it goes onto a very, very sneaky play there with the shadows as well. Oh man, FPX just taking so much control over this game. We can't help but feel bad here for Trace Esports.
And feel good for FPX
And
because
feel
this is this is like the new and improved FPX. It's a refreshing sight to see. By the way, QF16 ended it all with a triple kill. It is just furthering his lead against the Wukong of Weibo. We look into that replay once again. We see the Fado face checked against Weibo and Bros that has a package. But that's the best that they can do. They can just pick one champion and that's it. Because the amount of E that FPX does possess, right? If it was if it was a game on an even terms, and that pick might have just worth something for the side of Trace Esports. But at this point, it's close to nothing now because they're just so ahead.
Wow, they got a kill on the Sky. That is a big counter, especially because of Tak. But now they lack resources. They lack isolation play now. And so many members are just so low. Oh my god, Rose.
Oh, you look at Jaja! Jaja exploded! Oh no!
Oh my gosh!
Call the police, man! Call the police!
Call the urinary services. Everything is just too late.
It's oh man, what a massacre, dude. This is just a one-sided beatdown, and FPX can just do this, can just do that, and cement everything. Yep.
Yeah. There's nothing they can do. It's teleport. Weibo. Oh, this is so sad here for Weibo. We already know that he's just gonna get taken down without any restraint at all. Lisa is trying. I mean, that's the only term I can think of right now for him. But FPX is just making everything, useless here for Trace Esports.
Oh, by the way, Trace Esports, the inhibitor, just respawned at the top side, so at least that is something positive for them. Jaja might find a kill against A13. Good thing that A13 was able to sneak away from that battle star.
Oh,
but
Fado!
Here comes Lisa. Fado?
Oh my god, flank is just so good. Lisa gonna be forced back away now. And again, FPX just can go back to the Baron.
Yeah. 5-man strong. Can take down this epic monster. There still is a threat of a steal, but not because of Weibo. Weibo is nowhere to be seen.
Oh, the damage just so pure. Lisa immediately popped off, and that's the turn. That's the Gragas being chased out. Chao doesn't have mana, but all he has to do is do just one auto attack. Sky's already doing the work. Force him to back away. Trace Esports' only positive thing that happened here is that FPX didn't get Baron.
Yeah, but that still furthered the gold lead. You look at the gold lead right now. Man. And in just a few minutes, few seconds, or in 30 seconds, there will actually be another objective that FPX could go to really just cement a very good win overall. A 3 Dragons to join a team that is very much ahead. It's just, nightmare for TRY Esports. But FPX would most likely just secure this Baron. This is a very easy takedown for them. They are respecting of TRY Esports, and this is a good show of discipline by FPX. But the reality is, it's so hard to lose this at this point.
I mean, they are trying, but every attempt they have is just immediately decimated by FPX. Look at the confidence, look at the damage. Nothing that TRY Esports can do. They are trying, but it's simply not enough. FPX is just too far ahead. I mean, this is, I think, one of the highest gold leads we have seen in this team. They're going towards 20,000. The last time we saw this kind of gold lead was during the 22nd Southeast Asian Games.
That was a long time ago, dude. And this is what happens whenever you pick up a Zed to be that threat against a defenseless Zoe. The Zoe was 1-6-2. Jaja. Nightmares for her, for the little kid. And yeah, smiles to the faces of FPX. They just dismantled TRY Esports 2-0.
Oh man. FPX 2-0 against TRY Esports. Now I feel bad that FPX won't be able to reach playoffs, because that was such a fantastic game and I want to see more of that. But they only have one more match after this. They only have one more match against Woohoo Gaming. At least that one last hurrah is a fantastic one. Something that we will remember for FPX, a positive thing for FPX.
It's definitely something to bank on for the next season. We will be seeing them once again for sure, right? Like, I don't think they will ever be put in the Challengers tournament. And if ever that, they are placed into the Challengers tournament in their current form, I feel confident they would be able to re-qualify, because that's the way it is, right? Even if you are placed in a qualifying tournament, if you have the better mechanics, better macro, and better understanding of the game, it will still be favored to you and your side. And FPX just showed that the viewer support rating was right on this one, right? We noticed that the viewer support rating was in the favor of FPX. And after that 2-0, drubbing, domination, whatever you want to call it, I would say that it should have been 80-20. It's not.
It seems like that. It seems that should have been the case. And to think that TRY Esports is a team that defeated so many teams that even is so hard to defeat, from the likes of FPX, including EDG, and now they got 2-0 by FPX. Is just something that you want to see coming from a redemption of FPX in their last hurrah, in their curtain call.
Let's wait as to who gets the MVP. But if you are to choose who your MVP is, do you still give it to KF16 by out jungling his opponent, or do you give it to Sky with his flashy set plays?
I mean, I'm also thinking about Fado as well. So I'm torn between all three, and I think every single one of them, Fado, KF16,
maybe Chow,
and Sky, deserve so much. Or maybe
but maybe Chow would take it away from his members, because you remember his engage in the Rift Herald, knocking two people up, and setting up team fights after team fights for FPX. Again, I tell you, the black hair era is here. But man, oh man, what a game, what a performance from FPX.
I just love it. I just love seeing this kind of form of FPX. This is the form that they have shown when they were, during the initial weeks of the regular season. At point we saw them having like a 3-4 series win streak and just having their aggressive playstyle work. It didn't work against the other more disciplined teams, but in this case against Race Esports, it worked again, and they've shown better discipline as well, knowing when to go in, when to hold out, when to back away, and then when to re-engage again against Race Esports.
True, and again, what happened there is kind of reminiscent of my ranked games. Like the amount of dominance. Oh, QF16 gets the MVP still. 11-0 in 5. Legendary performance. Yeah. You have to highlight his name. The dude is cracked on the both champions that he played today. One the Xinjiao, second one was the Jace. But that sums up our second series game.
And it's just so good to see, QF16 now having good performance on the Xinjiao, good performance on the Jace as well, because the tournament started with him just having the best performance with the Aatrox and struggling on other champions. But now, well, it is going to be done in play. Congratulations to FPX with a 2-0, and Race Esports, well, they're still in the tournament. I think they're still going to be fine.
Definitely, right? Like, come playoffs time, we hope to see a different version, or maybe even or maybe even an improved Wukong. But Giyang, I think we have to throw to a short break before the third series. Go ahead.
Yeah, we have KT.RY versus Trace Team Flash later on. We'll just go into a short break. We are your casters, Giyang and Nautilus. See you after a bit.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectating UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information, such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL-CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO3 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in a BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1! With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectating UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the players' items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help helps summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each
Welcome back. Now we are on our last series of tonight. We have KT.RY being challenged by Team Flash, team that is on 100% win rate against their co-APAC teams. Will be challenged by one of the teams that are on the struggling end, but would want to have a one last hurrah as well.
You did say that there's like an opportunity, a slim chance for Team Flash be able to squeak them in to the playoffs, but I feel, yeah, I don't think that is going to happen, especially with the last two spots being claimed by NGX and NAOS, and both of them does have the tiebreaker against Team Flash. I guess mathematically, I think they are already eliminated. On the other side, though, KT.RY has really improved themselves over time. Like if there is a team that I feel has shown the most improvement of all the APAC teams, it has to be KT.RY. On the other side, we have Team Flash that has a new addition in the jungler, in Decent, and has basically revolutionized their play as well.
Oh yeah, Decent is just really good on the jungler right now. His Yone performance was so awesome, and it gave so much trouble towards JDG when they were battling against them. But on other champions, we haven't really seen him perform as Team Flash intended him to do so, or as he intended to do so as well, because I mean, he tried, but it's not really the same level as his Yone. So he really needs to step up. He really needs to find a champion that will suit him, similar to how QF16 evolved, right? During the match of FPX against Trace Esports. So same energy can be translated here by Decent. And as we look at the stats, right, Team Flash isn't really a fan of the Dragons, 27-48. The Heralds as well, they are a little bit on the back end compared to KT.RY. And even the towers, everything is just more positive on the side of KT.RY. And it's because of how efficient they are in their approach. We have seen them to opt in on scaling compositions. We have seen them being very aggressive as well in the early game, and that makes them so hard to read.
Alright, that's true. I mean, this is what happens when the #1 team from APAC matches with the number 7 or number 8 team of the conference, right? Like, you will see a very big discrepancy when it comes to numbers. Blue side really is being favored here by KT.RY. We do know, the certain strengths and win conditions for Team Flash. If Team Flash will ever get the win, there you go. If Team Flash would ever get the upset against KT.RY, it will be at the backs of this guy. Like, this guy has been their bastion of hope ever since he joined Team Flash. It was a revolutionized and a reinvigorated party of 5. And going against Daw really did not give me the vibes that he is, one of the best carries for KT.RY. He is serviceable. He's very good in reading the map. But the true carries of KT.RY is Zero and Ratel, maybe even Luna, right? Now on the other side, Team Flash, if they are able to unlock the Sin, this could be a very good win condition.
Does more of an enabler here on the side of KT.RY, right? He serves really well being a frontline. He likes champions that deal a lot of damage as well, and it's more so why I mean we see a lot of really good performance coming in from Do and Rotel lately, because most of the time we see Zero's champions being denied, especially the Akali, the Zed, even the Gwen at times is banned away from him just because of how he is just flawlessly able to use it. I can still recall the game, or I think a glimpse of the game wherein Zero had a tower dive and killed 2 people under the tower. He still was able to stay alive after that just because of his prowess, just because of how quick he is with his movements. And DAW is also just there to enable to unlock Zero as fast as they can.
Yeah, this is an APAC versus APAC treat for everyone. It is one-sided on paper, Giyong, but
yeah,
you know, Twitter would explode, I guess, or our comment section would explode if ever Team Flash gets the first win against KT.RY, right? Like, the expectation is that KT.RY will breeze through the competition, and with their 100% win rate against the pack teams, they have really cemented themselves as the best, as the #1 team. But we are going to the introduction, so do not go anywhere.
Hello， 各位现场以及屏前的召唤师们，大家晚上好！欢迎大家回到2023英雄联盟手游亚洲联赛的比赛现场，我是主持人维嘉。今天的最后一场比赛将由首尔 KT.RY 对阵西贡 TF。在 APAC 赛区战无不胜的 RY 能否在今天将胜利延续下去？而 TF 能否在接下来几场比赛里逆风翻盘挺进季后赛？让我们到赛场中寻找答案。接下来，让我们欢迎 Seoul KT.RY and Saigon Team Flash Esports. Hello everyone, welcome back to the stage of 2023 Wild Rift League Season 1. I'm Alora. The final match of the day will be RY versus TF. Whether RY, who's invincible in the APAC, can continue their victory today, and whether TF can turn the tide in the next few games and advance to the playoffs. Let's find out in the tournament. And now it's time to welcome Seoul KT.RY and Saigon Team Flash Esports.
오늘 너네 팀에 색 있는 사람이 있다던데 축하해. 그래도 경기는 우리가 가져갈 거야. 미안.
Cảm ơn tất cả các bạn, nhưng mà món quà sinh nhật này chúng mình sẽ tự giành lấy. 감사합니다.
That was so wholesome from Luna.
Wait, whose birthday is it? Maybe we can ask the production as to who is celebrating their birthday today. Any knowers? Because we can also greet the player a happy birthday.
Yeah, I want to greet. I'm guessing it's Tanhex because of what he said. I claim it like a birthday gift should be claimed by himself. But I just want to be assured as well, like who really is celebrating his birthday. We don't see any cakes on the side of Team Flash just yet, but hopefully, maybe the best gift for themselves is cementing a win against KT.RY.
Against like the best team, right? Like, it is most likely going to be Tanex, the birthday celebrant, because yeah, with the way he answered that, quote-unquote trash talk from KT.RY. I think
the most wholesome trash talk.
I think it's quite. He was even bowing, right? Like that's such a sign of respect. But anyway, we are going into the 1v1 5-side selection, ladies and gentlemen. It will be between Rotel, one of their best players mechanically. He's a very good Baron laner, but of the times that I casted him in a 1v1 scenario, he ends up losing. So not 100% sure as to what his record is. I know that you keep track of his record, but do you happen to know what Rotel's record is in the 1v1?
No, I just know that he won during their match against Naos in the fight for side, but not really the total of Rotel. So I'm guessing it's like 50-50 because he played a lot. I'm seeing a lot of games right now on my screen on Rotel, and I think this would increase his win rate as well. With the Draven, I have always been curious though on how the Draven versus Jace would match up in the fight for side, because normally I'm a fan of a Draven, but Jace is like really dominating on a 1v1, especially when you're just able to build damage items instead of the typical 5v5 items like the hull breaker, right?
I think you would win still as a Draven, right? Like, there's a lot of things that you have to do as a Jace to win. You have to connect your accelerated shock blast. You have to make sure that your To The Skies won't get anticipated, because one good way to cancel out the To The Skies is the stand aside.
Oh, the knock.
I forgot the name of the skill, but you get what I mean, right? If you are able to cancel the To The Skies damage, then that would be disastrous for the Jace. So I'm 100% certain that this matchup is still Draven favored.
Oh yeah, I mean, lifesteal definitely is going to help.
Stand aside. I was right.
Stand aside.
Oh man,
yeah, I just saw it as well. Wow.
Yeah.
It's on point with the names.
I'm a scholar. Call me auto scholar. But yeah, it's definitely the mechanic that would most likely be disastrous for Decent if he ever casts his To The Skies and gets cancelled by stand aside. Then that would be easy picking for Riddle. I mean, you look at the positioning of Riddle right now. He is already in the position to box out Decent right away. This is kind of expected because, again, all you have to do as a Draven is to auto attack, make sure that you catch all those axes, and you will have insane amount of early game damage.
Interesting way of pulling the wave as well. He auto attacks Decent and immediately hides under on the bush, and that draws the minion closer to him, thus putting his minions closer to him as well, denying the CS of Decent.
Baron lane mechanics, man, and that's when you know that Rattel is most likely abusing AD carries right now in batch 4.2 as well, because that's what you can do in the Baron lane, right? Like, you hide inside the bush and then you take the aggro, try to influence the positioning of the wave, and this is just a perfect clinic to do so. Decent is already 2 autos away from dying, but he still has barrier and exhaust, so yeah, same with Rattel. Both of them going for the full defensive here in this 1v1. Oh, you look at Rattel. He tried to time it, man.
He tried it. Decent knew. And he's now going to be hesitating to try it again in the near future.
You see 600 gold onto the pockets of Rattel. Like 2 tower plates. Okay. Oh, armor penetration. Here we go. Serrated Dirk plus a BF sword for Rattel.
That is gonna hurt even more. Those axes are just gonna leave a dent towards a Decent. Look at
bone plating.
Exhaust gonna come through. There's the barrier. Rattel dealing so much, but he's getting pummeled. Whoa!
Wait, he showed so much disrespect. He was underleveled. There's a lot of minions hitting him, and Rattel, although he had the item advantage, he ended up losing. Even Daw was pointing towards him, and you see there was a guy laughing in the back.
Oh
man,
no!
So unfortunate.
You don't do that to Decent. He laughed after that. He laughed so hard. He knew the big mistake of Rattel.
Yeah, like, I would understand if they were the same level, right? Like, you go full aggressive, disrespect the minions that are hitting you, but at level 3 to a level 4 of Decent, then that's definitely going to be an upper hand for Decent. And now Decent is in a much more comfortable spot.
Yeah, actually, to think that
tower hit.
Rattel won, can he actually get the kill finally? Because a while ago it was kind of confusing for me as well.
He can end. Can he end? Like, he could focus down the tower. The cannon minion is still very much alive here. And Decent has finally revived, but okay, Rattel is backing away and does not want to throw this. He could have ended, dude, for sure, right? Like,
yeah, he could. Oh, minions going for it. One hit away. One hit away. Okay. Oh man, the items as well.
Yeah, to those that are to those that have just joined us, this 1v1 determines as to who gets side selection, and yeah, the objective is for you to get 2 kills or get the first tower. So Rattel and Decent is already in that point or kill point because Rattel had the second kill of the game. Decent was the first one to kill Rattel. So now it's a do or die scenario between these two gentlemen. And you look at the advantages that Rattel was able to get just off of the plates.
Melee form, exhaust, still has a barrier, actually procs it up, but the damage just unreal from the Draven. KT.RY will now have the side selection priority in which they can just pick blue side where they have the most wins, 10 to 14 compared to red side, which is 5 to 13 unfortunately.
Yeah. And sigh of relief from Rattel, right? Like,
yeah.
Man, if he lost that, he could have been in a tilted version of himself.
Positivity here.
I mean, that's already a very hard matchup to begin with, right? Like the Jace versus Draven. I mean, the only way for you to win as a Jace, I reckon, is for you to go full offensive, exhaust and ignite. Going double defensive summoners against a Draven is going to be a little bit more difficult. But also to note, that was also a genius summoner spells from Rattel. So it was definitely, you know, an uphill battle to begin with. Plus the fact that Rattel was so good during the laning phase, right? You did highlight the fact that he was hiding inside the bush, poking, and then just influencing the minions to make sure that it will be close to him, preventing some XP and gold from Decent. So yeah, a massive win overall in that 1v1, and the prize that they get is that they get side selection. Now, Giang, do we already have information as to which side they prefer? Okay.
They maximize the win rate. They pick blue side first pick now for KT.RY, in which they can, you know, pick up the champion here. Maybe like a Varus would normally be the champion we're looking for, but also if Team Flash doesn't ban away a champion like Akali, they'll surely take it. Oh, Haku
it's Haku playing. It's not Zero playing. So that's why, because I was trying to recognize who was the face behind Rattel, who was the guy laughing at the backs, and Haku is. How should I call this? Because I remember Haku being a player from T1 Wild Rift. Let me check.
Interesting. Haku now is going to be playing here for this game. Looks like KT.RY wants to shake things up here in this game.
He was
office as well.
He was actually
T1.
He was from T1 and then he got absorbed by WRL. He is a mid laner, and he was splitting time with Zero, but ultimately Zero was a better option because Zero was so good, like on his head, everything, right? But now I think KT.RY is allowing their other mid laner to play, much like Faker and Easy Hun back in the day, right? Like the Swapperino of the mid laners.
Oh, I missed that. I missed the days seeing that. We're getting old. KT.RY picks blue side. They have Haku. Haku Haru. Haku into the mid lane. Haku. And Team Flash. Looks like they won't be needing to ban away the Akali since they have, you know, not much information on Haku and what he wants to play here in this specific series.
I've known him as a very good assassin player as well. So yeah, that's definitely going to be an option. But I just hope, you know, we see something different. Have we ever seen an Ari pickup in WRL?
Never.
I don't think we haven't seen. I don't think we have seen, you know, the Ari pickup.
I want to see though. I mean, I want to be interesting to see. I mean, the interaction. Maybe in patch 4.2, right? In which there's a lot of ADCs now. The Ari can be like a big.
Yeah, the Ari. No, the Ari would just be targeted down by the Jhin. Like 1-2 normal attack and the GG disappears.
Bang!
Collected.
Immediately a follow-up patch 4.2.
Unless I saw it. But it doesn't I don't think we will ever be on patch 4.2a next week. It will still be on patch 4.2. That is one thing that I'm sure. So yeah,
That's
expect the
awesome.
unexpected. Expect like 3 marksmen in one lineup. Expect Ramos to be a good champion to be picked as well.
A lot of people are gonna be wanting to be Indian now to pick a good performance on the Ramos.
All right, let's go back into the draft here, Guillaume, real quick. Russell White is targeting down the Bruisers and as well as the Shen, which is kind of surprising because I see them as a very good Shen team. And so now, by, of course, going with their favorite pick of Jace, Team Flash now has the Aatrox and the Ziggs.
This might actually be good here for DCN because he's just awesome on carry champions. Not the Kazakhs though, unfortunately. He didn't really pop up as he intended to do so during their match against JDG. Similar to his Yone, but the Aatrox might just work here. What he needs though is some supplementary champions that can provide the CC for him because it's starting to be a little scary here for KT.RY. They have the Jace, they have the Nautilus, they have the Zoe. So much single target burst for KT.
And I think Luna's win rate is also absurd on this champion. One of the players that still has played Zoe even after the massive nerfs that happened. And this is also most likely going to be the last time that he will be playing the champ. Because we all know that come patch 4.2 Luna, the once known god AD carry from KT.RY would be happy to transition over to the AD carries. We go over to Team Flash and they now have a marksman of their own as a Corki. So the Corki plus Ziggs, this is like a staple for Vietnamese teams, right? They want to really pair up a Ziggs with another poke champion. And Corki can do just that. It also helps that this Aatrox could be their beefy frontline. But we look into the bans and Team Flash are just trying to get rid of as much assassins as possible because that's going to thwart off their game plan here.
I mean, they have the poke already. They have the burst already. They just need the execute damage, which Kha'Zix and Akali is both equally capable of doing so. Now KT.RY also removes some CC champions that can help out Decent, and it's actually pretty good. Now Team Flash does add up one more frontline to help Decent to serve in the front, and it's the Garen, which is actually pretty good because that can interrupt some of the combos that Rata might want to do. If he gets towards the backline, then it can just soak the damage from the Zoe as well, and that's just perfect here for Team Flash.
And this is also a way to scare KT.RY in thinking that if you ever pick up the Zed, we'll be more than willing to place the Garen to face the Zed because the only assassin remaining right now after the Kha'Zix and Akali has been banned away is the Zed. Now will KT.RY go for that? Oh, okay. They're going for rather a safer pickup, going for the Riven, but this is the same case, right? Like a Riven against a Garen, especially at the early stages, is going to be a very tough matchup because he cannot really kill the Garen, and Garen is just so easy to use. So just look at the draft here by Team Flash. I'm liking their chances.
I like the composition as well. I like the response. Looks like it's gonna be a Braum pickup as well.
Yeah, Braum Ziggs.
I like the Braum. I like the Galio. Either way, this is a good counter engage versus KT.RY. I think the timing here of Team Flash is when KT.RY invests a lot of their resources when Numel goes in and they follow up, but they fail to burst down Decent. That's the time to strike.
One counter play, one Glacial Fissure. Oh, but it's okay. Well, how should I call this? Like, of course, you know, Team Flash wanted the Gragas instead of the Braum, but Braum is kind of effective as well, right? Just as long as you can stack up those concussive blows, it will be a lot easier to hit your skill shots. And also, you know, it's also a very good way to enter a team fight. Braum is a very good face checking champion, similar to Alistar, just because he can hold up the shield. What was his third skill called again? Unbreakable Will?
Unbreakable Shield? No, that's not Unbreakable Will. I'm trying to remember. I think it's Unbreakable Shield.
No, it's definitely not that. it's it's just unbreakable.
Unbreakable.
It's just unbreakable.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I'm
and then
almost there.
Unbreakable Will is Alistar. Oh,
yes.
Right? I'm not 100% sure as to why we have to have why we have to face the same problem, or why we have to face this problem, right? Like Hero's Entrance, Grand Entrance, Unbreakable Will. There's a lot of words that are being repeated by the skills. But anyway, we are going to start the game with a very cheeky ward being placed here by Kuzi that would be able to spot how KT.RY will be utilizing this Jace. And what really surprised me here is that oftentimes you pick up the Jace as a very good laner, right? But they wanted Daw to be on the Jace duty and not the other way around. I thought that this Wukong would go over to Daw and then Haku would be the one playing the Jace.
But I think this is going to be fine though, because I do adore the burst damage of Jace and just being able to get as much resources as he can compared to the laning phase where you kind of have to pick up the hull breaker, have to be separated from the team, and thus, you know, when you're with your team, the damage isn't really as you want it to be compared to when it's a jungler. So damage is maximized for KT.RY. I think it's very much necessary so that they can just take down Shy, they can take down Decent as well, which is going to be very hard to do since Hin has the Braum.
More of a glass cannon build, I agree. But if we look at the player though, like Daw is more of a Wukong player than the Jace, right? Like, I mean, KT.RY, whenever they draft the Jace, they often give it to Zero. Or previously, they used to give it to Luna. Remember the days?
It's been a long time.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Remember
And
the
also
days of
it's been
Luna
a long
spamming
time.
Jace Dragon Lane?
Oh, Dragon Lane. And he even had a fantastic time against KBG, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that was
KBG.
just one game.
It was one game.
Yeah, and then we ultimately remember that Jace Dragon Lane isn't really the best option.
Really.
But
he's one of the best Jace Dragon Laners, though.
Oh, of course. Like, he is so practiced on the champion. And you get what I mean, right? Like, this Jace jungle from KT.RY is so different from what we are accustomed in seeing. Is this a result of them really trying things out ahead of the playoffs because they are already locked in?
Possibly. I mean, even Team Flash is experimenting a couple of things. It has been, you know, more than 20 days since we have last seen Shy, but now he is here again to replace StanX. And it's
Shy,
a positive thing.
I think Shy played the last game though. Against.
I played last game. Oh,
yeah, against NGX, right? Like. Was it against the NGX that he their last game? Yeah, it was against NGX.
It was.
Yeah, it was Shy who played that against Hyde.
And now he is being ganked, almost got taken out. Fortunately, he's still able to stay alive. And as long as he stays alive, holds out the lane, this should be fine for Team Flash. Decent is here in the area just to help clear out the wave.
Oh, World Ender.
Whoa, World Ender gonna be used. He's gonna get stomped here by Numel. But good pull. Damage isn't really there though, as Doe is also here.
Yeah, 2 plates though was gathered by KT.RY. Or just one. Okay, good. Never mind. It was the second plate was no one was in the area to really form the second plate, so it was just ultimately one plate to the side of KT.RY. A very proactive play at that, but no casualty, no first blood yet. For 3 minutes and 48.
Oh yeah, fortunately, this is actually pretty good here for Team Flash. Very beneficial for them. They have double scaling champions, the Corki and the Aatrox, and as long as they can hold out till the first objective, get their first item, then that's going to be a big win condition for them, because KT.RY, they want to accelerate this game, they want to get a single target pickup, get as much resources injected towards Ratel so that you can just win against Shy in the matchup that they have right now. So far, he is getting a few plates, he is getting some gold for himself, but Shy is not really on the back end of things just yet.
I remember the day in where Shy was a feared top laner from Southeast Asia, that he will be playing Irelia, Riven, all those highly mechanically skill cap champions. But yeah, now he's being relegated to play the Garen, and yeah, it's not a very good side. Oh, Luna.
Oh my god, damage is obnoxious coming in from Ellie. He just forced Luna to just back away and go back to the base. Now, it is properly timed though for the next objective, so they can just reset and just prepare for the dragon. RH has been warded by KT.RY as well. Wow! Nomel wants to get a kill. Big punish towards Shy early into this fight. So this objective that might actually be for free, but Team Flash doesn't want them to just get it. They are contesting.
Package is present now. Haku will be spotted. Could be punished immediately. Oh.
Now, Rattel, good flank, but the Valkyrie, the package was used. Oh, big wind slash there.
Luna.
Take the 6 down. Luna as well. Just getting the Corki. And suddenly KT.RY gets 3 free kills plus this objective.
There is a reason why Luna's win rate on this champion is just absurdly high. Like the dude just walked up and paddle starred the Ziggs in a very short distance. Right? Like a surprising amount of damage by Luna on this champion, and plus the fact that he was able to survive a while back just because he was able to pick up a photo belt. But enough of that, we look into this replay and Haku was not even able to do a thing. A very good flank from Rattel, but it was all Luna. You look at Luna. Luna walks up, exhaust, battle starts to the face, and that's it, right? What a way to play Zoe.
That was basically like a 4 versus 4, right? And they got Haku's back. They got everything for that fight. And Team Flash, they did get a consolation prize with the dragon, so at least the scaling is now a little bit in their favor. 64 HP. That is very tempting for Luna to just portal jump in.
Yeah, but topside tower will be the bigger prize because that is full plates topside. Almost full plates mid lane, and a very sizable lead for KT.RY immediately. Okay. Wait, we're not memeing against Haku, right? Like that was a team fight that he was not able to participate because he was just destroyed before it even began. But yeah, plenty of opportunities for the sub mid laner to make his impact felt, especially on the Wukong. And it might happen in the next team fight.
Let's have the Devon Sunder picked up. Next up is going to be the Black Cleaver for sure to negate the armor here of Team Flash. And that's going to be very much necessary. Especially that Shy has the Garen. It's kind of difficult to take down this champion. And you would need most to maximize your armor penetration or reduction rather. For your other teammates to just funnel through. Especially the Jace that is building so much damage items.
This is one. Oh, boom!
Oh my gosh! No way from downtown for 3. Kobe, but Luna just gets traded out by Decent. But here comes the squad. Looks like he's gonna get that one.
Alright, the good part is that Decent was prepared to punish. It was so flashy though. I really love it whenever it happens. You know, a one shot. And to the Sleepy Trouble bubble to really end it all is like the most satisfying thing of it, right? Like oftentimes we see the combo as a Sleepy Trouble bubble to be the first one to connect. But this time you look at Luna, he's going to prepare his long-range paddle star. Oh, hold that thought.
Oh, Rattel gonna get taken down. 1-for-1 trade. Paddle supports.
No way.
Nomel winning this one.
Yeah. Where's my replay? I want my paddle
star.
Put
it back. Put it back. Wait, that was. We want to see it one more time.
Yeah, like that's okay though. Let's move on. KT.RY still in firm control with 2 towers already being broken, and this is big reason why we love our Rift Heralds, because against teams that cannot really slow down the pressure from the Rift Herald takedowns, it's a lot easier to perform pickoffs and play the vision game because you can just plant the vision on the bot lane. Though Rattel has to be careful.
Yeah, a while ago he was picked off. It wasn't 1-for-1 trade, but you cannot really afford to have your Riven slow down in this game because he has a big responsibility to burst anyone away.
Yeah.
Try just driving by.
Luna is so fast though. Like again, just that extra movement speed burst makes this Zoe a very hard champion to play against. One more paddle star, not going to connect. And this is like my problem with the Braum. Braum is a very good defensive support, right? You want people to go into you. But it's not like the Nautilus that you can start the fight by yourself. Glacial Fissure is not really that reliable, especially knowing that it's an ultimate, right? Compared to a Nautilus in where you have the hook, you have the depth charge, it's just so easy to execute. Now KT.RY, with just 3-man pressuring the mid lane, they were able to take down the Rift Herald for themselves.
And right now, it's going to be an easy time for them to set up for the Dragon as well. Maybe use the RH into the mid lane, just like how we normally see it. Some teams even spawn it up from the base towards top side to have a slow push on the tier 2 tower. But now, the Mel stasis in an odd Mega Inferno Bomb, but still Noel gonna be falling down, so that's still a kill for Team Flash.
Decent is doing his best not to lose this game, right? He was responsible in killing Luna. Now he gets a pick off against Nomel. So yeah, if Team Flash would be able to find a way to slow things down, the chances are they would be in a better position to come back in this game. But if you're KT.RY, you kind of want to press the issue and force Team Flash into another team fight, maybe in this dragon, because this second dragon is definitely a very juicy target for both squads.
Team Flash busting down. Decent is in the area. They get the pull onto Haku, but still he's able to fall back. Luna took a bit too much damage just from one auto attack from Ellie, or the one bouncing bomb there from him. But now they want him to get taken down, but still he was able to flash away, pressure down into the mid lane, while the rest of Team Flash is starting this dragon. As KT.RY is also positioning themselves onto a poke strategy here to chip down their HP.
Yeah, but Dragon has reset, and so now Shy still has to defend the mid lane. This is a problem, right? The amount of priority that KT.RY in the mid lane is gifting them priority overall in this Dragon team fight.
Rattel has a perfect opportunity to actually take them down, but Shy is preventing him from having access. Again, the silence is a big nuisance for the Rivet, so he goes back into the mid lane and pressure down the tower. Decent is charging up. Will want to go with a World Ender to try and take them down. Battlestar is so good. Kuzi forced back away. The Wind Slash is ready. Rattel is just here in front line as Decent is trying to wreak havoc with the World Ender. Gets the kill onto the Jace. Luna trying to carry the team with Rattel as well. 2 versus 3. Can they actually take this on? Decent is on fire as he saves Ellie as well with 1 HP. As Luna tries to blow up the bars here on the Braum. Able to go with a sneaky outplay there. But I don't think he will be able to escape anymore. Sleepy Trouble Bubble, Battlestar, but one stab of the big sword is enough to take him down.
Decent has been hard carrying Team Flash in this game, and although the highest damage was dealt by Ellie on that Ziggs, you can already feel that Team Flash's identity really revolves around their newest acquisition. Let's look at that team fight once again. Immediately Kuzi was out of the fight, right? And although it was a very bad start for Team Flash, they were still able to secure the more important objective, which is the Dragon. And you give a long drawn out team fight to an Aatrox that has a World Ender that just resets whenever he gets a takedown. It's just a lot better for Team Flash overall. Looks like that KT.RY still has some cleaning to do, and they have to respect the prowess of the Aatrox by Team Flash.
Oh yeah, not only the Yone, but now the World Ender champion here is perfect for Decent. We have been looking for the champion that he's most suitable for, and now we found it for him. He was just obnoxiously strong in that team fight everywhere. The damage is just pure, but now him might actually get taken down. Good use of his ultimate Glacial Fissure as Decent again is online.
Oh, he's dead!
The knockup, but he might actually get taken down. Too much damage was taken by the Aatrox. Now it's dead. Luna got the kill. Rattel is onto the backside here onto him, but also preventing anyone from escaping under the tower. Ellie is stuck. Throws the Wind Slash there by Rattel. Doris here for the punish. It was just baiting them to go in.
Yeah, it was a 4v5. Shy was in the bot lane, was able to take down the tower for himself. But you see the reason why we think a Nautilus is a very good counter to the Aatrox, because he can just easily lock down the champion. And against 4 people, Aatrox is not a tank. He will eventually fall down, right? Like, his tankiness revolves around his sustainability. If he cannot really lifesteal from his opponents, then yeah, he's basically a sitting duck. he will most likely die. So whatever Decent was doing so good, it was immediately reversed by KT.RY in just one exchange.
So they now know the kryptonite or how to address Decent. As long as they can isolate the other members and take him down solely, then the fight is just gonna be over and better for KT.RY. They're also able to, you know, slowly regain some gold lead that they initially had on a higher level against Team Flash, and now they're just wanting to polish because Team Flash again is opting to scale. They have 2 dragon stacks already. So if they get the third, that is just gonna help so much here for Decent. Megan for the bomb.
Ooh.
Hurts so much.
Oh.
He had to use the heal already, and KT.RY has to really fall back.
Oh,
Dawes
dead.
Gets piled on. Unfortunate here for Dawes. Now Decent again is online with the World Ender. They're piling onto Luna. Got the kill onto the Zoe. As how is gonna be the next target. Puka cannot do anything. Tower falling down, Riven falling down as well. That's 4 kills to none, plus a tower for Team Flash.
And plus a potential Baron takedown as well for Team Flash, but they're not really content. They're not going for the Baron, but instead going to push down the mid lane. That timer's above 20 seconds for all the members. Are they positioning themselves to end this?
Wow. I mean, I think they can do this. No matter is very best to just prevent them from doing so, delay the push. But the death timers are too long, the damage is too high. Team Flash, 16 minutes and 20 seconds. They take game 1.
It started with Daw exploding with in the most unexpected fashion, right? He went in, he still went in, he went to disguise, and from that point, like, they go down 1 by 1, which is what Team Flash wanted at that point. You take down 1 member, 1 at a time. It gives Decent more avenues to really play well as the Aatrox. And again, no questions asked, brother. This is definitely an MVP that you have to give to Decent. No one else. I mean, you can make a case like you could give it to Ellie, but I don't agree. Like, you have to give it to Decent because the guy on the Aatrox was the main reason why KT.RY lost that game 1.
I mean, everyone was helping out, but the main star is Decent right here, and this guy finally, with smiles, with happiness on his face, is just leading the charge here against KT.RY, the team that is undefeated. I think they only have 2 games or 2 series that they had a game number 3. Everything else was 2-0 against the other APAC teams, but now Team Flash takes game 1. Game 1.
Yeah, and in the I would say in the most surprising fashion, but a very convincing one still. Like, the team fight in the second dragon really showed the capabilities of Team Flash in this particular comp, right? Like, Shai was there to prevent Rattel to flank against his team members, and although Luna was scary at times, it was still easy to assassinate a Zoe, right? I still think, you know, that Zoe's relevance in the current patch that we are playing, patch 4.1c, has really dwindled down to a point that even Team Flash was able to answer by just, you know, throwing some bombs and putting the Aatrox into his face. So overall, this is a very well-deserved win by Team Flash, and I feel, you know, if momentum really swings to their side, we could be seeing the only team from APAC to win against KT.RY.
Maybe. But I can't help but feel bad for Haku as well. I mean, Nomel did more damage than him. Hin did more damage than him. That's how he
I did not want to go there, dude. I did not want to go there for sure. But yeah, if anything, yeah, they have to call the number 0 because the dude is needed.
I think they need Haku to step up. Again, you mentioned that he's just so good on assassin champions, right?
Yeah.
So maybe find a way for Haku to pick up an assassin champion and just work on from there. Because though he's an enabler, again, not only is it good on carry champions, but it's also good on enabler champions. But the guy that enabled Team Flash is gonna be Decent. This guy finally found his groove again with the Aatrox.
Yeah, 3 items was really what was needed, and the decisiveness of Team Flash to really recognize that it's already an go end angle. because I thought that was just going to be a free Baron, and then the game will prolong by another 2 minutes, 3 minutes. But no, Team Flash ended the game in a flash.
Oh yeah, and they want to end the series in a flash as well with the momentum that they have. Let's see if KT.RY or what adjustments will KT.RY have in this game. Will Haku get his champion again? We'll see that happen after this short break. We are your casters, Kyung and Autolus. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays.
We're starting to sense a pattern here. Oddly enough, we're seeing a lot of upsets happening. First, we have seen FPX winning against Trace Esports. Now we're seeing a game number 1 victory of Team Flash against the APAC dominator KT.RY. They're now having blue side priority.
And guess what? They called the number that they need, the hero that they need, and the name is Zero. Zero would be playing in the place of Haku, and will most likely go back to the standard draft that we are accustomed in seeing for Roster Y, and where we will see Zero on the assassins and Daw would be the one to play utility. Because again, this is my worry, right? Like in game number 1, we saw Daw on the Jace, and he still went in and engaged in that last team fight. Had it been that it was a little bit a tankier champion like the Wukong, he might have survived that over aggression. But because he was on the Jace, he's a glass cannon champion that was easily targeted down by Team Flash.
Boom.
Okay, go ahead, Gang.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm liking this. I'm on the decent hype train right now. I see the Aatrox, I smile. I'm happy here for Team Flash, but still equally worried because you talked about the adjustment that they'll had to make to accompany the rest of the team, and right now he's not gonna be needing that anymore because now they have Akali for Zero first pick. Oh my gosh, this is just everything right now. KT.RY, they won the game 3.
Like this is what expected, right? Like, and this has been the identity of Roster.Y. They really love to prioritize the Akali for Zero, because Zero is so good in reaching the backline. We remember their very impressive win against EDG was Zero on the Akali. That was really the biggest difference maker. And if you actually play this champion on towards the Akali, it might be bad for you and your squad. You know what I really prefer for Team Flash to use at this point? Just go for Karma, man. Like, Karma would at least help you out in
movement speed.
Yeah, and also providing vision. Like the Tether provides vision against the Akali if she ever goes to use her Twilight Shroud. But if anything, Team Flash is also a very practiced champion on the Senna. When I was doing my scouting report, even during the qualifiers, they are a very scary team whenever they get their Senna. So, yeah, we could be seeing it 2-0. I'm just saying.
Especially with decent on the Aatrox. Let's see how the rest of the members of Team Flash are going to be helping out decent. Because, again, this guy is the carry. This guy is going to lead the charge here against KT.RY. This time, against the team that has Zero in it. So it's going to be a much tougher position here for Decent, especially with the bursting capability, the late game scaling here of KT.RY with the Corki and the Akali. And now they're removing some of the champions that can help out Team Flash in their onslaught, in their pursuit. A while ago, the Garen of Shy was actually pretty helpful. So maybe KT.RY wants to deny that as well.
Let's see what will be the last few picks here by Roster.Y. They went on to lockdown the Nautilus, which to me is a very good choice for them. Although I kind of miss Nomel's set, because that's one of the champions that I remember that Nomel would play, as well as the Alistar. Like, if there are two champions that I really am fond of watching Nomel, it's the Alistar and the set, because he will be playing it with the Proto Belt. He will just be making plays after plays. But Roster.Y is going to deny the Assassin vs Assassin matchup here in the mid lane. They're going to ban the Zen. They're going to ban the Red Necton as well. Meanwhile, on the other side, Team Flash is respective of the damage potential of the Ziggs. Now, what would you pick if you are Luna? I think this is still a quirky for Luna, though. Like, yeah, it is, right? So
Yeah,
what's the
Viven
reason for the
sure.
ban of Ziggs?
Oh, yeah.
Like,
weird, actually.
Are
If
they
we look
expecting
at
Rattel would pick the Akali?
No. They cannot be Ratel's Akali. It
Right,
is Zero's
right.
champion.
Yeah, so that to me is like a waste of ban, right? By Team Flash, or if anything.
It's more of a misread and an underestimation on how Luna can use the Corki in the Dragon Lane, how Zero just really wants the Akali to be used by him. Now, Team Flash getting the Jax is okay, but again, I mean, they're banking so much on late game. They have good siege damage with the Senna and the Lucian, but they have to be very careful on how would they prevent the engage of KT.RY? Especially right now, they have Riven, they have Nautilus, they have Akali, they have the Vi. How do they stop them? I don't think they can.
At least they have some way to defend themselves. Jax is one of those champions that can protect himself with the Counter-Strike and, of course, his ult. Hero's Entrance could also be used. Dawning Shadow as well is a very good option, but this is kind of reminiscent of the thing that we've seen from FPX just a while ago, right? Double marksman composition, a marksman in the mid lane, a Senna as well. But if you're Zero, like, are you really going to play the Riven instead of going for the Kali?
Wait. Really?
So they actually did anticipate it correctly. Thought that, you know, Ziggs would still be an open pick. Because I thought, you know, KT.RY would go for Ziggs. Sorry, would go for the Corki for Luna right away, then Zero Akali. But turns out we will be seeing Riven as the champion for Zero. Right, guys, if you have missed out, kid number 1 went to the favor of Team Flash, and so it's already match point for them. Could they be the very first APAC team to win against the KT.RY? We'll find out very soon.
I'm trying to digest what happened in the pick and ban phase, because I think KT.RY initially wanted Akali to be there for Zero. But since Team Flash picked up the Lucian and the Jax later in the picking phase, then they adjusted it towards Ratel so that he would have some sort of advantage against the Jax, given the mage damage or the magic damage against the Jax. And also, since Riven is here for Zero, then he can just survive the laning phase against the Lucian.
And this is so smart. This is what we also saw from BRU. They went on and placed their weakest laner to face against the solo Galio, which is only happening because this is a Senna lineup, right? And so now he has a free lane to farm. But then again, but the question is, will this be the better option? We know that Ratel's mechanics is off the charts, right? He has insane mechanics. He also has a very good Akali, so to speak. But, you know, topside.
Oh, wow.
Engage.
Initial fight happening as Ellie is just chunked too much down. It looks like the Corki and the Nautilus is better. Forced so much flashes there away from Team Flash, and they only used so much damage or little to no resources there.
Yeah, the only reason why they got the level 2 advantages was because they were the first one to level up, right? Like, that's the story, and KT.RY is just going for the punishment. Are they going for a dive? I don't think that they can do it because they still have, or the Jax still has the counter strike. But there could be a potential dive. This is the best time to call your jungler and to threaten a dive. However, on the top side, you would see that Lee Sin would be prepared to answer if ever, you know, the Vi goes and show up.
So they have to, you know, tempo themselves for the meantime. They have a ward placed up a little far back on the blue side jungle of Team Flash, so they would know if ever, you know, Decent opts to go towards the river, and they should know by now. They actually, Nomel got hit by Decent's one of his attacks, so they now know that he's there. KT.RY just tempoing themselves, opting to scale up since they do have double scaling champions. Hin is now starting to feel the pokes coming in from Ratel, especially with almost unlimited ways to poke out, right? Since doesn't really have mana, just has energy, and now he has Do as well lingering down bottom lane.
This is a gank. Oh, perfect!
Even the flash towards the engage and Ratel's follow-up is just so pure. First blood.
That was a max range vault breaker. And a very easy to execute. Oh no, no flash. What a way. Okay. Decent is like a god on the Aatrox, man. He was able to sniff out Daw once again and was able to at least get a counter kill. That is a 1-for-1. And you know what's better? Decent did not even use his flash to get that return kill. We look into that replay once again. Daw was able to get that kill. It's a very cheeky one, right? Like vault breaker into a flash, connecting onto the Galio. Perfect execution invested as well. And everything was pointing towards a very good advantage for KT.RY, but Decent says no.
And then picks up a kill for himself. And so if we look at the gold funneling, it's not really... I mean, it's okay that KT.RY got the kill. It would have been better if Ratel is the one that got the kill, but since it's on Do, then it's not really the best, but for Team Flash, it's the best possible case because you give an Aatrox a kill, then he's just gonna be so happy with his accelerated scaling.
Yeah, he's definitely like a newfound superstar. I've been so high on Decent ever since I first saw him play Red. I think when he was debuting, it was me and you casting the game. It was on the same setup, right? Like it's a Senna composition. Decent was performing well, and then there was another game that I casted with that I did cast with Dash, in where he was also very impressive. So I guess Team Flash right now, Tan-X is a very good jungler. Do not get me wrong, but I feel Tan-X lacks on certain parts wherein where Decent is so good at, specifically mechanics and micro. Because Tan-X, when he was performing well, he was the Wukong player, the setter for Team Flash. But this time, Team Flash with a carry jungler, Shy could play defensive.
Yeah, and that provides the better form of Team Flash overall. Look at the influence he has in the lane, allowing Team Flash to get so many plays. Yeah, bottom lane Rattel is getting some, mid lane as well. There is a bit of a banter happening here, but overall, as long as the game goes by, DC is just gonna accelerate the game for him, and it's going to be even difficult. Even if they have the Akali, they have the Vi, but come late game, it's going to be all smiles still for this Aatrox.
The question is, you assassinate my marksman, but does it really matter? Are they really the true carries of the game? Because we have seen in game number 1 that Decent is so capable of carrying the game from the Aatrox. And you invest your perfect execution, all your combos onto your marksman, it will just give free reins for the Aatrox to do damage. And that I think is one of the insurance that Team Flash wants to have in this matchup. And although they would, of course, hope that their marksmen would be alive and steady. Oh, wait, missed play. They will be spotted though, and so Team Flash, 5-man strong here in the mid lane, most likely will be breaking open this tower.
I love the confidence that Team Flash has, especially with Decent right now, because they are confidently invading, they're confidently getting under the nose here of KT.RY. Second charge from the Herald just because they grouped up in the mid lane. KT.RY is responding with a topside push, but again, it's more beneficial for Team Flash again.
Yeah, well, still, I think KT.RY was able to get the better end of that, right? Just because of the amount of minions that they were also able to deny from Team Flash. Those are the case in where I think 5 people is too much in the mid lane. Yeah, if a skirmish ever happens. Oh, wait, Kuzi!
No!
Oh, he's dead.
He's in trouble. He's just dead. Flashes away. Okay, Hin is there to back him up, so he does survive. But the Dreadshine will connect here onto the Gallery instead and pin him down as an exchange.
That's okay. That's the support. That's his job, to offer his body as a replacement to the carry's life. But that's one way to answer the all-in for KT.RY, right? Like Hero's Entrance, Dawning Shadow, all investment just to save one person. Pretty much similar to what you call the Medic Squad, only difference is that they don't have a Yumi. But now, you look at the total state of the game. Team Flash was finally able to respond with a tower here in the bot lane, so all outer tower is gone for the side of KT.RY. Meanwhile, Team Flash still has a mid lane tower standing strong.
KT.RY needs to back this tower into the mid lane now. I don't think that any sort of plays would be possible if they don't take this tower in the mid lane. It's so difficult to access the jungle camps here of Decent, to deny resources from him, and the confidence that he has, even getting into the jungle camps of Do, is just amazing to see. And as the game goes by, again, this is still an Aatrox, and it causes so much problems on the target selection later on for KT.RY. Now, they can just wait for the next RH, get the RH, and then use the RH in the mid lane, pressure a tower takedown, and focus on providing vision for the bot side Ripper. KT.RY needs to make a play before that.
Yeah. Better yet, like, use the Rift Herald as a distraction play for the next dragon, right? Which is what we often see from the pro teams. Shy has to be careful though. Like, he has to go full defensive and do not die, because if he ever dies, that's, oh no, he died. Oh, maybe
He
not.
should be falling down, but good help as well. The Galleon, the double global, is just always there to help out. Oh man, Team Flash, they are just so good at responding towards those ganks.
But that's massive cooldowns invested to save just one person. It still is on shy to prevent that from happening, right? There's no reason to walk up without your minions. And so now, in this incoming team fight, they don't have those big ultimates. They don't have the Dawning Shadow, they don't have the Hero's Entrance. So what would Team Flash do? Would they still... Of course, oh, looks like they do have the man advantage on the Rift Herald, and KT.RY has decided to just trade down the tower in the bot lane.
This can be easily traded out by Team Flash though, with using the RH into the mid lane, so it would alleviate the situation for them going to a reset to take down this second dragon as well, maybe deny from KT.RY. So things are still in check here for Team Flash, nothing to really be worried about.
Yeah, if I was KT.RY, I would be forcing a fight right then and there, right? Because you were able to get the defensive spells out of Team Flash. Dawning Shadow, Hero's Entrance already expended, and so now they are about to be available. So this dragon will most likely go towards Team Flash because they can just summon the Rift Herald, force KT.RY to respond, and overall tempo advantage for Team Flash. There you go.
They're starting it. And everything is set in play. They have the slow push into the mid lane. KT.RY does have the flank though.
The dragon is actually going so low now.
Yeah, Decent is trying to wreak havoc. He is isolated, might actually be in trouble. Focus onto the dragon, gets hit for the team. As now he's disengaging with the rest of Team Flash. Is getting onslaught here by the rest of KT.RY. Everyone falls down except for Decent.
Yeah, and that is KT.RY just doing a better way of priority targeting Team Flash. However, Decent is their major damage source. He was busy taking down the dragon, although they were able to get the Inferno Dragon. Kills went over to the side of KT.RY's assassin. Like, Zero is so good in reaching the backline. We all know that, right? Like, yeah, and if Decent would be the only person alive left standing, then it will still be very problematic. Let's look at that team fight once again. Let's see how everything transpired. If there was even a use of a Hero's Entrance, Ellie was able to use the Dawning Shadow, but you look at Zero sticking to him like a fly, and there you go, Hero's Entrance gets cancelled, and that's a big blow against Team Flash's chances to win a team fight.
Yeah, everyone gets cancelled there by KT.RY. They know the target selection, they know the priorities. They know that the dragon was taken already by Decent, so they focus on the other ones wherein they can translate it into gold leverage, and now they possess 4,000 gold advantage against Team Flash.
Do has 3 kills, 3 assists. Package, by the way, is on Luna, so he can make a play whenever he wants, which is actually quite surprising. No, right? Like, why are you getting the package as early as now? There's really no objective to fight for, but I guess Luna is prepping something on the top side and will most likely try to get that cooldown ready for the next objective. So no package for Luna in the next few minutes. Meanwhile, KT.RY on the top side will most likely get this tower.
Really good here for KT.RY.
They're trying to engage.
Proactive. They want to engage, yeah, but they're being prevented by KT.RY. Luna though takes a bit of damage there from the Calling of Kuzi, has to fall back for the meantime, and KT.RY just trying to be sneaky here. Looks like they want to invade here onto Decent. Being very proactive. They have a push wave into the mid lane as well because of Zero, but now they have to turn.
Luna almost. Oh, Daw going in.
Yeah, that's a cease and desist. That's a turn onto Kuzi. Zero as well following up. Hero's Entrance will not be interrupted this time, but Decent is taking too much damage. Has to flash away, gets taken down at the very end, and now the team collapses here. Team Flash has to scatter, has to disengage, but they are not. Ellie is still trying to fight back, but it's not gonna be enough. KT.RY wins the fight this time with an ace.
Yeah, 4 people still alive, and could they end? 13 minutes in, that timer's too low, defenses of the tower is too high. I don't think they can end, because normally we see like a 15-minute end angle, right? Or maybe Nah, there's no way, right? Like, their health bars are too low.
This would be the fastest game, if ever. I believe the fastest
5
is
seconds.
14 minutes.
5 seconds.
5 seconds. Can they do it?
There you go.
Can they
They're
do
alive.
it? They end
Oh!
the fastest game. KT.RY has done it.
And now we have a game number 3. Well, it helps that, you know, the members of Team Flash died in front of their base. But that was a nail biter, right? Like, of course, you have to protect your cannon minion, in where their support was the sacrificial Nautilus to absorb the tower hits. But the tower destroyed, got destroyed so fast. That's a golden nexus, by the way, right? And the golden nexus does have a lot of resistances. And I thought the Team Flash would be able to revive in time. Turns out, they were able to just destroy the nexus in just the nick of time.
Oh man. Looks like KT.RY just had a trial game in game number 1. Game number 2, they completely dismantled even Decent's Aatrox, and he tried to carry. He managed to steal out the dragon, managed to get a couple of kills, but it's simply not enough. Just one decisive team fight was enough for KT.RY to just cement that victory. And I got a little bit excited. I thought that was the fastest game, but it is actually the second fastest. Yeah. The fastest one was EDG against BRU. 13 minutes and 32 seconds is the time to beat.
Yeah, I think there were way more shorter games than that in my casting experience. There were games that ended in 10 minutes, but definitely in WRL, that's one of the fastest. We look into the totality of that game, and we thought that Decent's Aatrox would be enough. This is, I think, where Karma would be a lot better, right? Because I think Karma would at least give more space for the Aatrox to be able to provide some damage. And although, you know, Dawning Shadow and the Hero's Entrance was able to save a lot of lives by off Team Flash with all those engages, you already get the point, right? Like, someone KT.RY goes in, they cast their ultimates, they will be able to save their teammate. But that's really the biggest asterisk of that particular lineup. They cannot engage. If they ever engage, it's going to be a lot harder for them to do their plays, right? You have to wait for the opposing team to go for the engage, wait for that counter punch to be allowed, and then you just go all in. However, the biggest however is that KT.RY is just so good in dismantling team fights to a point that they can avoid the hero's entrance, cancel the hero's entrance, and even assassinate and target down the Senna right away.
And one of the main problems of this composition as well for Team Flash is that they didn't really have, you know, the magic damage that they needed to take down KT.RY, the mixed damage, because even Mel or even Hin was actually building more tanky items. He did have some DPS because of the Searing Crown, but it's not really the big burst that they needed to actually take KT.RY down. And Rattel definitely made a big mark with his Akali performance this game. The definite performance that KT.RY needed to slowly turn this game around, turn the series around for themselves.
For sure, right? Very well deserved MVP. And GM, we are going the distance. Game number 3, guys, for the second time today. Series number 3 goes game number 3. We will be right back here, Kiam, right?
We will be just going to a very short break. Let's see who is going to be getting the win after this short break. Will it be KT.RY or Team Flash? See you guys in just a bit.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide
Alright, another game number 3. Second time for this day, and it is going the distance. KT.RY wants to deny the first defeat that Team Flash wants to give them, wants to hand them over, and they now have 0 as well, playing in game number 2. Patel had the MVP performance. Looks like they are maintaining red side as well, so I guess Team Flash has to ban the Akali now.
Yeah, for sure. Like, that's a champion that is now being flexed, but if anything, I think we are now starting to see the cracks in the armor of the Sana composition. Teams are now able to anticipate that you will be lane swapping, and they are basically giving the free lane over to who they want to carry. We saw this yesterday from BRU, and today we see this again when Rattel was awarded that 1v1 against the Galio. And imagine, as an Akali, if you have a very free lane, things will be looking up. And also, you know, there's a second honorable mention to me in that game when it comes to the MVP. I think Dom also did a very good job.
Oh yeah, it was enabling every single member of KT.RY. I was always there. Even the engage in the bottom lane a while ago, game number 2. He even used the flash and just surprised the member of Team Flash just because of that interaction. Now they do ban away the Akali. KT.RY ban away the Fiora,
yep.
And Decent finally gets his hands on the Yone. This is just even more surprising.
This is definitely a match made in heaven. You know what's surprising? You know, the Fiora ban, really. I don't understand the Fiora ban, because I don't think that the Fiora was even a threat in games number 1 and games number 2. I will look into the draft as to how it have panned out when it comes to the banning stage, if it was even respected. But this Yone is going to be very scary. One way to control a Yone though is by picking a Zed. And Zero, if he doesn't get his hands on the Akali, he can go for the other assassin in the mid lane, and that's the Zed.
Even can go with Gwen. I mean, those champions he can just use and perfectly utilize as well. The Nautilus is just a key element though for KT.RY, in which Namel had the perfect engages a while ago. And right now, the Ziggs is just going to be a big pick as well. I think KT.RY wants to have the burst this time around. No longer the consistent DPS and go with the extended team finds. They want a big punch to take down Team Flash.
Indeed. We are going for a, not the Zoe, but the Ziggs, which is more reliable, right? Like Luna, in order for you to really dish a huge amount of damage as the Zoe, you have to be very creative with your angles. And oftentimes we see, portal jump into danger from the Zoe. And this is what we have said, right? Like, Zero would most likely be happy in picking the Zed for himself as a good counter to the Yone pickup by Team Flash.
The burst is real. The outplays are real, especially when Zero gets his hands on the Zed. And I'm just excited just seeing this champion be picked up for him. This time around, we're sure this is Zero's champion. Not like in game number 2 where the Akali suddenly went into the top side. But Rattel honestly had a really amazing performance with the Akali. And right now, KT.RY respecting some of the champions that can actually interrupt the combo here of KT.RY. The Senna has been, something that Ellie performed really well in game number 2. And the Garen is just obnoxious to see. You have to really take it away whenever you're using a Zen.
I like Garen by Shy during game number 1 was the easier champion to use than the Jax. But Team Flash, speaking of Jax, is going to ban that away, which leaves Wukong open. Sorry, Wukong has been banned away as well. So what will be the champion here for Do? Is this going to be another Vi pickup for Do?
Possible. I mean, he was fantastic in game number 2 and can just use it up. But Renekton, I'm still torn between the Renekton and the Riven, but in this case, I think since Decent picks up the Yone and you would want to have a dominating lane, then Renekton makes a lot of sense. But normally, I would really be fond of the Riven instead, because you would want to have the synergy between the Ziggs, right? The Mega Inferno Bomb into the Wind Slash, just putting everyone into chunking them down 3/4 of their health immediately, just 2 abilities. Team Flash getting the other end, picks up the Ribbon. Now they can just get one more champion to serve in the front line, and I think Aatrox is a bit too much, honestly.
Yeah, it's a double trouble, and sometimes draft is over greedy. This may work against weaker teams, but KT.RY will be content to just play their style and isolate members. Now this is something that I did not expect as well from Do. I know that he has played the Kazakhs as a champion, not too long ago, but I kind of expected, a better option was the Vi. So this could be just a mid lane Yone, top lane Riven, and then Aatrox for Decent. And this is totally different, right? Because with the way Team Flash drafted this, again, they do not have any utility to help out Decent. Oh, Shy would be the one playing the Aatrox.
Yeah. Oh, okay. It's a mix up on the swaps. Come on, Team Flash. Stop confusing us.
So if Shy would be the one playing the Aatrox, a matchup against the Renekton is not too bad, right? A Renekton versus Aatrox matchup. I know this because I am spamming Renekton recently. And what you want to do, of course, as a Renekton, is to get all those damage in. But if you are able to make sure that you are able to play around the rage of the Renekton, if he doesn't have rage, it's so easy to win as the Aatrox during the laning phase. And we also have to remember that it's not a 1v1 in the Baron lane that is what is normally happen. Oftentimes we see the supports go up and support their Baron laner, so it will become a 2v2. So the question is, who do you favor more in a 2v2 setup? Do you favor the Gragas Aatrox or the Renekton Nautilus? I feel, single target Renekton Nautilus is a lot better, but when it comes to AoE, Aatrox could actually be the better option.
Plus the amount of crowd control is just more on the side of the Aatrox plus Gragas, right? Because You know, the Darkened Blade is like 3 crocodiles already, and level 2, if you have the pull, then you just easily prevent any disengage from KT.RY. If ever if ever Rattel does opt in to fully engage, especially for Nomel. So that's a big counterplay in theory already in the laning phase. Decent as well, having the Yone finally in his hands is just amazing to see. And I think KT.RY is just showing confidence that they can just take him down. They have responded with the Kha'Zix. That is a typical response against the Yone. So pretty much in theory, KT.RY should be able to get this in the bag, especially with the amount of resources that both the Yone and the Aatrox needs.
This is a much more balanced composition for KT.RY. I look at the lineup of Team Flash and every single one of them wants gold for themselves, right? Like Riven needs gold, Aatrox needs gold. Of course, Yone needs gold. And so the question will be, who is there to sacrifice? Because it's definitely not going to be the Corki. If Shy would surrender some of his gold for his jungler, then the Aatrox role isn't really going to be the same as what we saw from game number 1, right?
The only thing what I'm sure about though is if Team Flash gets to like 15 minutes, 20 minutes, this is their game. Triple scaling is one really big threat, especially for Team Flash, that they invest a lot on the Dragons, even at the cost of Decent's life, which was demonstrated in game number 2. So that's the way they want to go. And if KT.RY can't get any, early game kills and accelerate the game, if they don't get the win condition of three towers taken down within 10 minutes of the game, and also just getting like 6,000 gold in 10 minutes, then this game can still be won by Team Flash. Beyond that,
yeah, like it takes a long time for all this champions to really scale up. Team Flash could also win the team fights, right? We all know that, right? All this bruisers, explosive casks by Hin is always a wild card, plus the package by Ellie could determine as to who gets isolated, who gets piled on really fast. But I kind of agree with you, 20 minutes, just as long as there is no sizable lead. Because we have seen like a 20-minute game, where the lead is already at 5-7k. It doesn't matter if it even reaches that point, right? Because you can actually use your gold advantage to threaten an Elder Dragon and a Baron takedown as well. Now KT.RY, oh, top side. Oh no. This is a problem, right? Like, this is why I think KT.RY ban off Garen was a genius one, because now they can just force away Shy away from this tower, and this is basically a one lane already for Rattel.
That is a lot of gold, denied for Shy. He even didn't really regenerate fully just to get back into the lane and catch his minions. Does have the Honey Fruit, but in the 2v2 manner, this should be more winnable now for Rattel and Nomel.
Yeah, there's like Honey Fruit and the river that he was also able to eat. But it also shows his experience, because there are, in our solo queue experience, we want to make sure that if we go back to the base, we want to be at full health. But in trying to get back to your lane to minimize all the losses, that can be done too, as long as you have honey fruits that you can use to sustain back. But there is no casualty, and if we look at Team Flash, they're still a-okay. But Team Flash on the top side, if ever, yeah, I was feeling scared for Shy, because Hin was about to recall with his wave halfway pushed in, and that's not going to be good, right? Because immediately Rattel and Nomel will just box out Shy, and that will definitely hurt his chance to come back in this laning phase. So good on Hin in recognizing that he still has to bounce the wave for his Baron lane.
Now we go towards junglers, right? In which both Decent and Do are just happily farming. But it's actually more beneficial here for Decent, because again, every time the Yone gets resources, then it's just going to be so good come minute 5. But now bot lane, Zero actually goes with a good outplay. Not even close, baby. That's Zero there as he goes the shadows and just pops him right out.
I don't know what to feel, man. Like, he was the one who engaged, flashed in, and there's been like, those plays that you don't want to do, especially at this point of the game.
That's a big damage. Ellie almost got obliterated, but
Rattel.
the blast comes through from the Mel, and Rattel just enables the kill there.
Dominus.
For KT.RY. Dominus is just so good for the sustain. Bottom snap for Hin, immediately flashes away, but RH taken by Decent, and now he wants to fight.
Yeah.
He's not able to do anything.
Yeah, he's still kind of respecting of KT roles. Otherwise, all in. They have a lot of crowd control, and if he doesn't hit his Fate Shield, it won't really help his cause. The Dragon went over to the side of KT.RY. Meanwhile, the Rift Herald will be able to secure some plates for Team Flash here in the mid lane. Overall, still an advantage for KT.RY. They were able to get 2 kills, and this is a problem, right? Like, Shy also needs resources. Riven also needs resources. All of them needs resources. So this is, I don't know, starvation. Starvation all over. Right?
That's the main problem of this composition. First 10 minutes,
so greedy.
15 minutes, they will be denying resources onto each other in order to get leverage as well. I think Decent has the best possible case if ever he's the one who gets all the resources, because that has been the case during their match against JDG. But the other members needs items as well to at least survive in the team fight.
Yeah. Like, to me, Shy was their pickup of Aatrox here is different from the carry Aatrox that we have seen. But anyway, on the top lane, they want to pressure this tower down. Fate
Shield. The Mel might actually get taken down, but the Yone is the one get bursted out. So sad for Decent. Shy as well. Everyone dies. That's 3 kills for KT.RY. Another 1v1 battle, but we know
Round
that
number
Zer's
2.
just gonna be winning. Never mind. Kuzi says, I'll get my revenge. I'll swing it with my sword. 3 for 1 for Team Flash.
Round 2 goes over to Kuzi in that 1v1, but make no mistake, KT.RY still is in a big advantage. Top side being able to negate the all-in potential of the soulless Decent. I mean, we'll look into that. He's spotted on a ward, so they know what's coming, right? Nomel being the tanky member that he is. Rattel sidestepping to the right just to make sure that you don't get clipped. Was able to get that Ruthless Predator in as well. And disaster overall for the side of Team Flash. Even Nomel survived all that engage, and so now KT.RY is in the lead.
That's a problem when it's not your time yet, right? Team Flash tried to leverage down with the numbers advantage, but what they did not anticipate is a follow-up coming from KT.RY. They even had Luna send out the Mega Inferno Bomb just for the assurance, and Team Flash just lost so much of gold there. I mean, in comparison to what KT.RY is getting right now. Now, they're trying to get the mid-tier 1, but again, against a Ziggs comp, it's so hard to do that.
Yeah, this is like the best defensive champion in the game, right? Like, we go over to the bot lane. There's some recalls that is happening right now. Meanwhile, Zero is too far forward, right? Like, this is what happens whenever you are in the lead. You can just make plays from top to bottom. He was even able to get a solo kill, man.
Oh no, this is bad news for Riven. KT.RY is, well, they're just taking many people down on the side of Team Flash. Also, Decent is not really getting the kills that he wants. He's kept denied here by KT.RY all the time.
Yeah, and I don't think even if the Fate Seal connected that it will be an assassination angle against the Zed, because I feel that Zero was still far too healthy to get assassinated with 75% health bars. But Zero being Zero was still respective of the damage potential of Decent, and was able to flash away. Giyang, 9 minutes and 20. What can Team Flash do? They have to slow things down, but
yeah, they do.
Their champions are not really about slowing things down. They get to, I think.
Want to fight. They want to keep fighting. Looks like they get the RH. Now they get the separation. Can they actually get the kill onto Nomel? I say that's not going to be the case. They took so much damage. The pokes are real from KT.RY, and they will just exchange hit. I think this is already okay. Losing just the support.
Yeah, but Sarah is not yet done. Well, most likely, yeah. Give KT.RY the mid lane. Oh, Decent.
Wow, good damage.
It's sealed.
Fate sealed!
Oh,
Almost
yeah.
connecting onto Luna.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I remember that Decent's Yone was also a very good reason as to why they kind of scared NGX in that particular series. Let me quick check that real quick. Yeah, I think it was Yone's. It was actually just Cheetah played the Yone. It's the other way around, yeah. But there was also a game in where Decent played the Yone and was so good at it as well. But anyway, this game is on a different situation altogether because they are so far behind and KT.RY just has a balanced composition of engage, crowd control, and damage that they can utilize to make things easier for them.
KT.RY is wanting to get the second dragon into the game. KT.RY 1v1 again against Zero, but this time around looks like he's the one to fall down. Team Flash losing Shy is massive for this upcoming team fight, but looks like it's still gonna be 4v4 if Team Flash engages now, but they can.
We'll see. Decent with Empowered Steel Tempest or Mortal Steel. No. Patience though by KT.RY. Oh!
They turn on to Zero. Ellie will not find the shot still. Zero stays alive now. Nomel is fishing. He wants to get a hook here onto Shy or onto Ellie. He's waiting for it. He knows that he's low in health.
Yeah, but KT.RY was able to get the primary objective, that's the Mountain Dragon. It's not often that we see a ganking Corki, right? Corki that is waiting on that push. But had it been the Team Flash was not this far behind, I guess, you know, that those plays would be a lot more effective. But because they're like 7k behind, their damage isn't really doing a thing towards the members of KT.RY. Another engage by Nomel.
Perfect follow-up. He's just dead.
Shuriken. Yeah. Alright, so I don't consider that as a round 3 of the 1v1 of Zero and Kuzi. That's a round 2.5 because there was a Nautilus that helped him, but you get the point, right? Like 8.7k, 8.8k. Well, at this point, we're just waiting for formalities. Like even if it reaches the 20-minute mark, the only way for Team Flash to win this is if KT.RY overextends and commits silly mistakes, which is something that, you know, KT.RY as a team is not known to do. They are also very disciplined in their approach, and they will not overextend and will not give you opportunities to claw back into this massive deficit that you have or that you are in right now. And so Team Flash, even if they want to really make a play, KT.RY will just run away, wait for the perfect opportunity to pounce. And we are so accustomed in seeing this because we've seen like a lot of KT.RY games in where if ever they ever get the lead, they don't really surrender to the lead anymore.
Yeah, they're so disciplined. But Vel, gonna have to get taken down. Looks like he's still gonna be able to disengage. Decent is burning to death again for the bomb as well. Despite the flash, he burns to death. And KT.RY is just gonna be running them down. They're too deep right now. Hook gonna be connected. The follow up from Ratel. The burst is real from KT.RY. Kuzi tries to access the back line, threatening Luna with a wind slash, but it's not gonna be enough. It's just gonna get taken down by Zero. 4 kills in exchange for nobody.
Yeah, this is like the way things should be in a balanced composition. You have the engages from Nomel to follow through. You have a clear way to handle the Yone. And if anything, like being able to pick the Zed or Renekton against the Yone is actually a very good thing for you, right? It being left open for Team Flash was actually doing more good than harm to KT.RY chances, because every single time that Decent tries to make a play, he gets assassinated in return. And this is not, of course this is not the way Yone should be played, and this is also not the way Decent plays this champion. We all know that he is a very good player. Case in point was game number 1 in where he was popping off on the Aatrox, but it's just because KT.RY does a very good job in controlling and making sure that Decent won't be able to survive any engages that, you know, it's becoming a little bit more problematic than it should be.
Oh, maybe they could get one shot down onto Zero, but looks like even that is denied. That single target pickup is denied by KT.RY. And look at the gold as well, rising up towards 1,000 gold per minute. The discipline is just real. They only got one kill, and that's the 1v1 of Shy against Zero in the bottom lane. Only that.
Yeah, with the Baron empowered minions, they're now threatening this mid lane tower. Ratel going in.
Cast gonna be used, but not really to isolate one member, but the Mega Inferno Bomb is just so pure from Luna. Hin just gonna be falling down, no way to escape. All inhibitor towers gonna get taken down now. Only the bottom one stays alive. Decent almost is dead there by the moment. But KT.RY wants to push for more kills. They pile onto the Riven. And now they are just wrecking everyone on the side of Team Flash. Zero is finally here to join the party, but looks like they are just gonna be ending it as well. KT.RY secures the series with a reverse sweep.
KT.RY remains perfect against APAC teams. And there is only one team in their way, Giang. Would you be able to guess who that team is?
It is gonna be NGX?
No.
No.
They already won against NGX last April 28th. And their next matchup against an APAC team will be against BRU.
Oh, BRU.
Yeah.
BRU on the last day as well.
Yeah. BRU versus KT.RY, the two powerhouse teams from APAC. Would the heavyweights of APAC would be facing against each other. But again, nice try to Team Flash, or nice try by Team Flash in trying to scare KT.RY and getting that 2-0. Game number 1, we saw a very impressive comeback win from Team Flash. And then come game number 2, there were flashes in where we thought that Team Flash would be able to do it, but KT.RY again had the better team fighting overall. And ultimately, on game number 3, it's a one-sided affair, right? Like, you look at the score, man, 18 kills to just 1 kill, and the damage dealt by all these champions, KT.RY. It's not just the damage, right? It's everything. The objectives, the tempo, the neutral monsters, epic monsters was also on the side of KT.RY, and Saigon Team Flash could not do a thing.
It's the whole package. KT.RY just is demonstrating why they are the best team right now in the APAC conference. Period. There's only one team left to take down to really just cement that spot. Buriram United Esports is going to be facing them the last day in week 10. And it is definitely going to be a sight to see as well. But in this game, we can't help but feel happy as well for Team Flash. They really performed well, and especially in game number 1, wherein we saw the prowess of Team Flash. We saw the prowess of Decent on the Aatrox as well. Game number 2, it was denied, especially with the aggressive playstyle of KT.RY, and how efficient they are. And come game number 3, even a more deadlier and controlled form by KT.RY, and this is just why they're just so good. Even against the WRL teams, they even find ways to get the leverage, maintain it, and not be picked off, and just landslide the victory.
Yeah, just a while back, Just Chi was, or I think there was another team that was asked. I think it was BRU. It was Noel that was asked in an interview who he thinks is the most formidable opponent in APAC, and he said that it is KT.RY because they play like a Chinese team, very disciplined. It's also very good mechanically. The MVP goes over to Zero after netting that very good solo kill. He follows through with plays all over the map, and it's kind of expected, right? You pick a Yone, expect the Z to come your way.
So many flashy plays as well. There were a lot of 1v1s with him and Shy, and well, props to Shy, he got 1 kill against Zero, and that will ever be fascinating, of course. But as a team, as a player here, Zero is just so hard to take down. It's just why we think that there's a lot of champions that they really have to ban to Zero just to put a crack on KT.RY.
Actually, those are 2 champions, right? Akali and Zed. And Zed can actually be controlled just as long as you have one way to do it. But really, what's remarkable about KT.RY is not their individual strengths. rather their way to play as a team, right? And it's so evident every single time that they win, they play as a unit. You looked at the record after day 2 games went the distance. Meanwhile, our CN versus CN team was a 2-0 upset by FPX against Trace Esports. Here are the standings for APAC for those that are curious. Number 1 team is KT.RY, and top 4 teams will be advancing to the playoffs, currently being held by BRU, NGX, and Naos as well, with, of course, KT.RY.
This is going to be very tough here for Team Flash. I think they are already mathematically unable
eliminated.
to
Yes.
qualify. Yeah, they're eliminated already. So at least they had a really good run trying to, qualify here for the top 4. But the rest of the APAC still has a chance here, particularly Fennel, Naas Esports, Enigma Galaxy, Burrito United Esports, of course, are secured alongside with KT.RY. And it is still a couple of days left here in the turn for them to shake things up and try to affect the top 4 standings right now. But on the Chinese ones, it is already cemented. At least, the top 8 are now cemented of their victories. I don't think even Trace Esports can be taken down anymore.
The only thing that may change is who gets the top 4 spot, because at 10 wins, JDG might still fall to number 5, right? WBG is also a very scary team. And if you tell me that, WBG won't be part of the top 4 teams after this tournament, I would say you are capping. But man, WBG is currently at number 5. Quite unbelievable, so to speak. Here are the matches for tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. We have Naos facing against Invade, an APAC special once again, followed up by WHG and Rare Atom. This is what you said, right? Like Rare Atom's last game is going to be against WHG. Meanwhile, our last game will also feature a Filipino team going against the bane to the Filipino teams in BRU.
This is going to be very exciting. And then Naos Esports, Fennel, we are going to be seeing them yet again tomorrow. Try to secure some wins for our PH fans. It's going to be very difficult for sure. And again, we are still just waiting for the interview on KT.RY. We see a lot of interviews for KT.RY, and I hope this time around would be able to digest more on what they are saying, because we want to learn more on what they feel about the game, what they think would be their next plan, and also just generally how strong they are. I mean, what do they do?
Whenever I see a team gets interviewed over and over again, I try to be creative. I tend to be creative, more creative than the normal, and would ask them personal questions like what will be their favorite ramen, is what will be their best appetizer to a very heavy meal. Those sort of things that I would ask them, like how do they hang out? Did they go karaoke or something? Is K-drama really real? Something
What's the
like that.
best chicken store in Korea?
True. But we're just waiting for them to be available. But if you are to be allowed to ask them a question, what question would you ask, and to whom?
That I was anyone actually. I want to know what's the best preferred fried chicken store in Korea, because I mean it's a dream to go there, and the first thing I would be trying out is their fried chicken.
Really? Don't we have like Korean chicken stores here?
I have a lot here, but my Korean friends say it's different. It's very different in Korea.
I don't believe. I think they're capping. But anyway, we are going to the interview real quick.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是主持人魏佳。让我们再次恭喜 KT.RY 赢下了这场比赛的胜利。我们也是请到了上单选手 Rito 来到我们的采访间，接下来我会跟他说，让他跟大家打一个小招呼。Welcome to the interview, and now have Rito from KT.RY with us. Congratulations on taking them down, and would you mind greeting to our audience up here?
라테 선수 오늘 승리 축하드립니다. 오늘 팬분들께 인사 한번 주실 수 있을까요?
안녕하세요. 롤서와이 탑라이너 라텔입니다. 안녕하세요.
Hello everyone, I'm Ratel, top laner from KT.RY.
OK， 简单的做了一下自我介绍。第一个问题是想问一下，今天的这场比赛其实非常的精彩，我们都很享受，打的是一个有来有回，而且最后他们也是最终赢下了比赛的胜利。那有没有这样一刻会让他们觉得压力很大，可能会输掉今天这场比赛呢？ It's such a great competition with back and forth. Finally, you were able to get a win. And is there a moment that you think you'll lose the game during the matchup?
정말 힘든 일이 많았지만 결국에는 이겼는데요, 라텔 선수. 그 경기를 하면서 이거 질 수도 있겠다라고 생각했던 순간이 있나요?
이 세트 두 번째 용 때 살짝 밀려났을 때 한타 때 살짝 밀려났을 때 좀 질 수도 있겠다고 생각했었던 것 같아요.
I thought it was a bit dangerous to having the second set of second dragons.
OK， 他说，其实，在最后第3条小龙的时候，他当时是觉得有一点危险的。下一个问题是，我们都觉得其实 Team.RY 今天的打野 D 性选手，他表现的也非常次。在第1局，他的剑魔可能 carry 了整个团队。在第2局的时候，我注意到 RY 其实并没有办掉剑魔这个英雄，把他放了出来。所以想问一下，针对这个英雄，他们当时有做一些什么样的措施吗 ？We feel like the jungler of Team.RY is really strong in game 1, but you didn't ban Atrix in game 2. So how do you plan to deal with that champion in game 2?
첫 번째 경기에서 상대팀 정글러 아트록스가 굉장히 좋은 활약을 펼쳤는데요. 두 번째 경기에서도 아트록스를 밴을 하지 않았습니다. 팀적으로 아트록스를 어떻게 상대해야겠다고 생각했나요?
상대 TF 정글러 분이 아트록스의 숙련도가 그렇게 크지 않다고 생각해서 아트록스에 대한 딱히 견제는 안 했던 것 같아요. 딱히 많이 생각하지 않았었어요. 1세트가 졌더라도.
Even if we lost the match 1, we didn't think the opposing jungler, TF jungler, was that good at Aatrox, so we didn't ban that.
他说，即使我们输掉了第1局比赛，但是我认为对面的打野也是不如我们的，所以说我们也并没有ban掉他的这个剑魔。第3个问题是，今天的比赛里他表现的也非常出色，他的阿卡丽、他的鳄鱼都给我们留下了很深刻的印象，所以想问一下，他今天会如何评价他自己的表现呢 ？You are really dominant into this matchup with your Akari and your Richten. So how do you comment your performance today?
오늘 경기에서 라텔 선수가 아주 세 경기 다 고른 활약을 보여줬는데요. 오늘 경기 스스로 평가하자면은 10점 만점에 몇 점 정도 될까요?
10점 만점에 7점 정도 되는 것 같습니다.
I'd like to give me about 7 out of 10.
OK， 也是一个比较谦虚的打分。他说，如果满分是10分的话，他可能会给自己打一个7分。那好，那我们的赛后采访到这里就先结束了。That's all for the interview. Thanks for joining me. Thanks for translating. 然后接下来让我们把画面交给我们的解说席。
All right. Well, they are very, very confident, I would say. But still room for improvement. 7 out of 10. He still wants to grow more.
Oh, well, he has shown a lot of flashy plays before, and so I also would be giving it a 7 out of 10 because that's not final form of Ratello that we know is the best carry top laner from Korea. But that sums about our day, right? A very exciting match filled today, Giyang, and tomorrow we will have another set of matches to round up week number 9.
Oh, yeah. So to everyone that is watching, thank you so much for staying, tuning in until the very end. Thank you so much for Riot Games, VNG Games, and Coca-Cola for making this fantastic event. It always is a pleasure shoutcasting for you guys. And see you again tomorrow for another day of the Sunday special. We are your casters, Giyang and Nautilus. See you again for tomorrow. Good night.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
That's real magic.